Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 5201, The Custos, Osmont. V. Noah watched from Custos Rani's domain with patient attention. Through the rose crystal walls, the Uber Golden vessel dominated the sky above the Valanthra like a continent that had decided to relocate upward, its polished gold hull displacing the crimson-pink mists with casual authority. Below it, the 3 million luxuria of the domain had collectively found reasons to be near windows, on terraces, at the edges of waterways, all of them oriented upward with the specific stillness of a population that had just realized the afternoon was going to be more interesting than anticipated. He stretched his fingers, feeling the clone body he wore as Dante settle into its borrowed weight. Time to go. The Dante body emerged from the Amaranthan tower into the open air of the Valanthra, floating upward through the rosegold mist with the unhurried cadence of a being who had decided that appearing nervous would be the worst possible choice available to him. Every luxuria watching from below tracked his ascent. He did not look at them. He looked upward, scanning the descending delegation. The 3 Sororis Primas, robed in layered gold, their custodes flanking them with the dense stillness of weapons that had been set down rather than sheathed. An Uber Golden gilded one, golden-eyed and without pupils, his observable force drawing ambient currents to him naturally the way significant bodies drew everything nearby. And then, slightly behind him, Uber Golden Adelheid. He smiled and waved. It was a small wave. Several of the watching luxuria below genuinely did not know how to process this. Adelheid's expression did not change. The moment he appeared at the delegation's level, the Sororis Primas assessed him simultaneously with the cold efficiency of institutions conducting a brief inspection. Whatever they were looking for in the confirmation that he was genuinely Adelheid's Custos, they apparently found it, because the displeasure that crossed their features was heavy. They believed he was what he appeared to be. They simply found what he appeared to be disappointing. Sororis Prima Evangelina did not introduce herself. She raised her hand, and a blinding pillar of golden light dropped around him like a declaration rather than a question, and in the next instant he was elsewhere. In the area, custodes and all other Uber Golden also disappeared in a flash of golden light. The skies above the Valanthra held only the 3 Sororis Primas and the vessel. Sororis Constans turned toward Evangelina with a flat expression. She really bound a luxuria weakling as her Custos. Shall we kill him? It will hurt Adelheid's weavings for the foreseeable future to lose a Custos, but she can then bond with an Ira or Superbius gilded one who actually has power behind them after her existence heals. The current arrangement is an embarrassment to the Uber Golden name and a liability to the mission. Mathilde said nothing, which was her way of agreeing. Evangelina was quiet for a moment, looking at the space where the Dante body had been. We are at a tipping point, she said finally. Her voice came out cold and calm. Even among the Uber Golden lineage, very few have been confirmed to have the capability to survive entry into that place. We have confirmed Adelheid to be among the rare few, alongside her brother. That confirmation is not something we set aside because her Custos is a disappointment. She turned toward the other 2 with the unhurried authority of a senior sister who had decided where the conversation was going. Something can be weak, but we, the Magna Sorora, are strong. The Superbius are strong. We have made luxuria playthings powerful before, and we can do it again. We will make this one powerful enough to support Adelheid in that place. We have protocols. We have resources. We have 7 ages of methodology for exactly this kind of problem. Her mandala eyes held steady. We have to seize this opportunity before the Relictus find out and close it off. They will close it off the moment they detect the approach. They always do. Which means our window is not infinite, and I have no interest in wasting it arguing over the aesthetics of Adelheid's Custos arrangement. She turned upward toward the vessel. come on. All three of them disappeared in the next instant. A nanosecond later, the entire vessel above the Volanthra vanished alongside them, the massive structure of solidified observable force departing with the same casual authority with which it had arrived, leaving behind only the rippling disturbance in the rose-colored mists where its presence had been. The weight pressing down across the domain dissolved. 3 million Luxuria breathed out in quiet collective relief, the specific exhalation of a population that had been holding itself very still in the presence of something significantly larger than itself and had just been granted permission to resume ordinary function. The crimson-pink mists began to resettle into their usual drifting patterns. The engineered rivers of rose-gold infinity returned to their channels. The beaches and the terraces and the waterways slowly repopulate with beings whose primary question was the same question every Luxuria in the domain was currently asking each other. What had made it pertinent for the terrifying Uber Golden House to make a visit here? Nobody had a satisfying answer. In Custos Rani's private domain, Noah's other body stretched and breathed out slowly. He looked toward Custos Rani. Let's go see about these prime causes in the Sanctum Volanthra. He said it the way someone might suggest a walk, the tone of a being for whom the next item on the agenda was simply the next item on the agenda, regardless of what that item actually was. Custos Rani's galaxy-filled eyes blazed with fervor as she nodded and followed. Noah's mind was already sorting through the next several phases of his plans. The Sanctum Volanthra first. Soak up everything the Dreamstones held. The prime causes, the derived causes, every layer of foundational knowledge the Gilded had spent 7 ages hoarding on the upper face of the observable while the bounded below climbed through Vakachev's limited framework without any of it. Then the royal Luxuria houses within the domain. He could not openly conquer just yet. The brain-world observable existence was populated with beings who could collapse him without breaking their focus, and advertising his presence before his foundations had grown sufficient was the kind of mistake that closed the game before the interesting parts arrived. So he would not advertise. He would do what a certain category of organism did when it found itself inside a system too large and too defended for direct assault: enter quietly, establish contact points, extend through the existing infrastructure along pathways that the infrastructure's own immune responses were not calibrated to detect, and continue that extension until the moment when the system looked inward and found that the thing it had permitted to enter had already become a constituent part of how it functioned. By then, removal would be complicated. By then, removal would be so deeply entangled with the system's own operational continuity that the attempt to remove him would damage the system attempting the removal more than it damaged him. A virus did not announce its presence. A virus did not challenge the body's defenses directly, did not send formal declarations, did not register with the immune system as a hostile presence requiring immediate response. A virus simply found the pathways that were already open, moved through them, replicated along them, and waited with the patient confidence of something that had understood from the beginning that the game was not won through force but through proliferation, and that proliferation required only 2 things: access and time. He had access. He was working on the time. Noah followed the rose-gold mist through the corridors of the Amaranthan Tower with the unhurried gait of a being who already owned the building and had simply not yet informed the building of this fact. The Sanctum Volanthra was waiting. Chapter 5202, The Custos, Osmont. 6. The interior of the Uber Golden vessel was minimal in the way that genuine power tends to be minimal, stripped of the decorative excess that lesser houses used to communicate their standing because the Uber Golden standing did not require communication. The walls were pale gold, smooth and unadorned. The floor carried the same quality. The air held a density of concentrated observable force. Noah looked around once. Space flickered gold ahead of him. Uber Golden Adelheid materialized first, and before her stood a gilded one whose presence arrived before his features did, the observable force in the room bending toward him with the natural deference of currents acknowledging a significant body. Fair skin, white robes, golden eyes with no pupils. The Gilded One looked at him with a dangerous smile that carried more edge than warmth, his pupilless eyes moving across Noah's borrowed Dante features. My sister truly bonded with a weak Luxuria? The voice held the pleasant cadence of someone asking a question they already found offensive. How did this come about? You. His gaze sharpened. How did this come about? Noah's eyes were bright. This was the brother of Ubergolden Adelheid, then. Infinity buzzer as information flowed. Ubergolden Dietrich. In the flesh. Adelheid's voice arrived through their connection a half-breath before he needed it. Keep it light and simple. We met in Valanthra a long time ago. I enjoyed your company and a bond inadvertently formed. She moved from behind her brother as she said it, her expression the composed neutrality of a being navigating a conversation with extremely limited margin for error. Noah smiled at Dietrich. We met in Valanthra a long time ago, he said pleasantly. After she spent a few nights with me. Boom! Dietrich moved at a speed that bypassed the ordinary interval between decision and action, his hand closing around Noah's neck and driving him backward into the vessel wall with a force that left the pale gold surface groaning around the point of impact. The impact registered through the Dante body without the existential disruption it would have produced in an ordinary Luxuria. Dietrich's eyes had gone cold. You good-for-nothing pleasure sack. His voice came out low and even, which was somehow more alarming than if it had come out loud. Do you even know where you find yourself? The weavings you are now connected to? Do not fuck around when you are talking to me. His grip tightened fractionally. If I ask you to detail events, you detail them while gazing down and not even meeting my eyes. If I ask you to kneel, you kneel. Now. His free hand began to shine. I ask you, do you have any negative intentions toward the Ubergolden house? Is there any trickery occurring that I need to know about? Answer clearly. Otherwise your existence will end here, however much damage this will do. The power blooming from his shining hand was not the observable force that had been rushing to him since his arrival. It was something older and more fundamental, drawing from a well beneath the ordinary substrates of gilded cultivation. Warning, entity ahead is drawing from the mortis cause directly. The power of ending itself is being channeled as a truth enforcement mechanism. Should any falsehood stem from your existence while this power is active, the cause will sense the discrepancy between what is stated and what is real and seek to collapse the causality of the statement's source. This is not a technique or a pulse. This is prime cause authority. Noah looked into Ubergolden Dietrich's pupilless golden eyes. The mortis cause. The foundational truth that existence concludes, wielded directly rather than through derived technique, applied to him as a lie detector by a being who clearly did not consider him significant enough. Burning defiance rose within him. Get, he said, his voice carrying the cold flat cadence of a final instruction, your fucking hands off of me. Boom. Dietrich blinked. His grip tightened rather than releasing, his head tilting with the bemused expression of a being encountering something that did not fit the expected parameters of the current situation. A Luxuria dared to speak to Superbius Gilded One this way? He leaned forward slightly, bringing his face closer to Noah's borrowed features with an expression that held genuine incredulity beneath its cold surface. Your engineering shouldn't even make defiance possible. My sister's Custos, a Luxuria lifeform, is truly being defiant against me right now? He almost sounded delighted by this. Almost. Ubergolden Adelheid moved between them. Her gaze was chilly. Let him go. Wah! Her body buzzed with quintessence infiniforce as she said it, the multicolored currents surging outward from her foundations in a way that was not aggressive but was also not a request. The infiniforce that had been flooding into her from Noah's bond for all the time they had been connected surged with the specific responsiveness of substance being called upon. And at such a time Noah felt something shift inside him. Unknown resonance between the established connection between you and Golden Adelheid is activating. The workings and weavings of custodes attached to gilded ones are being fully integrated into your existence. Your infinite cause senses boundless potential and challenges ahead and is reforming this connection into something previously unknown. The boundless infinity you have flooded into Golden Adelheid can allow a semblance of her power to be borrowed from her when she is in close proximity. New capability established, infinite existential empowerment. The connection between you, a Hadean lifeform, and Golden Adelheid, a gilded lifeform, is the first of its kind across the recorded history. Refinement is ongoing. Golden Adelheid's body was filled with power. His own body was filled with power. The infinity he had poured into her across the duration of their bond connected to her Paleozoic scale and now existed within reach, available to be drawn upon through the proximity that activated the resonance, and he pulled from it without deliberating over whether to pull. Boom! A terrifying concentration of infinity and observable force gushed from him and shrouded his figure in multicolored flames that had no business appearing on a Luxuria Gilded One in any framework the Gilded had ever developed. His pillar of infinity buzzed while being invisible. His Hadean bones and organs roared as Nero-absolute infinity demanded for him to not be held by the neck. The hand of Golden Dietrich buzzed violently against his neck as the force pressed outward from his foundations and forced the grip to release, the Gilded One's fingers separating from his throat under pressure that clearly exceeded what Dietrich had calculated the Dante body capable of producing. Dietrich stepped back. His pupilless eyes moved between Noah and his sister with a new expression, the dangerous smile gone, the cold assessment replaced by something that held more actual attention. Between Noah and Golden Adelheid, a surging river of infinity buzzed with visible luminescence, the connection between them no longer subtle but undeniably present, a bond between a Hadean lifeform wearing a luxurious skin and a gilded one. The door of the vessel's interior opened. The three Sororis Primas entered, and Sororis Prima Evangelina's eyes sharpened the moment they registered what they were looking at. Her mandala eyes rotated through several configurations with the rapid adjustment. A profound resonance between a custodes and their ingenue. Her eyes did not leave the luminous river connecting Noah to Adelheid. A resonance rarely achieved by any bonded pair. Chapter 5203, A Terrifying Advancement. Something had shifted in how the air felt. Since arriving in the brain world observable existence, Noah had been aware of a subtle resistance in the ambient infinity here, the specific quality of a medium that had not been calibrated for his kind of power. Not debilitating. Just present. A constant low-level friction between what he was and what this place expected its inhabitants to be. The infinite existential empowerment dissolved that friction entirely. The surging river of connection between him and Golden Adelheid blazed with visible luminescence, and through that river the infinity of the brain world stopped resisting him and started flowing toward him the way it flowed toward beings who belonged here. He breathed easier. He perceived farther. The flows of information that infinity touched in the surrounding space began returning feedback to him with the generosity of a medium that had just decided to cooperate. Pillow talk was already working. The passive capability of his absolute luxuria ego had been pulling ambient information since he arrived, but with the resistance gone it operated at a different level entirely. The weavings of information in the surrounding space were not merely available, they were streaming toward him as if existence itself had decided that his current objectives merited its full disclosure. The secrets, the knowledge, the carefully hoarded truths of this elevated domain. They simply flowed. Existence speaks straight face. The three beings designated Sororis Prima carry engineering that exceeds standard Ordovician Paleozoic classification. Silurian Paleozoic proximity confirmed for all three. Their foundations are actively pulling from the cognitio cause, the prime cause governing knowledge and comprehension. They do not merely wield derived civilizations anchored in learning. They have incorporated partial cognitio cause authority into their existences. Sororis Prima Evangelina, civilizational access, approximately 31%. The highest of the three. Sororis Prima Constans, civilizational access, approximately 27%. Sororis Prima Mathilde, civilizational access, approximately 25%. All three exceed the 25% threshold required for prime cause incorporation attempts. All three have succeeded where most gilded ones fail. Additional observation: the vessel you currently occupy is a sovereign domain of the Upper Golden House, registered as exempt from standard Magna Sorora surveillance protocols. Conversations within it carry no external record. Noah's eyes were bright as he processed all of it and focused on Evangelina. The most capable of the three. 31% civilizational access. Evangelina looked at him directly as she spoke, though her words covered the room. The connection between a gilded one and their custodes is unique. After they have been with one another for eons, they develop such a strong sense of trust that their existences can resonate to form an even grander bond, allowing power to be shared between the two seamlessly while both are empowered from it. Her mandala eyes rotated slowly. A primaris bond. Even I do not have such a bond with my own custodes. A brief pause that carried neither self-pity nor complaint, only assessment. I was worried about a weak, lust-filled gilded one being your custodes. But it seems that even still, you are not entirely without instinct. This arrangement works for now. Her gaze shifted. Dietrich. You and your sister need to get ready. Dietrich's frown arrived immediately, his pupilless golden eyes moving from Evangelina to Noah. We still need to understand everything about him. What he has been doing these past eons, what his intentions are, how this bond actually formed. We have already taken care of all of it. Evangelina's voice did not rise. It simply closed the subject. Need I remind you that we do not have time? If we lose this opportunity, the Relictus will find out about our advancements and everything will be closed off once more. Every delay is a door shutting. Noah's eyes shone at the mention of the Relictus as he thought of someone. The creature. Was he still running? Had he managed to escape the gilded pursuit, or had the gilded ones closed the distance? He turned the question over briefly and filed it, because the more immediate thread was the one Evangelina kept pulling toward. An opportunity that the Relictus would close off if they detected the advancement. He had not looked at Upper Golden Adelheid as a source of access to anything this significant. She had been a battery. A connection. A bridge into the brain world. Useful, genuinely useful, but useful in the way that a key was useful, for getting through a door rather than for what the door contained. It seemed there was considerably more door than he had calculated. He did not turn around. He kept his gaze forward on Evangelina and spoke quietly through the river of connection that continued to buzz between him and Adelheid, his voice arriving in her consciousness through the same channels her observable force arrived in his. It seems there were a lot of things you didn't tell me. I would have acclimated much better and done things considerably faster. He felt her attention shift toward the visible river between them. He was keeping it active deliberately because the infinite existential empowerment required her proximity and he had no interest in Dietrich's hand finding his throat again. Her reply came calm and measured through the connection. I have also been gone for a long time. I only know a little more than you do. But this is not something you should look at as an opportunity. Multiple gilded ones have already died from this. Ones with far more preparation and far more power than you currently possess. You are not even a gilded one. Envision what might happen to you if the same thing that killed them happens to you. She was trying to scare him off. It was having the opposite effect. He kept his expression neutral as Evangelina's voice rolled out again, stronger now. For countless eons beyond counting, the primordial source has remained outside our grasp. But we have made tremendous advancements in recent times. Her mandala eyes held both him and Adelheid in their rotating geometry. Some unique royal gilded ones are capable of accessing a place that cannot be entered with ordinary weavings of existence. Your body, your power, your civilization, to enter that place, much of this is left behind. Purified. Only your soul, surrounded by your ego and your observable force and your infinity, makes it through. We believe it is because of the boundless purity of the primordial source in that place. The more we are able to send there, the more that survive, the more we can grasp its secrets. She held steady. You, and other royal gilded ones and their custodes, will be sent in the next round. This is a race to access the primordial source before the relictus detect our advancements and close the approach once more. But it is also a race against every other royal house of the gilded. Something shifted behind her clinical composure. I am a Sororis Prima of the Magna Sorora. But I have never forgotten that I am Ubergolden. Our lineage cannot fall behind. Chapter 5204, Prime Cause. Noah's eyes shone. The primordial source. Something the creature had somehow managed to grasp while operating in the lower observable existence, climbing through the Proterozoic framework, working with nothing but his rebuilt foundation and his eons of patient ascent. And the Gilded Ones, with their tremendous Paleozoic power and their access to prime causes and their 7 ages of accumulated methodology, had not managed to grasp it from their elevated position in the brain world. And now there was potential access to knowledge regarding such power sitting inside the connection he had formed with Ubergolden Adelheid. He had thought of her as a key to a door. He had not known what was on the other side of the door. He thought of emotive briefly. He thought she was lucky. But even for him, he didn't consider this luck. He attributed it to his actualized civilizations of protagonist and plot, among others, sitting inside his Hadean pillar of infinity and declining to allow him to be merely an ordinary actor in the arrangement of events around him. It was not luck alone. Luck alone was not enough in existence. Never enough. He had subdued Custos Rani. Navigated Adelheid Sororis' friend trying to have him killed through her, which Adelheid did not even know about yet. Taken Dante's identity. Arrived in the brain world already connected to a royal gilded one. Capability had gotten him here. Luck had simply agreed with what capability built. His other body was currently approaching the Sanctum Volanthra, towards the 9 prime causes and their foundational truths. And this body had just been told that knowledge of the primordial source was potentially within reach through the specific configuration of himself and Ubergolden Adelheid in Primaris Bond. Prime causes and the primordial source. Both seemingly within reach. Both accessible through entirely different paths unfolding simultaneously. How far could he push his Hadean engineering with both of them in hand? How far could he alter his infinite scales? The border of the Sanctum Volanthra did not announce itself loudly. One moment the rose-gold mists of the Volanthra's outer districts drifted through the corridors of pale gold architecture at their ordinary leisurely pace, and the next moment the quality of the air shifted. Denser. Older. A pressure that did not press against the body but against something beneath the body, the specific sensation of an existence being assessed by something that had been assessing existences for longer than most existences had been around to assess. 2 guardians stood at the threshold. Both Luxuria, their foundations carrying the refined density of beings who had spent significant portions of their long cultivations in proximity to prime cause energy. He did not stop walking. Pillow Talk was already pulling their configurations toward him, their preferences and their specific orientations flowing into his awareness with the same patient generosity that existence had been offering him since the Primaris bond stabilized his access to the brain world's ambient information. He shaped his presence around what he received, not through active technique but through the passive radiation of his absolute luxuria ego settling into the specific frequency that each guardian's desiderocus found most naturally compelling. Quintessential indulgence was fully active. His passive radiation that made beings without sufficiently dense egos crave his approval was active. The first guardian's eyes tracked him as he approached and then softened in a way she did not consciously register. The second guardian took a small step aside. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them challenged. They experienced his passage the way a river experiences a current that belongs to it, as a natural continuation of what they already were rather than an intrusion requiring response. Noah walked through, Custos Rani following behind him as she shook her head with incredulity. The interior of the Sanctum Volanthra was not grand at all. No soaring architecture. No deliberate displays of accumulated gilded wealth. The space was wide and quiet, its ground composed of the pale rose-gold stone that warmed upon contact and rose through the touching being's foundations like a slow incoming tide of comprehension. Natural crystalline formations grew from the ground in clusters, their colors shifting through the visible spectrum without pattern or apparent purpose. The air carried no engineered mist, no amplified ego saturation, no ambient performance of what the domain wanted to be perceived as. It simply was, in the specific manner of a place that had existed long enough that it no longer needed to communicate its significance to visitors. Above, the sky within the sanctum was darker than the sky of the broader Volanthra. Not night dark. Something older than night, the deep settled darkness of a space that had been present before the brain world's current sky was engineered into its current configuration. 9 massive monolith-like dreamstones occupied the central expanse atop floating landmasses surrounded by golden clouds stretched out for miles in between them. The primary stones rose at varying heights, their crystalline growth shaped by the specific prime cause energies they contained rather than by any external hand. Several of them were visibly dim, their internal luminescence reduced to faint pulses. Many other smaller monoliths were stretched throughout on distant floating landmasses. Noah's eyes pulsed. A Luxuria attendant was already moving toward him before he'd fully processed the layout, drawn by the same passive radiation that had eased his entry. She did not ask him to identify himself as the full capabilities of his Luxuria transformation against weaker Paleozoic-scale Luxuria Gilded Ones, was terrifying. "Where would you like to go?" she asked, as though the question had always been waiting. Noah looked at the arrangement of the 9 stones and then back at her. "Tell me about dreamstones here. Why are some dim?" She nodded with the ease of someone who had answered this question many times. "Only 3 are functional here. The Superbious houses decided long ago never to concentrate all 9 prime causes in a single domain. The others are distributed." She gestured briefly. "Here, in the Sanctum Volanthra, we hold 3. She indicated each in turn. The Cognitio cause. The Desidero cause. And the Bellum cause. Noah's eyes flashed coldly as he looked towards the nearest one. The Bellum cause. The foundational truth that existence fights, governing all conflict, all fighting capacity, all the expressions by which one existence pressed against another with intent to overcome. Take me to the Bellum Dreamstone first. She blinked once, and she led him without further comment. The Bellum Dreamstone rose in jagged intersecting formations where multiple crystalline growths had collided and fused and continued growing through the collision, the violence of the original contact recorded permanently in the stone structure. It stood approximately 30 feet high in THR sky. Around it, the air was pristine. Custos Rani remained several steps behind him. She had not spoken since they entered the sanctum, which he found appropriate. Noah looked at the stone for a long moment. He thought about the Bellum cause's foundational truth. That existence fights. Not that existence sometimes fights, not that fighting is one of existence's more unfortunate tendencies, but that fighting is fundamental. A truth woven into the arrangement of conscious beings with the same permanence as wanting or learning or ending. He thought about his own history with that truth. About every tear he had pressed against. Every being who had pressed back. About the specific catharsis he had been reflecting on earlier, the direct confrontation of essence against essence, the wet sound of resistance, the confirmation that physical engagement provided that no detached skill or grand weaving ever quite replicated in the same way. He raised his hand and placed his palm against the surface of the Bellum dreamstone. The contact point was warm. And then it was not warm. It was everything that warm had always been, a small approximation of, the full unmediated truth of what heat actually meant when extracted from every metaphor and every derived expression and returned to its original foundational state, and alongside the heat came the understanding, not intellectual, not cognitive, but foundational, arriving in the specific register of something that had always been true about his existence finally receiving its proper name. Noah closed his eyes, and the Bellum cause received him. Chapter 5205, Existence Must Move. The moment his palm connected with the Bellum dreamstone, something vast moved through him. For a fraction of an instant that stretched into something longer inside his Hadean mind, he lost the thread of his other self. The connection between his bodies flickered at the edges as the dreamstone delivered something too grand for the ordinary channel between his distributed consciousness to carry. The foundational truth of the Bellum cause did not arrive as information. It arrived as recognition, the specific recognition of a being who had always known this truth in his bones and had simply been waiting for existence to confirm it with the appropriate vocabulary. Then the channel stabilized, and existence continued flowing through his other body even though he couldn't tell what was happening with it. On the vessel. Sororis Prima Evangelina turned toward Obergulden Adelheid. We will be arriving at a veiled causal site shortly. Get settled. Have a talk with your Custos. He is Luxuria, and yet he has been looking into my eyes and your brother's eyes and speaking to us as though there is no difference between him and us. Your lineage is potent enough to have influenced him and overwritten his engineering. She paused briefly. I can overlook this due to the grander causes at play. The others may not. Be ready. She disappeared alongside the other Sororis Primas, this section of the vessel's minimal interior feeling considerably larger in their absence. Dietrich remained. He stood looking at Noah coldly. His observable force gathered to him in the silence, the ambient currents in the vessel pressing toward him with their natural deference. You are standing in the light of my house. His voice carried no heat. Just the flat declarative cadence of someone stating the obvious. You are a guest at a table you didn't set, eating meat you didn't hunt. Once, eons ago, there was a light. A flickering, desperate thing that we deigned to hold. It started to believe the brilliance was its own, forgetting it was merely the wick and we were the oil. It thought it could burn without the lamp. It thought it could dictate the darkness. He tilted his head slightly. We didn't blow it out. We didn't have to. We simply walked out of the room. We withdrew the recognition. We took back the context that gave it form. Now, it is not even a memory. It is a nothing in an existence of somethings. His pupilless golden eyes held steady. Do not make us walk away, boy. Because our attention is the only thing keeping you from the void. Wah! He disappeared. Only Noah and Obergulden Adelheid remained. Noah turned to look at her, and she locked her gaze onto him. He waved his hand. The river of brilliance visibly connecting him and Adelheid dissolved, the luminescent bond that had been sustaining the infinite existential empowerment fading back into the ambient infinity of the vessel without fanfare. I dislike your brother. He said this calmly, feeling the area of his neck where that particular gilded one had grasped him with such confident certainty earlier. Golden Adelheid moved toward him, stopping a few inches away, and looked him over with the careful attention of someone whose eyes were doing the work of instruments. Up. Down. The specific survey of a being cataloging a discrepancy between what she expected and what she was observing. He dislikes you too. But, how are you matching and even exceeding the light of Luxuria right now? Even when you are not a... She did not finish the implied question. Did Sororis Prima Prabhavati have the power to grant you such a terrifying change? Noah laughed. It came out genuine rather than performed, the specific amusement of a being who had just been reminded of something he had genuinely forgotten to mention. No. This is my own power. He looked at her with the mild amusement. You spoke to me so much about the gap between you and I and how I could not cross it that I forgot to mention the moment I already crossed it. Even if I am not the same life form as you, I have no trouble exhibiting power just like you. If not grander. Her expression did not shift. But something behind it recalibrated. In fact, he continued, I actually wanted to test exactly how powerful I am relative to a member of the royal house. Just with my Luxuria existence. I want to see if it can affect someone like you. Adelheid looked at him in silence for a few seconds. Then she shook her head. You seem to have forgotten the vast gulf between us since I last expressed it. She tilted her head slightly. Go ahead, my Custos. It would also be useful for me to get an updated gauge of your power, to know what I am actually working with. Noah considered where his power currently stood. He disliked comparing himself to Vakachev's framework more with each passing day, disliked the way the framework assumed its own comprehensiveness, disliked how it presented its tiers as fixed destinations rather than arbitrary waypoints someone had chosen to mark on a road that extended well beyond their final measurement. He had his own scales. He was on his own path. But there was still merit in knowing where his power fell relative to a Paleozoic gilded one of the royal houses, if only to calibrate what he was working with in this place. And beyond the practical calculation, if he was being honest with himself, which he generally preferred to be, he simply enjoyed doing things he was not supposed to be capable of. There was a specific satisfaction in it that none of his grander strategic victories quite replicated. The small personal violations of fixed expectations. He let quintessential indulgence flow outward from his absolute Luxuria ego, the passive radiation sharpening into focus, and alongside it he activated the apotheosis of the wanton, allowing his desire to press itself gently into the local arrangement of reality, suggesting a direction without commanding one. Then he looked at Adelheid directly and spoke. We do not know each other well. But you will come to know me soon enough. Most men seek the fire of protection. They huddle and pray the cold forgets them. I am not those men. I have walked into the storm because the storm told me I could not, and I then become the storm. If all of existence stands on one side of the line and I stand on the other, existence must move. I will not. He took a slow step toward her. I have seen many things fall by my own hands. It changes nothing. I have my way. My civilization. The ground I choose to die on is chosen. My dream is set, and I will do anything to achieve it. A pause. Anything. Boom. He moved toward her, closing the remaining distance, and lifted her chin upward with one hand as he was taller, so that they were separated by inches rather than by the width of a conversation. The infinity on his breath washed across her face in a warm multicolored current that carried the full density of Nero absolute infinity at the proximity, and he looked at the smooth curve of her jaw and the unbroken gold of her eyes. She did not blink. She did not step back or produce any of the responses that his quintessential indulgence might generate in beings without sufficient ego density to hold their own against its broadcast. She simply looked at him with the composed attention she had brought to every prior exchange, and then, shockingly, she moved closer rather than away, her cheek grazing his as she turned her head and brought her lips to his ear. "We shall come to know one another soon enough." Her voice was a murmur, private and precise. "But understand that this unfolding will happen on my terms, and no others. I have carried a dream since the moment I first looked upon my people and saw it was out of reach. An impossibility the day I conceived it. Yet I will see it through. Whether I move toward that horizon with a bonded custos at my side or stand utterly alone, my path also remains set. You will either join my path or..." She began to pull back. Noah turned his head. She was pulling back. He turned. Their noses arrived at an inch of each other's, and between them, in that inch of space, boundless infinity began to dance with the patient inevitability of substance that had been building toward this particular configuration for longer than the conversation had been aware of. He looked at her. She looked at him. Or what? HUUM. The infinity between them buzzed, the ambient current shifting. Boom. The infinite existential empowerment bloomed between them again without either of them having reached for it deliberately, the rivers of infinity surging along the bond with the urgency of a connection that had been suppressed for the last several seconds and was now reasserting itself with interest. The bond was like an attractive force that pulled their two existences towards each other. He closed the final inch. The instant their lips connected, his Nero-absolute infinity poured into her in a wordless torrent, the full density of what he carried flowing through the contact point with the force of a tide that had been waiting for the channel to open, and he put his hands around her back and drew her closer with the calm authority of a being who had decided on a course of action and was executing it without hesitation. Golden Adelheid raised her hand. She snapped her fingers once, and a golden bubble expanded around both of them, the observable force of her gilded engineering containing the storm of infinity that was currently threatening to make itself visible to the broader vessel around them, sealing the turbulence inside a private sphere where only the two of them would register what was occurring. After a brief hesitation, she leaned in, an observable force erupted between them like a compressed tide finally released, her power meeting his with the specific quality of a being who had decided not to lose and was committing to that decision with everything she had available. The golden bubble held around them, confining the storm. Outside it, the pale gold walls of the upper golden vessel remained perfectly undisturbed. Chapter 5206, Adversity. While one being was taking the lips of a gilded one within the brain world observable existence. Boom! The creature's body smashed into the obsidian floor of the undefined gaps for what had become an uncountable number of times, the impact carving a fresh crater into the already blood-stained surface, multiple bones snapping with the wet finality of structures that had exceeded their tolerance, organs rupturing against each other under the compression of a force that carried the combined weight of the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause channeled through a being whose observable force density made comparison to anything the creature had previously faced feel inadequate. He was on his feet before the crater stopped vibrating. Persevere. HUUM. Obsidian flames erupted from his body, rising from the crown of his head and trailing from his fingertips and pooling at his feet before rising again in vertical columns that carried the deep dark quality of something burning from beneath ordinary combustion. The flames were not warm. They were ancient. The black gold of them moved with the specific patience of fire that had decided to remain regardless of what was done to the fuel. His obsidian crown still floated above his head, cracked now along one of its lower edges but holding its configuration, its presence above him more defiant than decorative. He looked up at Prima Custos Ragnar. The gilded one hung in the void of the undefined gaps above him with the easy comfort of a being for whom gravity was a courtesy he could decline at will. His body carried the proportions of something built specifically to end other things, broad and massive and armored in the red gold plate that had been forged from his own amplified Ira, his frame radiating the dense compression of observable force that had been layered into his foundations over eons of power. Around his wrists and forearms, crimson rings of prime cause authority spun in slow independent rotations, each ring carrying a different cause's signature, each ring ready to be fed into the next strike with the casual availability of weapons kept constantly drawn. His smile had not changed across the full duration of the engagement. It remained the smile of a being who was doing exactly what his existence had been engineered to do and who found the doing of it as satisfying as he had always hoped it would be. The creature looked past him. Far above, higher than Ragnar, higher than the cluster of gilded ones who had been maintaining a perimeter around the engagement, the battle between the genuine Relictus and the assembled gilded response had evolved into something that rewrote the scale of everything happening below it. Thousands of gilded ones now circled the Relictus in coordinated formations that covered every approach vector, the majority of them Ira and Superbius, their combined existential radiation producing a golden luminescence that turned the surrounding void into something resembling a second sun. Rivers of infinity and observable force surged between the formations in coordinated flows, being redirected and compressed and aimed with the precision of an army that had trained for this specific engagement across eons of preparation. Pulses of the scales erupted in overlapping sequences, each one carrying the full force of Paleozoic cultivation, each one aimed at a target whose relationship to existence operated at a register that made the pulses feel like weather rather than weapons. Across several formations, the more capable gilded ones had opened direct connections to prime causes, and the resulting expressions carried a quality that made the ordinary pulse deployments around them look like sparks beside sustained flame. A few hundred gilded corpses drifted at the Relictus's periphery. The battle was not going well. The Relictus itself was titanic in a manner that scale alone did not adequately describe, its form enlarging steadily as it drew closer, its presence pulling at the local architecture of the undefined gaps with a gravitational authority that had nothing to do with mass and everything to do with a fundamental relationship to existence that the gilded 7 ages of accumulated methodology had never been able to fully characterize through any framework they possessed. Ragnar's voice crashed down from above, joyful and enormous. "Buddy boy. Don't look up there. You can't even get past me, so why dare dream?" The smile widened, too many teeth, the specific delight of a being who had found his afternoon more satisfying than he had anticipated. "I'm gonna fuck you up so thoroughly by the time I'm done with you that you won't be able to whisper persevere. Ha ha." Boom. His power rose, the crimson rings on his forearms beginning to spin faster, the prime cause authority within them building toward the next expression with the patient inevitability of a mechanism completing its cycle. The creature looked up at him with calm defiance. And then he breathed out slowly and closed his eyes. He had not wanted to do this yet. The transformation was not something he had intended to deploy at this stage of his climb. It was a capability he had been developing quietly, in the background of every engagement, in the spaces between his rises from the craters Ragnar had been generously providing, the slow accumulation of the primordial source's authority reshaping him at levels that even his current form had not fully expressed. He had wanted more time. He had wanted the transformation to arrive on his terms, at a moment of his choosing, with sufficient context built around it that the implications could land properly. Desperate times. He did not have a choice. Existence itself seemed to slow as the creature's lips moved, the word he spoke not a pulse and not a technique and not anything in the derived or structured vocabulary of either gilded or bounded cultivation. It was something older. One of the ancient letters of the primordial source, carrying a meaning that existed before meaning had been formalized into languages. Excelissimi. Boom. An explosion erupted from him that was not an explosion in the ordinary sense, because explosions moved outward from a central point and this moved outward from every point of his existence simultaneously, a pillar of obsidian flames rushing upward from his figure in a column that reached toward the distant engagement above and drove downward into the obsidian floor below in equal measure. And then the creature began to transform. His humanoid form, the rebuilt primordial architect frame he had carried across eons of climbing, began to shift at the foundational level rather than the surface level, the change propagating through his existence from the inside outward rather than being applied from outside in. The proportions changed first, his frame expanding in configurations that did not follow the geometric logic of humanoid growth but the geometric logic of something that had decided humanism was one of several available shapes rather than a fixed constraint. He grew larger. Not in the way that Ragnar's mass was large, the mass of a being built for force. In the way that the distant Relictus was large, the mass of a being whose relationship to the space it occupied had shifted from tenancy to authorship. The obsidian flames that had been wreathing his humanoid form reshaped alongside him, flowing into new configurations that matched the emerging form the way fire follows the shape of what is burning. Something gloriously bestial was emerging from what had been a primordial architect turned Relictus. Something that recognized the distant titanic presence above not as an enemy but as a category of kin. Ragnar's smile, for the first time across the full duration of the engagement, shifted into something different. Above them both, several of the gilded ones maintaining the perimeter broke their formation to look downward. Chapter 5207, Simply Unworthy. The creature, on tongues, and the weight of letters. There are two tongues across the arrangement of existence that I have come to understand, though understand is perhaps too generous a word for what I hold regarding the second one. The first tongue can be considered the language of infinity. Its letters and words of power are carved into the substrate of observable existence with the permanence of things that were placed there during the first cause and have been accumulating interpreters ever since. Many beings across the long span of cultivation have touched its letters. Many have learned to speak its words with sufficient precision to produce the structured expressions. The first tongue is, in this sense, a shared inheritance. Difficult to master. Possible to approach. Available, in some fragment or another, to anyone who climbs far enough to reach it. Its phonemes, logos, and philologies are there. The primordial tongue is the language of the primordial source. Its letters predate the arrangement that produced the first tongue. Its words do not describe existence from within existence but from beneath it, from whatever foundation the arrangement of existence rests upon that existence itself cannot fully observe. Across all of our observable existence, and across the brain world observable existence above it, and across every configuration of being that has emerged since the first cause divided its potential, I am the only being who has managed to utter its letters. This is either because I have achieved something genuinely grand, or because I have survived something genuinely terrible, and I am not yet certain those are different things. Here is the question I keep returning to. Is the primordial tongue grander than the first tongue because so few have access to it? Is scarcity the correct measure of value? A thing that only one being can use is either invaluable or useless depending entirely on whether that one being can translate the using into something that matters. A lock with a single key in the universe is either the most important lock or the most irrelevant one. The key does not determine the answer. The door does. And yet, infinity is accessible to many. Its letters are distributed across the cultivation frameworks of countless beings, each one approaching the tongue from their own angle, each one adding their comprehension to the collective understanding of what the tongue can produce. The breadth of that access has produced ages of accumulated methodology. All of that, from the breadth of access to infinity. From the primordial tongue, accessed by one, I have produced the capability to rewrite my existence back from ruin through sheer defiance, and evolve into something more. It is minimalist. So which is grander? I think the question is wrong. I think I have been framing it as a competition between two things that do not compete because they do not occupy the same category. Infinity is the ocean. The primordial source is whatever the ocean is resting on. Asking which is grander is asking whether water or ground is more important, and the answer shifts depending on whether you are drowning or falling. What I know is this. When I first spoke the word exelissimi a long time ago and felt my existence begin to shift, it was not because the primordial tongue is grander than the first tongue or lesser than it. It was because the word was true. It was a true thing spoken by the one existence that had earned the right to speak it, and true things spoken with the full weight of the existence behind them have a way of making the surrounding arrangement move aside. Perhaps that is the real measure. Not which tongue is grander, but which words, spoken by which beings, in which moments, carry enough truth behind them to make existence listen. The creature, written in the margins of his own becoming. The transformation concluded. What stood in the blood-stained crater of the undefined gaps was no longer the figure that Ragnar had been systematically dismantling, and it was not quite the titanic relictus engaging the thousands of gilded ones far above either. It was something that occupied its own category between those two reference points. The creature's new form rose to a height that dwarfed his previous frame by an order of magnitude, his body now carrying the proportions of a being whose relationship to the space around him had shifted from occupancy to ownership. His silhouette was humanoid in the broad architectural sense, 2 arms, 2 legs, an upright orientation, but the specifics refused the category at every detail. His body was scaled in overlapping obsidian plates that caught no light but produced their own, a deep inner luminescence that pulsed in slow rhythms from beneath each plate like heat rising from stone that had been sitting in fire for too long. His neck was long and carried the forward angle of something predatory, his jaw slightly extended, his face holding the specific beauty that his humanoid form had carried but pushed into something sharper and more elemental, the cheekbones higher and harder, the brow heavier, the eyes burning with obsidian light that carried the primordial source's authority as their ambient state rather than their activated one. His arms were long, his hands ending in claws of compressed obsidian. Massive wings of scaled obsidian membrane folded against his back, their span suggesting that when opened they would rewrite the geometry of the surrounding space simply through the act of unfolding. 9 obsidian tails extended from behind him, each one moving with its own independent awareness, their surfaces scaled and their tips carrying small concentrations of the primordial source's obsidian flame that burned without consuming, patient and permanent. Above his head, 9 obsidian crowns floated in slow spinning orbits, each crown slightly different in its configuration. He looked at Prima Custos Ragnar. The Gilded One's smile had gone. The creature's voice emerged from his new form with a depth and resonance that traveled upward through the void of the undefined gaps without diminishing, reaching the formations of thousands of Gilded Ones battling far above and arriving at full volume despite the distance. You walk upon scales you do not own. For eons, your kind has reached for the primordial source, yet it remains as distant as the stars from the belly of a well. Do you ever ask why it stays beyond you? His obsidian eyes moved across Ragnar and then upward, taking in the assembled thousands above. You steer the causes of observable existence to suit your vanity, believing your gold is authority and your engineering is destiny. But the source does not care for your pedigree or your stolen perfections. One of the 9 tails moved slowly through the air behind him. Perhaps you are simply unworthy. Perhaps, after all your reachings and your thefts, there are things in this existence that refuse to be broken. You have tainted everything you touch, molding reality into a cage for whatever falls within your reach. But the source is the unyielding stone. You cannot taint it. You cannot engineer it. You cannot administer it or breed it into compliance through 7 ages of methodology. His 9 crowns spun above him in their silent independent orbits. It will remain pure long after your names have turned to dust. Boom! He took a single step. The step covered the distance between the crater and Ragnar's position in the void, the spatial compression of a being for whom the gap between 2 points had become a suggestion rather than a constraint. His claw came down with the full weight of his transformed existence behind it, the obsidian flames burning along the arc of the strike with the concentrated patience of the primordial source expressing itself through physical contact. Ragnar threw his punch to meet it. The collision did not produce the result the last 81 collisions had produced. Boom! Ragnar descended. His massive frame drove downward through the obsidian floor of the undefined gaps with a force that carved through several strata of the solidified void before the crater his body formed reached its final depth, the impact shaking the surrounding architecture in ways that several of the gilded ones far above registered. Dust and obsidian particulates settled around the crater's edges. Ragnar looked up from its depths. His face cycled through several expressions in rapid succession, the shock arriving first and giving way almost immediately to something that landed somewhere between disbelief and the specific unhinged delight of a being who had been genuinely, sincerely surprised for the first time in an unspecified but clearly considerable duration. He began to laugh. It came out booming and genuine, the laughter of someone who had asked existence for something interesting and had just had the request answered beyond expectation. Fuck! He pushed himself upright in the crater, the crimson rings on his forearms spinning back up to full velocity as the wild light returned to his eyes. Buddy boy. Another laugh, shorter, sharper. Ha, man. He rose from the crater with the ease of a being whose brief residence in it had done nothing to alter his fundamental operational capacity, his massive frame settling back into its combat posture with the comfortable familiarity of someone returning to work they enjoy. All right. His smile came back. It was wider than before. Let us seek death and glory. Boom. Chapter 5208, Belamai. The Sanctum Valanthra. The moment the contact with the Bellam Dreamstone deepened past its initial comprehension layer, the body Noah occupied in the Sanctum Valanthra felt wholly isolated from his other selves. The thread connecting him to the Dante body in the vessel was present but distant, the way a heartbeat is present in a finger but not felt there. His other body's experiences continued, somewhere, but they arrived as background signal rather than active sensation. He did not worry about this. He only focused on what was unfolding in front of him, because something was unfolding, and it demanded the full attention of every perceptual capacity he possessed. Record of the Bellam cause activating. Every entity that contacts weavings holding a record of a prime cause will observe something wholly unique to their own existence. The record does not show the same vision to any two beings. What unfolds before you has been selected by the Bellam cause itself based on what your existence requires to comprehend its foundational truth. Observe. You cannot participate. You cannot alter what you witness. You can only watch and receive. He was transported. Or rather, the sensation was of transportation without movement, the specific quality of a perspective shifting rather than a body moving. Around him, existence swirled with multicolored brilliance that did not belong to any civilization or any cause but to the raw substrate that causes were derived from, the primordial potential that preceded every framework anyone had ever built atop it. Then the image settled. And Noah saw a wonder. It was massive in the way that made mass feel like the wrong word, its body covered in layered plates of glacial ice blue crystal that moved when it moved with the slow grinding authority of tectonic formations convinced of their own permanence. Its serpentine neck was long, its body low and broad, for legs planted against a snowy mountain with the specific stability of something that had been standing in that exact position long enough that the mountain had adjusted itself around it rather than the other way around. Its head carried the angular precision of a predator whose entire evolutionary history had been one long argument in favor of forward momentum. Steam rose from the gaps between its crystal plates in slow patient columns that the mountain wind carried away without dispersing. The word arrived in his mind without him constructing it. Relictus. The relictus rested on the snowy mountain with the quiet of something that had not encountered anything worth moving for in a very long time. The snow around it had compressed into ice under the sustained pressure of its presence. Then, in the distance, another outline appeared. 9 heads on a single serpentine draconic body, each head crowned with a floating ring of platinum flame that burned with the steady authority of something connected to a fuel source that did not diminish. The body moved through the distant void with the unhurried confidence of a being that had never encountered anything that moved faster than it chose to let things move. 9 platinum crowns above 9 heads, the flames of each one carrying a slightly different configuration than the others, as though each head had developed its own specific relationship to whatever the crowns expressed. The two relictus became aware of each other. For a single extended moment, nothing happened. Two beings of a category that had never been common enough across existence to develop protocols for encountering members of their own kind, occupying the same vision space for the first time, regarding each other with the patient attention of consciousnesses making their initial assessments. And an instant later. Roar! They fought. No territory dispute. No resource competition. No accumulated grievance across prior encounters. Simply two consciousnesses encountering each other across a shared space and producing, with the inevitability that the Dreamstone had been waiting to show him, exactly what consciousness encountering consciousness always produced. Vibrant power covered both of them as they collided, the glacial crystal plates of the first relictus meeting the nine-headed serpentine form of the second in an engagement that rewrote the local architecture of the snowy mountain and the void surrounding it with each successive exchange. The snow was gone within the first few seconds. The mountain began to follow shortly after. The Bellum cause speaks straight face. Consciousness, upon encountering other consciousness, inevitably produces friction, and friction inevitably produces conflict, and conflict inevitably produces violence. This is not a failure of consciousness. This is its first and most fundamental expression. Fighting is not an aberration of existence. It is a core function of it, as essential to the arrangement as breathing is essential to the body. The arrangement of existence requires conflict the way a river requires gradient. Without the differential, there is no flow. Without the flow, there is no movement. Without movement, there is no progression. Fighting produces required weavings of existence. Every engagement between two conscious beings generates a specific category of existential output that no other process can replicate. Adversity, when survived, does not return the survivor to their prior configuration. It returns them to a new configuration that the prior configuration did not have the capacity to achieve. The Bellum cause does not celebrate destruction. It acknowledges that destruction is the price of refinement, and that refinement is the only direction existence has ever actually moved in, regardless of what any given being believed about their own trajectory at any given moment. Conflict propagates adversity. Adversity propagates growth. Growth propagates grander conflict. The cycle has no terminal point. This is not a tragedy. This is the mechanism. Noah's gaze was lost in the fighting relictus. They tore at each other with the comprehensive commitment of beings for whom the engagement was the only thing currently worthy of their full existence. Crystal plates shattered and regrew. 9 heads struck from 9 directions and were met by a body that had been learning to absorb impact since before the mountain it had been resting on had formed. The void around them accumulated the residue of the engagement in layers of discharged authority and dissolved substance that settled into the surrounding space like sediment. Then both of them were heavily injured. The glacial relictus bled white luminescent fluid from a dozen wounds across its crystal plating. The 9-headed one had lost 2 of its 9 crowns and carried gashes along its serpentine body that pulsed with the specific light of things trying to decide whether to close or deepen. Both of them bellowed. Persevere. Boom. Chapter 5209, Bellum 2. White flames erupted from the glacial relictus, washing over its wounds with the comprehensive authority of something that had decided the wounds were provisional rather than permanent. The crystal plates reformed. The bleeding stopped. The body that had been diminished returned to a configuration that was not its prior configuration but something grander, the engagement's damage converted into the raw material of the improvement rather than simply absorbed as loss. Platinum flames erupted from the 9-headed relictus in the same instant, the crowns that had been lost reforming above the heads that had lost them, each new crown carrying a slightly different quality than its predecessor, as though the process of losing and recovering it had refined the connection between the head and the crown rather than simply restoring the original arrangement. Both of them were stronger than before the damage. They went back to fighting. Noah watched the cycle for what felt like an enormous stretch of subjective time, the two relictus dismantling and recovering and becoming grander through each cycle of destruction, the word persevere rising from both of them at intervals that grew further apart as each recovery produced a configuration that could sustain engagement longer before requiring the declaration. The vision did not end because the fight ended. The fight did not end. Bellum, he said quietly into the vision space, the word carrying the specific resonance of a being finding the name for something they had already understood. Bellum. His existence began to buzz. He thought about his own conflicts. Not abstractly. Specifically. The moment of his emergence from his mother, which was itself a sustained engagement between his forming existence and every force that had been pressing against that emergence from the outside. Growing up in the conditions that had produced the memory of his father's belt. The apocalypse arriving and finding him alive on the other side of it. Every tier of Vakachev's framework he had pressed against and found yielding eventually, not because the framework had been generous but because he had refused the alternative. Every beast, demon, cultivator, primordials, living existences, early creatures, the living, the dead, primordial architects. Every gilded binding. Every sororis prima who had looked at him and categorized him as something that should not be standing where he was standing. The Bellum cause had been with him since before he had a name for it. It had been integrated into the infinite cause from the beginning, because the infinite cause was the cause of emergence through pain, and painful emergence was simply the Bellum cause applied to the specific act of coming into being. They were not separate truths. They were the same truth approached from different angles. So why would he not be able to pull the power of this cause? Why would it not integrate? The infinite cause was still manifesting, still growing, its full power not yet set in stone because the infiniverse had not yet completed her transformation into a genuine observable existence. When that completion arrived, when the infiniverse became what she was becoming, the power the infinite cause could draw on would be equivalent to what the first cause had drawn on when it produced the observable existence that currently existed. A cause at the scale of the first cause, into which he was now drawing the Bellum cause's weavings. The Bellum cause's weavings are being pulled and integrated into your infinite cause. Compatibility assessment, high. The infinite cause carries infinite variations within its framework and can emulate and fully comprehend the foundational truth of the Bellum cause without structural conflict. The two truths are not opposed. They are adjacent expressions of the same underlying reality. Your civilizational access is expanding. The contact with the Bellum Dreamstone has formed a direct line of connection between your cultivation and the prime cause substrate, bypassing the derived civilization intermediary that ordinary beings require for cause access. Your Hadean physiology is responding. The light of the Bellum cause is filling your bones, your organs, your foundations at the level where cultivation and identity share the same address. Integration is ongoing. HUUM. Multicolored brilliance erupted around Noah in the vision space, the colors carrying the specific warmth of a cultivation breakthrough arriving not through grinding accumulation but through genuine comprehension producing its natural consequence. Outside the vision, in the physical space of the Sanctum Valanthra, Custos Rani watched. Noah's body stood against the Bellum Dreamstone with his palm flat against its surface and his eyes closed, his expression carrying the specific stillness of someone receiving something too large for ordinary facial expression to adequately respond to. The multicolored light of his foundations pressed outward through his skin in slow pulsing waves that the rose-gold stone of the sanctum floor reflected back upward, turning the ground around him into a surface of shifting color. And then the Bellum Dreamstone began to light up. The crystalline growths of the stone, which had held their dim internal luminescence through all the centuries of the sanctum's existence before this afternoon, blazed outward with a crimson light that was not the rosegold of the Valanthra's ambient luxuria atmosphere but something far older, the specific crimson of conflict rendered into pure photonic expression. The light climbed through the stone from its deepest formations to its highest crystal tips and then erupted upward into a pillar that drove straight through the darker sky of the sanctum's interior and painted everything within the sanctum's borders in shifting crimson. A Bellum pillar. Rising from the Bellum Dreamstone. For the first time in the sanctum's documented history, Custos Rani's galaxy-filled eyes went wide with the specific expression of a being whose perceptual apparatus had just received information that its prior frameworks had no prepared category for. Her mouth opened slightly and did not produce a sound. From deeper within the sanctum, drawn by the crimson pillar that was visible from every corner of the space, gilded eyes turned. Gilded guardians at the threshold who had been maintaining their patient watch looked inward instead of outward for the first time in recent memory. Something had responded to a being touching the Bellum Dreamstone in a way that the stone had never responded to any prior visitor. The crimson pillar did not diminish. It pulsed, steady as a heartbeat, with the specific rhythm of a cause that had finally found the existence it had been waiting to properly introduce itself to. Chapter 52:10, Bellum 3. In the inner reaches of the Sanctum Valanthra, past the outer ring of dreamstones and beyond the pale rose-gold pathways that the attendants used for their daily maintenance rounds, there was a floating landmass that most visitors to the sanctum never reached because most visitors to the sanctum did not stay long enough to discover it existed. The landmass floated at a height that placed it above the primary dreamstone arrangement and below the ancient dark sky of the sanctum's interior, suspended in the specific manner of something that had always been there rather than something that had been placed. Its surface shone with the blended warmth of gold and crimson, the colors not painted onto it but emanating from within it the way the dreamstones emanated their prime cause energies. At its center stood a tree of multicolored composition, its trunk a deep bronze and its branches carrying leaves that shifted through the full range of cause colorations depending on the angle from which one observed them, the composite of several causes having taken root in the same soil and found, across the eons, a way to coexist. Beside the tree, a lake of extraordinary clarity held its water without a single ripple disturbing the surface, the bottom of it visible in complete detail despite a depth that suggested the lake had no intention of being as shallow as it appeared. Near the lake sat an old man. He could not truly be considered an old man by the standards of most beings who would assess him, because his foundations carried the specific density of something that had been refining itself for longer than most calibration frameworks were designed to measure. But he had the quality of age nonetheless. His hair was white and long, pulled loosely back. His robes were plain in the way that things worn by beings who had long since stopped needing to communicate their standing through fabric tended to be plain. He was known as Old Man Zeke, the Golden Bastion. His power sat at the Silurian Paleozoic scale, the second tier of the third scale of existence, which placed him above every prima serva in the sanctum and above every ordinary Ordovician gilded one who had ever come to touch the dreamstones with the carefully managed hopes of their own cultivation aspirations. He oversaw the operations of the entire sanctum not through administrative authority but through the simple fact that nothing occurred within its borders that he did not perceive and nothing occurred that he could not address if the addressing became necessary. He had been watching the foreign Luxuria enter. He had watched the brute force application of an extraordinarily potent Luxuria ego wash past his guardians with the casual efficiency of a being for whom the sanctum's entry conditions were not obstacles requiring solution but textures in the ambient environment to be navigated around. He had noted the absence of authorization. He had noted the absence of the proper designation standing. He had noted all of these things and had continued watching, because in his experience, beings who could brute force entry into the Sanctum Valanthra were beings worth watching rather than beings worth stopping. Curiosity was the correct response to capability. When the foreign Luxuria had moved directly to the Bellum Dreamstone without pausing at the others, Old Man Zeke had found this interesting. Visitors almost never went to the Bellum Dreamstone first. The Desidero and the Cognitio received the majority of first contacts, their truths more immediately legible to beings whose cultivations had been structured around wanting or knowing. The Bellum Dreamstone attracted primarily the Ira who had earned authorized access. Then the foreign Luxuria had placed his palm against the stone. And then the Bellum Dreamstone had lit up. Old Man Zeke had straightened slightly in his position by the lake. In all his years of standing guard over this sanctum, across the full span of the eons during which he had watched gilded ones of varying designations and varying capabilities approach the stones with varying degrees of prepared comprehension, he had never seen a dreamstone respond this way. The stone did not respond to contact. It delivered. It gave. It was the receiver rather than the broadcaster in the arrangement, opening its contents to the being touching it rather than projecting those contents outward. What was being produced right now was utterly ridiculous. The stone was screaming. Not literally, but in the specific existential sense of a cause that had found an existence it recognized as so thoroughly aligned with its foundational truth that the recognition had to be expressed outwardly rather than contained within the ordinary quiet of the contact relationship. The Bellum Dreamstone had found something in this foreign luxuria that it had not found in any prior visitor, and it was broadcasting that finding with the enthusiasm of a mechanism finally deployed in the precise application it had been built for. Old Man Zeke rose slowly from his position by the lake. Then, crack! The sky above the Bellum Dreamstone fractured open with the specific quality of something that had been waiting to open and had finally received the appropriate signal. Rivers of golden observable force and obsidian unobservable force began to circle the region, the two substrates braiding through each other in the slow deliberate patterns of a declaration being composed rather than an attack being launched. The booming declaration that followed did not originate from any being present in the sanctum. It came from the arrangement itself, from the substrate of Vakachev's scales registering an event that met its threshold for inscription. An accomplishment worthy of accolades and being carved on Vakachev's scales of existence has bloomed. A life form on the lower rungs of the scales has attained perfect resonance with a prime cause of an observable existence, allowing their name and record to be carved onto the scales. Old Man Zeke's eyes brightened. The lower rungs. He turned this over in the specific manner of a being who had learned to take unusual information seriously rather than dismissing it against prior expectations. On the lower rungs of the third scale meant Ordovician Paleozoic at best, which was the entry tier of the third scale, the tier at which gilded ones were considered newly arrived rather than established. Most gilded ones attempted prime cause integration at the Silurian tier, when their civilizational foundations had developed sufficient depth to sustain the attempt without fracturing. Some exceptional Ordovicians attempted it. Very few succeeded. But the declaration had said lower rungs. On the lower rungs of the third scale of existence. Old Man Zeke looked down from the floating landmass toward the dreamstone arrangement below. He could sense the luxuria gilded ones beginning to gather at the sanctum's borders from the broader domain. The brief pause stretched for several seconds. Then, the record has been made. With the least possible progression in Vakachev's scales, the Osmantian gazed upon the Bellum cause and instantly grasped its weavings fully, integrating them into his existence. Boom! Old Man Zeke's eyes shone brilliantly. The Osmantian. He said the name the way one might say the name of a country one had not known existed until the moment it appeared on a map, the specific tone of a being updating his model of the current arrangement with new information that changed several adjacent assumptions simultaneously. He looked down. On the hand of the Osmantian, below the dreamstone that was still blazing its crimson pillar into the sanctum's ancient sky, crimson rings had begun to form. One after another, settling into orbit around the wrist and forearm of the foreign luxuria who had brute-forced his way past the guardians and walked directly to the most overlooked of the three active stones and placed his palm against it as though he already knew what he was going to find there. The rings carried the visual signature of the Bellum cause manifesting in physical expression, but they carried it alongside something else, something compressed inside each ring with a density that the Bellum cause alone did not account for. Something that Old Man Zeke's Silurian Paleozoic perception could register the outline of without being able to fully classify. He descended from the floating landmass slowly, moving toward the dreamstone arrangement with the unhurried deliberateness of a being who had a question and had decided the most efficient path to its answer was a direct one. He wanted to see what the Osmantian looked like when he opened his eyes. Chapter 52:11, The Primus Apeiron. Noah opened his eyes. Crimson rings circled his forearms in slow independent orbits, each one carrying the compressed density of a cause that had just agreed to recognize him as a valid conduit. They were warm against his skin. The Bellum cause integration is active. Your existence has established a direct link to the Bellum cause. This link has bound itself onto your Hadean pillar of infinity, anchoring the cause connection to the structure you have built. Power from the Bellum cause is feeding continuously into your pillar. Your actualized civilizations within the pillar are receiving and metabolizing this power, each one growing grander as the cause's foundational truth amplifies whatever truth each civilization was already expressing. He looked up. His Hadean pillar of infinity rose above him in the invisible interior dimension only he could perceive, blazing with its accumulated civilizations in their layered tiers, the crystalline blue forest of the first tongue at its base and the eternal storm of civilizations at its apex. At the midpoint of the pillar, something new had arrived. Two massive crimson swords had materialized, each one burning with the pure expression of the Bellum cause, their blades holding the specific quality of things forged from the foundational truth of conflict rather than from any physical material. They spun around the pillar in opposing orbits, their rotation steady and patient, and from the paths they cut through the space around the pillar, tendrils of crimson light gushed outward in continuous streams that fed back into the pillar's structure. His actualized civilizations drank the power eagerly. Each one that touched the crimson tendrils grew subtly denser, subtly grander, the cause's authority amplifying the existing expressions within the pillar the way a rising tide amplifies every vessel floating on it. The two swords spun. The tendrils fed. The pillar grew. Integration is ongoing. New weavings are forming within your existence as the Bellum cause settles into your foundations. Comprehensive quantification of changes and new capabilities will require approximately a few minutes before a full feedback assessment becomes available. Continue to observe. He was about to look at his forearms more closely when something descended. He felt the power of it before he perceived the source, the specific pressure of a being operating at a tier significantly above the Ordovician Paleozoic. This was something beyond that. The density was different, the way deep ocean is different from surface water, carrying the weight of everything above it in addition to its own substance. An old man descended from the floating landmass above with the unhurried pace of a being who moved at his chosen speed because no circumstance had yet arisen that required him to reconsider that choice. His white hair moved loosely in the ambient currents of the sanctum. Noah gauged him. Silurian Paleozoic. The second tier of the third scale. This being felt so powerful that Noah instinctively knew he could not fight this man. Not with his current configuration. The assessment arrived cleanly and without the sting of ego because it was simply accurate, and accurate information was more useful than comfortable inaccuracy regardless of what the comfort would have felt like. The old gilded one looked at him. You came from nowhere. I won't ask which house. But how did you resonate with Bellum like that? Noah looked at the old man calmly, infinity and pillow talk buzzing in his ear as information flowed. Old man Zeke, Silurian Paleozoic scale. I have just gone through a lot of adversity. It matched well with war and conflict. Old man Zeke smiled. Then he laughed. Adversity. Good. Good. He settled into a position near Noah with the ease of a being making himself comfortable in a space he had occupied for longer than the conversation had existed. You actually don't know how right you are. He looked at Noah with the settled intelligence of a being who had earned his knowledge through duration rather than shortcut. There is a secret of existence that someone young like you might not know. Becoming stronger, climbing the scales of existence, one is capable of going further based on adversity. Difficulty. And one is able to rise across the scales faster depending on the risks and challenges they face and their convictions as they go through it. He gestured toward the dreamstone behind Noah. The more challenges one faces, the more dangerous those challenges are. The more terrifying the risks of what one could lose if they fail. All of these accelerate progression at rates that ordinary cultivation cannot replicate. They can make one's growth extremely fast. They can allow a being to touch a dreamstone and resonate with a prime cause as though they have been working toward that resonance across an entire civilizational span, when in truth they have simply faced enough genuine danger that the cause recognizes them as a being who has already been living its truth. His eyes held a knowing quality. This knowledge sits with only the more powerful superbious gilded ones. Most of the broader population does not have it, because the broader population does not need it. They progress along their engineered pathways at the rates their engineering permits. The deeper principles of what accelerates progression beyond those rates are not information that serves the arrangement to distribute widely. Noah's existence buzzed as he processed this. He looked backward across his entire journey, not just the recent arc but the full span, from the moment he had obtained a fireball skill in a world that was suddenly filling with dungeons and monsters. The blank focus value. The specific quality of advancement that had come not from quiet cultivation in safe conditions but from pressing against things that were trying to end him at every tier, facing beings who outclassed him by margins that should have made the outcome obvious, surviving through the combination of capability and conviction and the specific tyranny that had always been his most reliable asset. All of it was affirmed with Old Man Zeke's framework applied to it, even as he already knew a great deal about adversity. All of it made a different kind of sense. Old Man Zeke continued, his voice carrying the patient momentum of a being who had more to say and intended to say it in the order that served the comprehension best. Another factor affecting progression and rate of progression is what some would call starting point. Look at bounded lifeforms. Primordial architects and other types of bounded lifeforms born at the first scale, born with access to authority from their earliest moments, face challenges that are calibrated to their starting position. They advance. They plateau. They advance again. The ceiling of their progression is determined in part by the floor they started from. He paused for a brief moment of emphasis. But consider something mundane. A being with no energy, no authority, no cultivation framework, no inherited starting position. Something as weak as the lowest possible bounded lifeform on a star or a plane of existence, the weakest ant in the arrangement. Due to how weak they are, if they survive challenges, the distance they travel from starting point to current standing is so vast that the scales of existence register it differently. Infinite potential, derived precisely from their lowly nature. The gap between where they started and where adversity has brought them carries a weight that the scales acknowledge. He looked at Noah with the particular attention of a being who was choosing his next words carefully. But how likely is it for something so lowly to climb the scales, face challenge after challenge, and keep climbing successfully? The potential is infinite. The probability is nearly nothing. Which is what makes it extraordinary when it happens. Noah's eyes shone. What about us? What about gilded ones, he said. Gilded ones are born at the second scale or the third scale. Old Man Zeke smiled at this. The superbious gilded ones know this truth the most intimately of all. Our engineering allowed us to bypass many of the lower challenges entirely, arriving at the starting line with capabilities that bounded lifeforms spend eons climbing toward. This produces a specific problem. Beings who begin at high starting positions face a ceiling on how far adversity can carry them, because the gap between their floor and their potential ceiling is narrower than it is for those who began at the bottom. His eyes carried something that might have been respect. So we pit ourselves against terrifying challenges. The relictus. Engagements that genuinely threaten even our elevated starting positions, that produce the adversity our engineering exempted us from in our earlier development. He settled back slightly. And there is much more to it than someone of your current position would yet have access to. But I think you are beginning to understand the shape of it. He looked at the crimson ring still orbiting Noah's forearms with the patient rotation of newly established authority. Chapter 52:12, The Primus Apeiron. 2. As Noah listened to Old Man Zeke's words, the framework settled into him not as new revelation but as confirmation and expansion of what he had already known at an intuitive level. He sent the message inward. Ruination. Outline the modus operandi of existential progression based on all knowledge currently available. Modus operandi of existential progression, comprehensive outline, straight face. Factor 1: Adversity, risk, and challenge. Progression across the scales of existence is not a linear function of cultivation time or resource accumulation. The primary accelerant of genuine progression is adversity of sufficient intensity. The relationship operates as follows: the more genuinely dangerous the challenges a being faces, the more the foundational substrate of their existence is forced to expand beyond its prior configuration to accommodate survival. A challenge that does not genuinely threaten the being produces negligible progression acceleration. A challenge that has a genuine possibility of ending the being produces maximal progression acceleration upon survival. Risk is the critical variable within this factor. A being who faces difficult circumstances while protected from genuine consequence advances at ordinary cultivation rates. A being who faces the same circumstances with genuine existential stake advances at rates that the scales of existence register as anomalous. The scales themselves appear to weight progression outcomes by the magnitude of what was at risk during the engagement that produced the outcome. Conviction compounds this factor. Two beings facing identical challenges with identical capabilities will progress at different rates depending on the depth and clarity of the conviction they bring to the engagement. Conviction is not confidence. Confidence is a performance. Conviction is a structural commitment that does not recalibrate based on current odds. Factor 2: Starting point. The floor from which a being begins their climb determines the ceiling their climb can reach through adversity. A being who begins with significant advantages, engineering, inherited cultivation, favorable classification, faces a compressed range of potential progression. Their starting point reduces the distance between where they are and where their ceiling sits, and distance is one of the raw materials that adversity converts into advancement. Beings who begin at the lowest possible starting point carry, in their lowliness, an infinite range of potential progression distance. The gap between the absolute floor and any achievable ceiling is maximized when the floor is absolute. This does not guarantee progression. It guarantees that progression, if achieved, will be registered by the scales as extraordinary. Practical implication: the most rapid progressors in recorded existence have begun at the lowest available starting points and survived challenges that should not have been survivable at those starting points. The scales weight these survivals heavily. Factor 3: Comprehension depth. Progression is not only physical or cultivational. Beings who develop genuine comprehension of the foundational truths underlying their cultivation, all existential forces, including infinity, primordial source, prime causes, and the deeper substrates those causes rest upon, advance at rates that pure combat-based adversity alone cannot produce. Comprehension integrates the foundational truth into the being's existence at a level below the cognitive, making the being a more efficient vessel for the forces they are working with. Factor 4: Network amplification. A being whose cultivation is connected to other cultivating beings through genuine bonds can draw on the adversity of the entire network rather than only their own adversity. The quintessence infiniforce distribution system and the sandbox framework allow cultivation breakthroughs to propagate across a network, meaning that each individual within the network benefits from the adversity-driven progression of every other individual. Network size and bond quality both contribute to the amplification factor. Factor 5: Observable and unobservable forces, infinity, causes, primordial source integration. Beings who successfully integrate observable and unobservable forces, infinity, causes, or primordial source into their foundational existence affects their progression. Each integrated factor multiplies the effectiveness of the being's engagement with adversity because the factor itself carries the full experiential weight of its foundational truth, amplifying every engagement the being enters. Summary: maximum progression velocity is achieved by a being with minimal starting advantages, facing genuine existential risk driven by deep conviction, with foundational comprehension of the existential forces governing their cultivation, operating within a network that amplifies individual adversity across the collective, and actively integrating existential forces rather than merely accessing them through derived frameworks. Noah read through the complete outline. He looked at Old Man Zeke. I want to challenge myself a bit more. Apart from the Bellum cause, I want to see if I can do the same to the other causes here. Boom! Old Man Zeke's smile arrived brilliantly, the smile of a being who had not expected his afternoon to produce something this interesting and was genuinely delighted by the surprise. Why not? Let's see if a Luxuria has been hiding in Valanthra and is now about to shine. Noah began moving toward the Cognitio Dreamstone. Adversity. Risk. Challenges. Comprehension. Starting point. Network. Existential forces. Noah whispered the words in a different space entirely. Behind him, Naldine Manthan stood with her vihuela humming against her back, her singularity-dotted eyes tracking his stillness with patient attention. Beside her, Archlich Arezon occupied the specific quality of presence that beings who had transcended ordinary classifications tended to occupy, dense and old and carrying the texture of accumulated power that had long since ceased needing to announce itself. Dr. Hall stood at the periphery with the clinical focus of someone mentally cataloging everything occurring in real time. Henry Osmont, blue-billed hair catching the ambient light, stood with the composed readiness of a younger version of a face Noah saw in his own reflection. Around all of them, the beating heart of a gilded one lay open on the examination surface, its golden-pink luminescence pulsing with the patient rhythm of an organ that had not yet accepted that its context had permanently changed. Noah could not get the words out of his mind. Whenever he became fixated on something, he never let it go until it produced a result. This was a feature he had stopped trying to classify as either virtue or flaw because the classification had never changed the behavior. Chapter 52:13, The Primus Apeiron. 3. He had studied gilded anatomy. He had reverse-engineered the components from the gift the creature had left him. He had the sandbox. He had his infinite scales, which he could arrange and rearrange and expand to include new elements as knowledge arrived that warranted inclusion. He was currently in the process of incorporating prime cause access into his infinitas architectura, which meant his scales could absorb what his engagements produced and integrate it structurally rather than merely experientially. And now, with every factor of progression laid out clearly, with adversity and risk and challenge and starting point all illuminated as the actual mechanisms underlying what he had been doing instinctively since the first dungeon appeared in his world, he wanted to optimize. His mind buzzed with the specific intensity of a calculation that had found its proper scope. Rivers of infinity began to surge around him, Niru absolute infinity pressing outward from his foundations with the urgency of substance that had something significant to do with itself. Infinite epiphany state initiating. Your perception is being stretched toward infinity. In this state, boundless knowledge and countless parallel possibilities are emerging, converging, and diverging within your mind simultaneously. Every path available to your cultivation, every engineering configuration you have the substrate to produce, every application of infinite authority your current integration permits, all of them are present at once in their full detail for as long as this state is sustained. Duration within the state is subjective. External time will not reflect internal duration. Boom! Blue filled everything. Then multicolored brilliance replaced the blue, saturating his perception completely before resolving into something more specific, a vast endless sea of quintessence infiniforce stretching in every direction that the concept of direction applied to, its surface carrying the deep luminescence of substance that had been generating from his existence for long enough that it had accumulated into something that could properly be called an ocean. Ahead of him, massive and still, was a humanoid outline of his own body. He began to work. The rivers of infinity and observable force that circulated around the sea entered the outline of his existence and permeated through it, moving through the Hadean physiology he knew in full detail, through his organ of civilization, through each of his 206 Hadean bones and each of his 78 Hadean organs, flowing through the architecture of himself with the intimacy of substance that belonged there. He took everything he knew. His own physiology. Bounded physiology at every tier he had encountered. Gilded physiology from the components he had studied and the anatomies he had observed and the engineering methodologies he had partially reverse engineered. The principle of adversity as accelerant. The specific relationship between risk and progression. The cause connections he had established. The network architecture of his quintessence infiniforce distribution. The relictus behavior he had witnessed through the Bellum Dreamstone vision, the two relictus tearing each other apart and recovering stronger through the declaration of a single word, the endless war producing endless advancement. And he began to design. Days passed inside the stretched moment of infinity. Weeks passed. He tested configurations and discarded them. He tested variations and refined them. He tested the engineering against every adversarial scenario he could construct and asked how it would hold, how it would fail, where the failure points were and whether they were acceptable failure points or catastrophic ones. On the 81st day. HUUM. The mental landscape had changed. The endless sea of infinity remained, blue and deep and vast, but above its surface now floated millions of beating hearts. Each one pulsed in its own rhythm, but the rhythms were connected, each heartbeat resonating with the others in the specific way that a network of connections resonates when every node within it is contributing to the same oscillation. The hearts were distributed across the sea without apparent organization, but their aggregate pattern held a coherence that the individual pulses did not express. At the center of it all, the massive illusory outline of his body had completed its transformation. It was still humanoid in the architectural sense. But the specifics had been rebuilt. The body was covered in multicolored scales that caught the infinity light of the sea and refracted it into shifting prismatic patterns, each scale carrying the compressed density of Hadean engineering refined further than his current form expressed. The scales were not armor applied to a humanoid frame. They were the frame itself, the skin and the protection and the power conduit all unified into a single integrated surface that breathed and moved with the body it composed. The spine extended beyond the ordinary humanoid terminus into a spiked tail that carried its own Hadean authority, the spikes along its length burning with compressed singularities of infinity that rotated slowly in their individual orbits. Along the back, jagged bone-like protrusions rose from either side of the spine in two parallel rows, each one a Hadean structure that served as both physical reinforcement and authority channel, the channels within them carrying observable force in dense flowing lines that were visible as gold threading through the scale surface of the body. The head carried scales across its full surface, the scales finer and denser at the face, covering the features in a way that preserved their recognizability while making them something grander than recognizable. Four horns emerged from the forehead in two symmetrical pairs, each horn burning at its tip with a singularity of compressed infinity and observable force that rotated slowly, the rotation producing small trails of multicolored light that followed the singularity's path like the tails of miniature stars. The eyes were crystalline blue, burning with the specific quality of infinity held at density that exceeded the ordinary madness threshold while remaining coherent because the engineering had been designed specifically to hold that density without losing the self that held it. The face was filled with bestial regal coldness. The specific coldness of a being for whom the environment, regardless of what the environment contained, was simply where they currently happened to be. Noah looked at it. This was the Apeiron. Or for him, the Primus Apeiron. He had based the concept on the relictus, on the vision from the Bellum Dreamstone, on the specific relationship between endless war and endless advancement. The relictus descended whenever gilded ones approached the primordial source, acting as gatekeepers of a power that they guarded through presence and force rather than through law or administration. They fought. They persevered. They became grander through the fighting. He wanted to design a challenge for infinity in the same register. He wanted to send himself and his people as lifeforms burning with infinity into endless war and adversity, to reclaim infinity through conflict, to use the adversity mechanism Old Man Zeke had articulated and that the Bellum Dreamstone had demonstrated as the primary accelerant of progression that the Gilded Ones had been using against the Relictus for exactly this reason. But he did not want to jeopardize himself or his people through actual permanent collapse. The risk had to be genuine. The adversity had to be unfiltered. The death had to be real enough to hurt. But the existential finality of true collapse needed to be suspended, the way a training ground suspended lethal consequences while still producing genuine physical conditioning. The hearts across the sea were the answer. The Apeiron. He said the name aloud into the stretched moment of infinity, and the word settled with the specific weight of a name that had been waiting for the right concept to attach to. He brought the stretched moment to its end. Actualize my dream. Enact my vision. Let the Apeiron Hadean engineering fall on me as I shall test it out. Boom. Chapter 52:14, The Primus Apeiron. 4. The vision faded. The sea of infinity receded. The beating hearts dissolved into the ambient quintessence infiniforce. The massive illusory outline returned to the background of his internal perception. He was back in the space where his people were gathered around the gilded heart. From him, outward, terrifying concentrations of infinity gushed in every direction at once. The Apeiron Hadean engineering, actualization commencing. Designation, the Primus Apeiron. Noah Osmont. The first and primary Apeiron, from whose existence all subsequent Apeiron engineering is derived. Core axiom, the Apeiron are Hadean lifeforms whose engineering has been specifically optimized around the adversity as accelerant principle of existential progression. They are designed to fight, to fall, to return, and to advance through the cycle of falling and returning at rates that stable cultivation cannot achieve. They are the infinite war made existential form. Physical engineering, the Apeiron frame straight face. The Apeiron Hadean frame incorporates multicolored Hadean scales across the full body surface, each scale functioning simultaneously as physical reinforcement, authority conduit, and infinity channel. The scales are resistant to external cause authority, reducing the effectiveness of prime cause expressions and pulses of the scales directed against them by approximately 60% at current engineering levels. The scales are further resistant to raw infinity manipulation, making external attempts to seize or redirect the Apeiron's own infinity approximately 80% less effective. Spiked Hadean tail, an extension of the Hadean spine of infinite flexibility, carrying compressed singularities of infinity that can be deployed as focused point strikes carrying the full density of Niru absolute infinity at the contact point. Dorsal spinal protrusions, parallel rows of Hadean bone structures along the back that serve as secondary authority channels, carrying infinity, and observable force in dense flows that reinforce the Apeiron's passive existential radiation. Hadean horns, four-horn configuration on the forehead, each horn burning at its tip with a rotating singularity of compressed infinity and observable force. The singularities function as focused perception anchors, allowing the Apeiron to perceive existential configurations in the surrounding space with greater precision than standard Hadean skull of infinite perception permits. Core capability, the infinity devour straight face. Apeiron can actively siphon the infinity reserves of beings within their proximity, pulling the infinity out of enemies' foundations through sustained contact or focused channeling and integrating it into their own reserves. Extended devour against a single target can permanently reduce that target's infinity capacity, as the Apeiron's engineering restructures the consumed infinity to prevent it from returning to its original host. This capability scales with the Apeiron's own infinity density. The more infinity an Apeiron currently holds, the more efficiently and rapidly they can devour external infinity. Core capability, the Apeiron emergence straight face. Apeiron can emerge anywhere within observable existence or the brain world observable existence where infinity is present and where the Primus Apeiron has previously been. Infinity is essentially everywhere in both domains, making this a near-existential deployment capability. The emergence is instantaneous. No traversal occurs. The Apiron's existence collapses at the point of departure and reconstructs at the point of arrival within a single moment. Designation for this capability: the infinite step. Core capability: the Apiron Warfield straight face. Apiron in proximity to each other produce a resonance that compounds their individual infinity devour, their individual existential radiation, and their individual combat effectiveness. The Warfield scales with the number of Apiron present and with the quality of their quintessence infiniforce connections. Maximum effect is achieved when all Apiron in a region are bonded to the Primus Apiron through active quintessence infiniforce channels. Death and return: the Apiron cycle straight face. When an Apiron is collapsed or killed in engagement, their weavings do not dissolve into the ambient substrate as ordinary deaths do. Their foundational record, their memories, their cultivation history, their accumulated progression, their cause connections is drawn back through infinity to the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity, which is anchored within the infiniverse under ruination's oversight. The death is real. The pain is real. The experience of collapse is unfiltered and genuine, carrying the full experiential weight of ending without the administrative convenience of a training room's safety protocols. This genuineness is the mechanism. The death registers as adversity because it is adversity. The scales respond accordingly, albeit lesser. The Primus Apiron, return designation: the infinite return. Cost: Niru absolute infinity expenditure sufficient to reconstruct full existential form. Return time: 10 minutes from point of collapse. Standard Apiron, return designation: the Hadean return. Return time: 1 hour from point of collapse. No additional cost beyond what the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity provides. Progression note: because genuine existential collapse is not possible for Apiron in the permanent sense, the progression acceleration factor is approximately 40% lower than it would be for beings facing equivalent adversity without the return mechanism. This reduction is the cost of the safety architecture. The reduction does not negate the acceleration. It calibrates it. Apiron will still progress at rates that exceed ordinary cultivation by significant margins. They will simply progress at rates somewhat below what they would achieve if the death were genuinely final. Anchoring the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity straight face. A new organ, distinct from the existing Hadean organ of civilization, has been formed and anchored within the infiniverse. This organ receives the returning weavings of collapsed Apiron and reconstructs them across the designated return period. The organ has sufficient capacity to process multiple simultaneous returns. Ruination oversees its operation. Existential radiation: the Apiron presence straight face. The Apiron's passive existential radiation carries the combined signature of infinity at Hadean density, the infinite cause and the bellum cause's foundational truth, and the specific quality of a being whose engineering has been built around the acceptance of endless conflict. The radiation produces in beings within its range a specific response, an awareness that whatever the Apiron is, it has come to fight, and that the fight will continue regardless of what the target does. The Primus Apiron additionally radiates the authority of the infinite cause through the existential radiation, meaning his presence communicates the specific truth that existence emerges through pain to every being within his range at the foundational level rather than the cognitive one. The Primus Apiron status, anchoring confirmed. Ready for deployment. The transformation completed. Chapter 52:15, The Primus Apiron. V. Noah stood in the form he had spent 81 subjective days designing. Multicolored scales covered his body, each one catching the ambient light and refracting it into shifting prismatic patterns that moved with his breathing. The golden lines of observable force threaded between the scales in visible flows, the gold warm against the multicolored surface. His four horns burned at their tips with their rotating singularities. His spiked tail extended behind him with patient presence. The dorsal protrusions rose along his back in their two parallel rows. Above his head, a spinning multicolored crown of flame orbited. It burned with the full spectrum of his quintessence infiniforce, multicolored and brilliant and carrying the specific authority of a being who had built his crown rather than inherited it. Multicolored flames of infinity gushed from his entire form. The Primus Apiron Hadean organ of infinity, anchored. Deployment authorized. 2 burning crimson swords materialized in the air around him, orbiting his form with the steady rotation of newly integrated authority. The bellum caused burning in each blade with the patient willingness of a truth that had been waiting for a weapon to inhabit. He roared. Oh! The sound was not human and was not entirely unhuman and was entirely his, carrying the full harmonic depth of a form that had been designed to produce exactly this specific quality of declaration as it burned with infinity and almost seemed mad. As if filled with the Gamagian. Boom! He disappeared. Behind him, the space where he had been standing held only the afterimage of multicolored brilliance and the residual warmth of infinity that had just been present in significant density. Naldine's Vihuela had gone quiet. Her singularity-dotted eyes looked at the space he had occupied with shock. Archlich Arezon said nothing. Henry Osmond looked at the space his father had occupied with wide eyes and a slowly emerging expression of incredulity. Before any of them could complete a thought worth voicing, the illusory figure of ruination materialized before them. Crimson-blue luminescence, grand and composed, her presence carrying the specific authority of a system intelligence that had just received significant new operational parameters and was ready to begin deployment. She looked at each of them in turn. She snapped her hands. Multiple multicolored singularities of infinity bloomed throughout the surrounding space, each one pulsing with the warmth of a system ready to receive. The Apiron Hadean engineering is available for integration. Master has already led the way. Enter the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity and receive your Apiron Hadean engineering so that your existences can advance and progress. The war has been declared. The adversity has been designed. The mechanism is ready. Enter. In the multicolored wandering territories, a deluge of multicolored sea stretched in every direction, its surface carrying the specific quality of existence that had not yet decided what it wanted to become. Sororis Prima Prabhavati floated above it in her radiant sari, her pulsing necklaces and earrings carrying the ambient authority of her Ordovician Paleozoic standing in their refined metalwork. Beside her floated another Sororis Prima, robed in the layered gold of a different sanctum's administrative authority, her Ira custodes flanking them both with the dense stillness of weapons in patient readiness. 3 Ordovician Paleozoic beings above a sea that had recently produced a relictus emergence. Prabhavati's expression carried the specific weary precision of a being fulfilling an obligation she considered somewhat below her typical operational scope. We are wasting our time down here. A relictus rising from this place after eons does not mean another will do so. She let the observation settle. But I understand the threat and why we are here. A measured exhale. HAAA. The other Sororis Prima opened her mouth to reply, but... Boom! Above them both, space cracked. The Primus Apiron emerged from the crack with his full burning glory, multicolored flames gushing from his scaled form, the 4 horns burning at their tips, the crimson swords orbiting him in their steady rotation, the multicolored crown of fire spinning above his head. The ambient infinity of the wandering territories surged toward him the instant he appeared, the way infinity had always moved toward concentrations of itself that exceeded the ambient density, the sea below him churning upward in rising currents that pressed toward his form with the eagerness of substance recognizing something grander than itself. He looked down at the 3 gilded ones below him with eyes that burned crystalline blue and carried the specific coldness of a being for whom this engagement had already been accounted for in his planning. He opened his mouth. The sound that came out carried the harmonic depth of a being whose form had been designed to produce declarations that existence registered before minds registered them. War. His voice carried across the multicolored sea. War. The crimson swords burned brighter. War. Boom. Infinite brilliance rose from him in every direction simultaneously. The declaration made existential form, and below him the multicolored sea of the wandering territories began to churn with the urgency of existence that had just been informed that as of this moment, a new era was blooming. The creature, on guardians, and the unguarded. The relictus have never rested. Across every age I have studied, across every record I have managed to pull from the archives of beings who survived long enough to write things down, the relictus have been present wherever the primordial source gathered in sufficient density to attract attention. They fought the gilded ones who approached it. They fought each other when no gilded ones were near. They fought the space itself sometimes, as though existence in the vicinity of the primordial source required constant violent tending to remain what it was. I do not know if they chose this role or if the role chose them, and I suspect the distinction does not matter to them. The point is that the primordial source has never been unguarded. I found this interesting for a long time without knowing why I found it interesting. Then I began to think about infinity. Infinity is everywhere. It flows through observable existence and through the brain world above it and through the spaces between spaces where beings like me spend our stranger hours. Countless beings draw on it. Countless civilizations are built from it. The gilded engineer their people to breathe it. The bounded climb toward it as the primary currency of their progression. It saturates everything that can be saturated and persists in everything else as an ambient condition that nobody thinks to question. Nobody guards it. No relictus descends when a being draws on infinity. No ancient force interposes itself between an existence and the infinite substrate they are about to tap. Infinity spreads freely, is used freely, is consumed and redirected and weaponized and engineered into the foundations of beings across the full span of existence without anything resembling the constant violent vigilance that the relictus apply to the primordial source. I spent considerable time wondering why. I am not unbiased. I have touched the primordial source and I know what it feels like, and I am aware that my knowledge of that feeling inclines me toward overstating its significance relative to infinity. I tried to account for the bias. Even accounting for it fully, I could not arrive at a conclusion that placed the primordial source above infinity in any framework I trusted. Infinity is the ocean. The primordial source is what the ocean rests on. Both are necessary. Neither is lesser. The question of which deserves more vigilant protection should not, by any reasoning I could construct, produce the answer that the ocean goes unguarded while only the ground beneath it receives constant armed attention. And then the Apiron appeared. I did not understand what I was looking at immediately. I observed them from the distance that my current circumstances permitted, and I registered the specific quality of what they were: beings burning with infinity. They were guards. Not appointed ones. Not ancient ones with eons of territorial memory. New ones. Ones who had been designed rather than born into the role. Someone, someone, had looked at the unguarded ocean and decided the ocean deserved the same attention as the ground. I do not know yet where this leads. I know that it is one among many sparks of a change that existence has not yet finished registering. The scales themselves seem to be holding their breath. I have learned, across my eons, to pay attention when the scales hold their breath. The Creature, from his records, Chapter 52:16, First Blood. The power felt different in this form. It was not merely the scales or the horns or the tail cutting slow patient arcs through the multicolored air of the wandering territories. It was the specific quality of how the infinite cause and the bellum cause moved through him simultaneously, the two truths occupying the same foundational space without friction. Existence emerges and existence fights sitting beside each other in his foundations with the easy compatibility of things that had always belonged in the same sentence. He had been born fighting. He had emerged fighting. The bellum cause had always been part of his infinite cause. He simply had the vocabulary for it now. He moved. Wah! The distance between his emergence point and Sororis Prima Prabhavati collapsed in a fraction of the interval that the word instant usually described. The infinite step had deposited him above the three gilded ones. He crossed the remaining space on his own momentum, and the crossing was so fast that the multicolored sea below them registered his passage as a disturbance before the gilded ones registered his arrival as a threat. His fist drove toward Prabhavati. The crimson rings of the bellum cause had gathered around his hand and forearm in dense orbiting bands, each ring spinning at its own velocity, each one feeding the strike with the foundational authority of a cause that had been present in his existence since before he had known to name it. The bands compressed as the fist accelerated, the compression producing a forward point of crimson force that preceded the physical strike by a fraction of a distance, a herald of what the contact would deliver. The two crimson swords orbiting his body responded to the motion of the strike by releasing pulses of crimson lightning in parallel arcs that framed the punch's trajectory like a declaration written in war. From behind, moving in the silent separate consciousness of something that had been designed to act independently of whatever his hands were doing, his tail struck. It moved with the specific deadliness of a thing that did not need to announce itself to be effective, the spear tip of compressed infinity at its end driving toward Prabhavati's back with the patient inevitability of a conclusion that had already been written. She was fast. He registered genuine surprise at how fast she was, the specific appreciation of a being who had calibrated his expectations against what he had previously encountered and found the calibration needed adjustment. Prabhavati's body erupted with infinity and observable force before his fist had completed half its arc, the activation not sequential but simultaneous, her foundations producing their response at a speed that confirmed she had been in genuine danger before. The Silurian light activated. The pulse she had earned blazed outward from her form in a wave of multicolored light, its regression-inducing truth pressing outward to meet his incoming strike with the full force of a cause that had unmade beings of comparable development before. Behind her, blooming from the spacer erupting power carved open, thousands of hands manifested in towering golden formations, their forms carrying the specific aesthetic of ancient iconography given existential weight, layered and multiplied and burning with observable force, each hand raised in a configuration that suggested both protection and retribution simultaneously. It was, Noah registered in the compressed interval of his Hadean mind's perception, genuinely impressive. It was also insufficient. His claw thundered into the Silurian light. The pulse did not stop him. It did not slow him. His Apiron scales, engineered specifically to resist cause authority at approximately 60% reduction, met the regression-inducing truth of the Silurian light and turned it, and what the scales did not turn, the infinity devourer consumed. The pulse's energy, the observable force Prabhavati had erupted with, the infinity she had poured into her response, all of it flowed into his claw the way infinity flowed toward greater concentrations of itself, absorbed into his Apiron engineering with the efficiency of a system built for exactly this category of consumption. He drank her Silurian light. His claw drove into her with the full undiminished force of the strike plus the consumed energy of everything she had deployed to stop it, the impact carrying the compound weight of his punch and her own pulse turned against her in the same contact point. Boom! Simultaneously, his tail had not struck once. It had struck an infinite number of times in the interval his Hadean mind had stretched into something that accommodated infinite iterations, each strike occupying its own fractional moment, the cumulative effect manifesting to external perception as millions of spear points of infinity blooming outward from his tail's arc in every forward direction simultaneously. The millions of spears covered every spatial coordinate that Prabhavati and the two gilded ones behind her occupied, the coverage total, the simultaneity genuine, the force behind each individual spear carrying the compressed infinity of his full Apiron reserves divided across the infinite iterations without diminishing because Niru absolute infinity divided infinitely still produced infinity at every division point. Prabhavati's golden hands shattered across the spear bloom. Boom! Every one of them. The shock on her face as she was smashed backward was the specific shock of a Sororis Prima who had deployed her full prepared response and found her full prepared response consumed in return and added to the force of the thing that had absorbed it. Her radiance blazed with the residual energy of everything she had released that had not reached him, the observable force she had not managed to pour into her pulse crackling outward from her form as her body was flung through the multicolored sea of the wandering territories at a velocity that her own foundations had not chosen. A relictus. The thought moved through the other Sororis Prima's consciousness with the specific speed of a classification that had been the only available explanation for something that should not have been possible from a direction nobody had been monitoring for that category of threat. Her Ira custodes had the same thought at the same moment, both of them producing identical assessments through entirely different internal frameworks, arriving at the same wrong answer with the synchronized efficiency of beings who had trained for relictus response and were now executing that training. The other Sororis Prima burned. The Silurian cause itself blazed through her, not merely her derived civilizations or her structured pulses but the prime cause authority she had been cultivating toward for eons, rivers of infinity flames erupting from her form in cascading configurations that rewrote the ambient conditions of the surrounding wandering territories in a 50 light-year radius, the temperature of the engagement space increasing by orders of magnitude as the Silurian cause expressed itself. And yet... she found all the infinity devoured. The rivers of infinity flames simply stopped existing in the space between her and Noah, pulled into his Apeiron engineering with the same comprehensive efficiency he had demonstrated against Prabhavati's response, his scales metabolizing the Silurian cause authority that accompanied the infinity with the specific resistance his engineering had been built to express against exactly this category of input. Boom! She and her Ira custodes were smashed backward together, the impact of his simultaneous engagement registering through both of them with enough force that the question of damage was not a question but a confirmation, the damage present and genuine. HUUM. They were flung. All three of them, Prabhavati and the other Sororis Prima and her Ira custodes, tumbling through light years of the wandering territories in the specific manner of beings whose trajectories had been decided for them by something that had not been interested in their input on the matter. 3 gilded ones, smashed backwards. Noah stood in the space they had vacated. The multicolored sea churned below him from the combined force of what had just occurred. The crimson swords continued their patient orbits. His tail drew back to its resting position with the unhurried ease of a thing that had completed its intended function. The bellum cause burned in the rings around his forearms. The Infinity Devourer had consumed more in this single engagement than he had consumed across the entire duration of his time in the brain world so far, and his Apeiron reserves were fuller than they had been when he arrived. He looked in the direction the 3 gilded ones had been flung. And he took a step towards them once more. Chapter 52:17, First Blood. 2. He took another step. The infinite step deposited him before the Ira custodes in the specific fraction of an instant that his Apeiron engineering permitted, close enough that the gilded warrior's perception had registered his departure from the prior position but had not yet completed the calculation of where the arrival would occur. His tail moved first. It lashed outward toward the custodes' head and heart simultaneously, the spear point of compressed infinity at its end splitting its trajectory along 2 separate arcs that converged on the 2 targets from angles that a single appendage should not have been able to cover, the engineering of his form permitting articulations that ordinary anatomy did not. The tail found the custodes' chest with one arc and his skull with the other, the impacts landing in the same moment, and the force carried through both contact points with the full density of Niru absolute infinity behind each. Boom! The custodes' body tore. Noah opened his jaws. What followed was not elegant and was not meant to be. His Apeiron form had been built around the axiom of endless conflict, and conflict at its most fundamental was not a thing of elegance but of comprehensive consumption. He closed his jaws around the Ira custodes with the comprehensive finality of a being whose engineering had incorporated the devouring principle at its structural level, the gilded warrior disappearing into him in a single motion that left behind only the aftermath. Crimson gold blood gushed from his mouth, running down his scaled chin and dripping from the lower edges of his jaw in slow heavy drops that struck the multicolored sea below with sounds that the ambient environment registered as impacts of significant mass. He swallowed. The Infinity Devourer engaged on contact, pulling the custodes' foundational reserves inward and integrating them with the comprehensive efficiency of a system that had been designed to do exactly this. He wiped his jaw with the back of his scaled hand. His other hand was already moving. He waved it outward, a gesture so casual that beings observing it might have mistaken it for a conversational emphasis rather than an offensive deployment, and from the motion, boundless multicolored infinity coalesced into form with the immediate responsiveness of substance that had been waiting for permission to become something specific. Trillions of fireballs. He fucking loved them, so why not? They formed in the space his gesture had carved open and they shot outward like bullets, the word bullets being approximately accurate in their velocity and their numbers and their specific quality of being small and fast and carrying a consequence that exceeded their apparent size. They covered the distance between Noah and the two Sororis Primas in the interval between the gesture that produced them and the breath that followed, and they targeted both Prabhavati and the being he now had the name for through Pillow Talk's patient information flow. Sororis Primo Lashti. Both of them had not been idle in the interval since being flung through light years of the wandering territories. Their foundations burned with boundless observable force and infinity at the full deployment the Magnus Sororis cultivation methodology could produce, and the space around them had been converted into a chaotic sea of their combined authority, the ambient environment within their immediate radius rewritten into a medium that operated according to their own Paleozoic power. Multiple pulses bloomed simultaneously as both of them bellowed outward with the specific vocal quality of beings who had understood from the preceding 2 seconds that this engagement had a genuine possibility of concluding their existences. They were not wrong to understand this. Boom! Noah's fireballs shredded through everything. They devoured the seas of observable force and infinity that the two Sororis had constructed around themselves with the same comprehensive efficiency his Apiron engineering had demonstrated against the Silurian cause authority earlier, pulling the medium apart and consuming it and continuing forward without the deceleration that the medium had been deployed to produce. The pulses that bloomed into the fireball's paths were absorbed alongside the observable force, their energies integrated into the projectile's mass rather than stopping them, each fireball arriving at its target heavier and more dangerous than when it had departed. The countless fireballs swept through the region. When the scene settled, Prabhavati and Lashti hung in the space with bloody expressions and holes in different areas of their bodies, the holes carrying the specific quality of wounds that had been made by something that had consumed the defensive architecture around the impact point before delivering the impact. Their expressions were livid. Livid. Then. HUUM. Space shook. Not in one direction. In every direction simultaneously, the shaking carrying the specific quality of a medium responding to the arrival of multiple significant bodies at the same moment rather than to a single large force. From every surrounding coordinate of the wandering territories, hundreds of gilded ones began to appear, their presences registering against Noah's Apiron perception in a cascade of arrivals that continued for several seconds, each new arrival adding its weight to the aggregate pressure that was now filling this region of the wandering territories with Paleozoic authority. Most were Ira, standing in their dense martial stillness behind superbious gilded ones or superbious Sororis Primas whose robes carried the administrative authority of multiple houses. Noah looked at each of them. His eyes shone. This was adversity. This was challenge. This was risk, genuine existential risk, the hundreds of Paleozoic beings surrounding him representing a combined force that could, and very likely would, end his current body's engagement in this space in a manner that would send his weavings back to the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity for 10 minutes of return time. He had designed the system for exactly this. He raised his clawed hands. The multicolored crown above his head blazed with renewed intensity, the flames spinning faster in their orbital patterns as his infinity responded to the proximity of this many beings simultaneously. His entire form gushed multicolored flames, the flames carrying the compound signature of the infinite cause and the bellum cause together in a single broadcast that the ambient existence of the wandering territories registered before the hundreds of gilded ones registered it consciously. I welcome you, officially, to observable existence. His voice carried the harmonic depth of his apeiron form, rolling outward through the multicolored sea below and upward through the gilded assembly. I welcome you to war. Boom! He bellowed. The sound that came out was not the measured voice of a pragmatic tyrant offering a dry aside. It was something deeper and older and less filtered, the sound of a being for whom the Gamagian's madness had become something other than madness when channeled through the specific engineering of an existence that had been built to hold infinite conflict without losing itself inside it. His body constricted, every scaled surface compressing inward as though his form were compressing itself toward a point of total concentration, the infinity within him folding inward under pressure that his apeiron foundations were rated to sustain. Then releasing. War. Boom. Drums began to play. And then the endless stream erupted. Infinity and observable force converged in the space surrounding his raised hands and compressed with the patient urgency of substance being asked to become more than it currently was, and what it became was not fireballs in the ordinary sense of the word. The illusory crimson swords orbiting his body contributed their bellum cause authority to every projectile as it formed, the crimson light and lightning of conflict's foundational truth threading through each one, and what emerged from the convergence were singularities. Deadly singularities that carried temperatures sufficient to wipe an entire fold from existence through thermal consequence alone, their surfaces burning with the crimson gold of bellum cause authority wrapped around multicolored infinity cores wrapped around observable force compression, each one a small complete catastrophe formatted for delivery. And there were endless of them. They surged outward in every direction simultaneously, covering every coordinate that any of the hundreds of assembled gilded ones occupied, the coverage total and the timing simultaneous, and the force behind each individual singularity carrying enough authority that the question of whether Ordovician Paleozoic foundations could sustain direct contact was not a theoretical question but an empirical one about to receive empirical fucking answers. On this day, in the multicolored seas of the wandering territories, the Primus Apeiron had declared war. Not on a house. Not on a faction. On observable existence itself, on every being within it who had been built on the foundational assumption that what they were was the limit of what anything could be, on every structure erected atop the premise that bounded lifeforms occupied one side of an uncrossable line and the gilded ones occupied the other. A war on all those who utilized infinity. HUUM. Chapter 52:18, Darkness. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. What the fuck? This thought ran through Sororis Prima Prabhavati's consciousness on continuous loop as she moved backward through the multicolored sea of the wandering territories with a franticness she would later refuse to admit had been franticness, because the monstrous thing that had appeared above her continued charging through everything she deployed against it even as hundreds of gilded ones materialized in the surrounding space. She had thought relictus immediately. The thought had lasted approximately 2 seconds before her perceptual apparatus corrected her, because this thing carried no weavings of the primordial source whatsoever. No obsidian depth beneath the surface. No foundational substrate resonance that the relictus always broadcast through their presence like a geological feature announcing itself to nearby geology. What she sensed from it was infinity. Pure, dense, aggressive, incomprehensible infinity. Its infinity felt different from any infinity she had encountered in her eons of cultivation. Purer was the only word that arrived when she reached for vocabulary, and she did not like the word because purer implied that the infinity she and every gilded one she had ever known carried was a lesser version of the same substance, which was an implication she was not prepared to accept from a creature currently bleeding her crimson gold across 3 light-years of wandering territories. The infinity also devoured everything surrounding it, pulling ambient infinity inward the way a significant gravitational body pulled mass, and its power sat at a position within the Ordovician Paleozoic scale that exceeded most gilded ones at that tier. What was ridiculous, what elevated the situation from merely catastrophic to something that genuinely tested the structural limits of her composure, was how the singularities kept coming. The beast of infinity had begun releasing scorching projectiles from a position that should have been a fixed origin point, and yet the projectiles continued emerging endlessly from wherever he currently was, which was never the same position twice, because he moved through the engagement space with the specific disregard for fixed positioning. The entire region had filled with projectiles that could injure Ordovician Paleozoic scale entities, which meant that every gilded one who had arrived to address the situation was currently moving carefully. Which meant she was effectively alone with the pursuit. "Get it the fuck away from me!" She bellowed this with all the dignity she could manufacture while moving backward through light years of multicolored sea, which was not very much dignity. The beast of infinity's tail struck toward her with the patient repetition of a mechanism that did not get tired of striking, and she unleashed every pulse she knew in sequences calibrated to build on each other's effects and create defensive architecture that something at Ordovician Paleozoic tier should not have been able to simply consume and continue through. He consumed them and continued through. The only reason she remained alive was her training and her standing as a superbious gilded one from the Maharani's house. The Maharani's house had not produced weak progeny across its history, and whatever else was currently happening to her body and her pride, her foundations held because they had been built to hold under precisely the category of pressure that genuinely threatened them rather than the category of pressure that merely felt threatening. She was royalty. Boom! The beast of infinity charged apart another 100 unleashed pulses, his multicolored scales absorbing the impacts with the disinterest of a surface that had been engineered against exactly this category of input, and he closed to meters away from her with the unstoppable momentum of a thing that had decided on its destination and found the intervening space mostly irrelevant. Poof! She did not deploy another pulse as she had finally established synonymous communication. She had been in communication with the other Sororis Primas throughout the engagement, her power maintaining the link through the chaos of the surrounding combat. Boom! Suddenly, boundless chains erupted from the surrounding space. Not from a single origin. From every direction simultaneously, the chains materializing from the collective efforts of hundreds of gilded ones who had been positioning themselves throughout the engagement while the beast of infinity had been occupied with pursuing her. Invisible until the moment of activation, the chains wrapped around the beast of infinity in overlapping configurations, each chain backed by the collective power of the Ira warriors holding its other end, the muscular discipline of hundreds of Ira gilded ones channeling everything they had into maintaining tension. Behind the Ira, superbious gilded ones directed the configuration with the cold precision of beings who had made similar arrangements before. Sororis Prima Prabhavati breathed. Actually breathed, for the first time in what felt like considerably longer than the engagement had objectively lasted. She looked at the beast of infinity. He was pulling on the chains. His scaled body strained against them, and the chains held, the collective power of hundreds of gilded ones proving sufficient to contain what his individual force could not simply break through. Because they had observed him devouring infinity, the chains had been built from their own civilizations and their superbious and Ira authority and their raw observable force rather than from ambient infinity, removing the substrate he had been consuming from the equation entirely. He could not break through. She let that fact settle into her awareness. Multiple Sororis Primas floated to her position, their expressions carrying the mixture of assessment and bewilderment that the situation warranted in equal measure. What is this thing? The nearest one looked toward the chained beast of infinity with narrowed eyes. Why is it targeting you specifically? It doesn't feel like a relictus, but What the fuck is happening down here to birth two things that can contend with gilded ones now? Prabhavati floated toward the chained beast of infinity with the precise cadence of a being demonstrating to everyone present, including herself, that she was not afraid of the thing that had been chasing her through light years of multicolored sea and putting holes in her body. She stopped several meters from him. "Hey, beast fucker. What are you? Why are you screaming war, war, war like a retarded bounded ant?" She looked at the scales, the horns, the crown, the tail, the crystalline eyes burning with what she now recognized was not quite the Gamajan's madness but something adjacent to it. Ha! Chapter 52:19, Darkness. 2. Inside her own consciousness, away from the performance of composure she was maintaining for the assembled gilded ones surrounding her, the wound was considerably deeper than the physical ones. She was Sororis Prima Prabhavati of the Maharani's house, a royal bloodline that traced its lineage backward through 5 ages of the gilded hierarchy without interruption. She was a member of the Magna Sorora, the most exclusive administrative bodies in the brain world observable existence. She had earned her standing through eons of power that had pushed her to the upper reaches of Ordovician Paleozoic scale. She had faced challenges that most gilded ones at her tier would have called insurmountable and had found them surmountable because she was who she was. And this thing had chased her through the wandering territories like she was prey. Like she was the quarry rather than the hunter. Like the distinction between what she was and what it was did not register as meaningful information to whatever passed for its decision-making architecture. Fuck. She flung several Silurian light pulses at him with the specific energy expenditure of someone who knew the pulses would not work and was deploying them anyway. The pulses smashed into his scales and were ineffective. He gazed at her coldly. And then his eyes, those crystalline blue things burning with the quality she had identified as controlled madness, seemed to smile. Not his mouth. His eyes. She turned to the other Sororis Primas behind her and delivered her assessment. What we may be looking at is a variation of a being filled with the Gamajan that has undergone some form of mutation or engineering. The madness quality in its eyes is consistent with the Gamajan's effects, but it is operating with too much coherence for uncontrolled infection. It did not express the primordial source even once during the engagement, which eliminates the relictus classification. She looked at the chains holding him. As for why it targeted me specifically, I do not know. I have no prior engagement with a being of this description. But it is contained now, and contained means we have options we did not have seconds ago. She looked upward at the hundreds of gilded ones maintaining the chain configuration, their Ira foundations locked in the tension of holding something that was actively trying to be elsewhere. Then she looked back at him. "Will you talk?" Her voice carried the cold authority of a Sororis Prima addressing something that had temporarily been elevated to the status of prisoner, which was a significant elevation from its prior status as threat. "Or do we have to carve out your existence to get answers? You are now bound by weavings of Superbius and Ira. Egos you cannot comprehend. It's best you talk now, little beast." The gilded ones were grand. She believed this completely and without irony, because the evidence of the last several seconds supported it rather than contradicted it. They had fought against Relictus for eons. Even though this beast of infinity had killed one of theirs and sent 2 Sororis Primas scrambling through light years of contested territory, they had contained him. And yet, there was a foreboding quality in the air that Prabhavati could not dismiss, a specific atmospheric weight that her Superbius foundations registered as a preliminary signal without being able to identify the source with enough precision to act on the identification. The beast of infinity kept his eyes on her. The mad crystalline blue of them did not waver. Did not survey the chains or assess the surrounding gilded ones. Just her. His jaws opened. Pride? The voice that came out carried the harmonic depth of a form built to project. Wrath? Superbius? Ira? A sound emerged that was technically laughter and contained zero warmth. You know nothing of true pride. You know nothing of superbious. Boom! Prabhavati saw it bloom from within him. Golden pride rose from the beast of infinity's foundations, and she experienced the specific vertigo of a superbious gilded one encountering an expression of their own foundational ego in a configuration that exceeded what their own engineering had ever produced. It was not the engineered superbious of the gilded caste system, refined across generations. It was something rawer and grander and more fundamental, as though someone had gone back to the source from which the gilded engineering was derived and drawn directly from it rather than through the derived methodology. It felt purer than her own. The thought arrived and she rejected it, and it returned. The golden glow spread outward from his body and wrapped around the chains holding him, and where the glow touched chain, the chain's resistance registered his pride as a legitimate authority rather than a force to be opposed. Dozens of chains came apart simultaneously, the structural integrity of their collective foundation failing not because his strength had exceeded it but because the pride he was broadcasting had convinced the weavings that they were not in the presence of something they should be restraining. He pulled on the remaining chains. He took a step. It felt like an infinite step. Prabhavati had time to register that he had closed every meter of the distance between them in no time at all before she registered anything else, and what she registered next was pressure at her chest, the specific pressure of something that had bypassed her defensive weavings completely. His claws pierced through. Her heart of civilization shattered. The pain was absolute and immediate and total in the way that only existential damage at this particular location produced, the heart not being merely an organ but being the anchor point of everything her civilization was built upon, and its shattering sent fractures through every adjacent structure simultaneously. And the beast of infinity. He was smiling. Brutally, completely. His jaws opened wide. She felt herself taken in, felt the jaws close around her gilded existence with the comprehensive finality of an ending, her foundations beginning to break down under the devouring pressure of infinity that consumed rather than coexisted. Blood and bone registered distantly, the sensations of her gilded physiology failing under conditions it had not been engineered to survive. The warmth of her own ichor. The grinding texture of structures that had held for eons giving way. She, a sororis prima of the Magna Sorora, was dying? She had not conceived of this outcome as a genuine possibility, ever. Hundreds more chains erupted from the surrounding gilded ones, wrapping around the beast of infinity in overlapping configurations that exceeded the prior arrangement's density, the collective desperation of the assembly translating into the most comprehensive restraint the assembled force could produce. His terrible golden pride strained against the new chains. The chains held at the edges of what holding meant. But the darkness was already coming for Prabhavati. Inexorable and patient. And before he final femtoseconds, she heard. You shouldn't have tried to kill and replace me with your custos. Boom. Her consciousness wavered as she held a realization, but it was too late. Chapter 52:20, Glory. In the infiniverse, where golden sands dreamed beneath seas of multicolored infinity, the heartbeats had multiplied. Above the endless sea, singularities of beating hearts floated in their millions, each one pulsing with the steady rhythm of a foundation that had been engineered to survive what ordinary foundations could not. Above those hearts, dozens of forms hung suspended in the infinity-rich air, their bodies soaking in the multicolored currents that surged upward from the sea below and permeated their newly transformed existences. They were smaller than the Primus Apiron. Slightly. The scales were present, the horns, the tails, the dorsal protrusions, all of it present but carrying the specific quality of forms that had been derived from a primary template rather than being the template itself. Where Noah's Primus Apiron form blazed with the full density of Niru absolute infinity, these carried the concentrated but comparatively modest infinity of his people, each one burning with whatever foundation they had brought into the engineering and whatever the engineering had made of that foundation. Naldine's form carried rivers of golden light between its scales. Archlich Arazon's carried the deep cold luminescence of something ancient that had been given a new body to inhabit. Henry's carried the blue gold that ran through everything the Osmond bloodline touched. Barbados's was compact and precise, the specific quality of someone who had always been more dangerous than their size suggested. Almoretha's Apiron was filled with a hairy golden exterior. They began to wake. Ruination looked at all of them with shining eyes, her crimson-blue illusory form moving slowly through their suspended ranks with the calm authority of a system intelligence that had received its operational parameters and was ready to deliver them. All of this exists for adversity and challenge to propagate growth and progression. Because without growth, we will eventually be stifled. All of you are unfathomably weaker against the beings you will face. You may be collapsed in a single engagement. If not collapsed, they may attempt to capture you. Her voice carried cold, tyrannical precision. You will not allow capture. Inside your Apiron engineering, there are weavings for a final measure. When your collapse becomes inevitable, you will activate the Infinity Kilonova. The Infinity Kilonova, upon activation or upon death, your Apiron existence will detonate in a supernova of compressed infinity that devours every trace of infinity within a 1-mile radius of the detonation point. Every being within that radius will find their infinity reserve sapped, their infinity channels temporarily severed. The detonation cannot be avoided. It cannot be contained. It occurs whether the enemy wishes it to or not. You are not merely soldiers. You are consequences. A pause. Go. Live and die. Feel infinity and progress. Her eyes shone harder. Progress. Boom. Back in the wandering territories, Noah was pulling on the chains. The absolute superbious ego of infinity had ignited within his Primus Apiron form, the golden pride rising through his multicolored scales and pressing outward against the chain configuration with the specific authority of a being whose ego had been taken to its absolute expression, and the power it produced made the earlier superbious display feel like a preliminary announcement before the main declaration. Several chains had already come apart. The ones remaining held because hundreds of gilded ones were collectively refusing to release them, their IRA foundations locked in coordinated tension, their superbious commanders issuing cold synchronized commands that kept the configuration from developing the weak points that would allow a single sustained pull to unravel the whole arrangement. The gilded ones moved with practiced efficiency. They had fought relictus. They had protocols for exactly this category of contained threat, and they were executing those protocols with the precision of beings who had learned through eons that precision was the difference between a successful containment and a catastrophe. Then, the other Apiron appeared. Dozens of them. Smaller. Emerging from points of multicolored brilliance throughout the wandering territories around the containment perimeter. The shock moved through the assembled gilded ones in a single visible wave. A superbious gilded one on the outer perimeter moved before thinking, the reflex of a being whose pride had encountered a provocation before their cognition had processed whether the response was strategically appropriate. His existential radiation erupted outward toward the nearest newly arrived Apiron with the full authority of Paleozoic scale superbious engineering behind it, the crushing pressure of genuine gilded pride descending on a form that had not been designed to survive direct engagement with that tier of force. The Apiron in question happened to be the Emperor Penguin. The pressure came down. The Emperor Penguin's Apiron form was flattened immediately, the Paleozoic scale differential producing exactly the outcome that the differential between those two tiers always produced when applied without restraint. The smaller form compressed into the wandering territory's multicolored sea under weight it had no answer for. The superbious Gilded One registered the ease of it with the specific satisfaction of a being confirming that the situation was more manageable than it had briefly appeared. And then the Emperor Penguin detonated. The Infinity Kilonova. The explosion expanded outward from the collapse point in a sphere of devouring infinity that did not discriminate between friend and threat, did not slow against defensive weavings, did not acknowledge the Paleozoic tier of the beings within its 1-mile radius as a relevant variable in its operation. The superbious Gilded One who had caused the collapse felt their infinity reserves evacuate through channels they could not close, pulled outward into the detonation's consumption field with the comprehensive efficiency of the Apiron engineering's final capability. Dozens of Gilded Ones within the radius felt the same evacuation, their cultivation capacity dropping with the sudden disorientation of beings whose primary substrate had just been meaningfully reduced. They felt significantly weaker. Then another newly arrived Apiron was collapsed by an Ira warrior who had moved to eliminate the small disturbances at the perimeter. Another kilonova. Another mile radius of infinity consumption. Then another. And another, the pattern establishing itself with the relentless patience of an attrition strategy that had been designed with full awareness that individual losses were not failures but mechanisms, each collapse producing a detonation that degraded the surrounding Gilded One's capacity while the Infiniverse rebuilt and returned what had been lost. The Gilded Ones found the newly appearing beasts of infinity weaker. Easier to collapse. They collapsed them readily, efficiently, with the practiced confidence of beings addressing a manageable nuisance. But every collapse devoured their infinity. Chapter 52:21, Glory. 2. The chains holding Noah began to slacken at their ends. The Gilded Ones holding them were weaker than they had been 30 seconds ago, their collective tension reduced by the compound effect of multiple kilonova detonations pulling at the infinity that powered the chain configuration's resistance. Noah felt the slackening in his palms and pulled. The chains came toward him. Dozens of Ira warriors were dragged forward by the collective mass of chain that Noah's Primus Apiron strength was now pulling against a resistance that had been meaningfully degraded, their footing lost, their coordinated formation breaking as individual Gilded Ones were forced toward the being they had been successfully containing seconds earlier. His tail struck outward, finding the Ira warriors as they closed involuntarily against their will, skewering multiple in a single arc before the tail withdrew and struck again. HUUM. His jaws opened, taking what was closest, the crimson gold blood reappearing at the corners of his mouth as his infinity devourer processed the intake. The devastation spread outward from his position in the specific manner of a confined storm that had just found a gap in its walls. A storm. Truly a storm. Newly appearing Apiron continued materializing throughout the region, each arrival adding to the chaos that the kilonova chain was producing, each collapse feeding the next detonation, the compound effect degrading the Gilded Assembly's overall capacity in increments that individually seemed manageable and collectively were not. It was, Noah's Hadean mind registered with the dry appreciation of a being watching their own design perform correctly under field conditions, working exactly as intended. And then, something entered observable existence. Boom! Space above the wandering territory shattered. Not cracked. Shattered, the specific destruction of a medium that had been traversed at a speed for which the medium had not been given adequate preparation time, the dimensional fabric coming apart in the wake of something that had moved through it faster than the fabric's self-repair capacity could compensate for. A crimson light flashed across the entire region in a single instant that covered every coordinate simultaneously, and when the crimson light settled, the before and after had nothing in common. Noah's right shoulder and hand were gone. Not struck. Not damaged. Scorched away and atrophied, the remains of the limb ending at a cauterized terminus that his Apiron engineering was already attempting to address through its regenerative protocols. The pain registered in full. The Apiron engineering had not been designed to filter pain because pain was the mechanism. He felt every femtosecond of the limb's removal as he had to feel this adversity. Inches away, having covered whatever distance separated their prior positions and his current position in the interval the crimson flash had occupied, stood a newly arrived Gilded One. Large. Muscular in the way of a being whose body had been built around the specific purpose of ending things, his frame raging with Ira authority that operated at a tier above every other Ira presence in the wandering territories by a margin that registered immediately incomprehensibly. His smile was brutal and familiar in a way that made no immediate sense given that Noah had no prior record of this specific face. Not Ordovician Paleozoic. Silurian Paleozoic. The second tier of the third scale, carrying the specific density of a being whose cultivation had been compressing Paleozoic authority into his foundations for long enough that the compression had become the default state rather than the achieved one. Buddy boy. The voice carried the specific cadence of someone who used this address habitually and found it adequate for all occasions. You've caused quite the mess here. The brutal smile did not move. Who are you? The mannerisms. The address. The specific quality of casual brutality delivered through the voice of someone who genuinely found the circumstances entertaining. Noah did not know, but this was seemingly an identical copy of a being who was, at this precise moment, engaging the creature in the undefined gaps at the same time. Entity identification, Prima Custos Ragnar V49. Pillow Talk extended the notification. The subject is a cloned and engineered Ira Gilded One, of which there are many. Boom. The power of two prime causes erupted from Prima Custos Ragnar V49's form simultaneously, the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause blazing in both massive hands with the compound authority of a being who had been pulling from prime cause substrates long enough that the pulling was as natural as breathing. His hands thundered downward with the full weight of both causes behind them, the impact trajectory covering every spatial coordinate Noah's remaining limbs occupied with the comprehensive certainty of a being who had done this many times. Buddy boy, no words? The smile widened. Come on now. Boom. Noah moved first. The infinite step collapsed the distance between his position and Ragnar V49's in the same instant the prime cause eruptions were still propagating outward from the massive hands, and his remaining clawed hand drove into the gap between the cause's trajectories with the full compound force of his Bellum cause rings and his Apeiron engineering behind it, the crimson rings burning at maximum intensity around his forearm as the strike targeted the one coordinate Ragnar's attack pattern had briefly vacated. Boom. The contact landed. Ragnar's body did not move. He just did not register the impact in any way that a body registers impacts, the force of Noah's strike absorbing into Ragnar's frame the way sound absorbs into dense material, present and then simply gone, the Silurian Paleozoic body having decided that what had just hit it was insufficient information to act on. Oh, there we go. Ragnar's smile broadened with genuine delight. Hit me again, buddy boy, I could barely feel that one. Noah hit him again. His tail drove into Ragnar's midsection simultaneously, the spear point of compressed infinity at its tip delivering the full density of the infinity devour on contact, attempting to pull Ragnar's reserves outward through the impact point the way it had pulled Prabhavati's Silurian light apart earlier in the engagement. There was nothing to pull. I was already briefed about you, buddy boy. No infinity in me right now. Wah! Ragnar carried no infinity reserves at this moment. His foundations did not operate through the infinity substrate that the devour capability had been designed to consume. He drew on the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause directly, prime cause authority flowing through him as an integrated component of his existence rather than as an accessed resource, and prime cause authority at this level of integration had no infinity surface for Noah's engineering to grip. The tail retracted as Ragnar moved. Boom! The speed was the first genuinely new thing Noah had encountered as it seemed almost as fast if not faster than even Uber Golden Dietrich. Not fast in the way that Ordovician Paleozoic beings were fast, which was fast enough to require his Hadean mind to stretch instants into extended perception to track. Ragnar's fist found Noah's left side before Noah's extended perception had completed its calculation of where Ragnar's fist was going. Boom! The impact drove him through the multicolored sea below for light years and through several layers of the wandering territory's substrate beneath that, the force carrying through his apeiron scales with enough residual power that the 60% cause resistance his engineering provided absorbed its portion and the remaining 40% registered through his foundations in full. And yet, wah! He was back before the crater finished forming. The infinite step. He emerged from the detonation point and drove both the crimson Bellum swords orbiting his form directly at Ragnar's neck and chest simultaneously, redirecting their orbital paths into converging attack vectors while his remaining hand released a concentrated stream of infinity singularities at point-blank range, filling the space between them with scorching projectiles that covered every escape vector Ragnar's body occupied. The swords bent around Ragnar's neck without cutting. Oh! The singularities detonated against his chest and produced a brief flash of light and nothing else. That tickled a little. Buddy boy Ragnar reached out with one hand and caught one of the orbiting crimson swords mid-path, his grip closing around the Bellum cause weapon with the casual confidence of a being for whom the cause the weapon drew from was a native language rather than a foreign one. He looked at it with genuine appreciation. "You've actually touched the Bellum cause, haven't you? A bounded thing with access to a prime cause." He turned the sword once in his grip. "Fascinating. Genuinely fascinating. I'll have to crack your foundations open later and see how you manage that." He released the sword and hit Noah with it. Boom! The impact sent Noah spinning through the air above the wandering territories, the specific rotational quality of being struck by one's own weapon carrying an insult that the pain intensified. His multicolored scales cracked. Noah righted himself. He activated the absolute superbious ego simultaneously with his apeiron form rather than replacing one with the other, the two expressions running in parallel, the golden pride of absolute superbious pressing outward from his scaled form as he drove directly at Ragnar with every ounce of compound authority his current configuration could produce. The golden pride washed over Ragnar. Ragnar walked through it. Superbious? He looked at the golden light covering his body with the expression of a being who had spent eons operating within superbious authority and found its presence about as notable as weather. "I work for the Ubber Golden House, buddy boy. I've been bathing in superbious pride since before your conception was a possibility anyone had considered." Boom! He grabbed Noah by the remaining arm. What followed was not a sustained engagement in the conventional sense. It was systematic. Ragnar moved with the specific efficiency of a being who had assessed the situation, determined the most direct path to the desired outcome, and was executing that path without stylistic flourishes. He drove Noah into the wandering territory's substrate face first. Boom! Pulled him out. Boom! Drove him in again from a different angle. "You're sturdy for something that shouldn't be standing at Paleozoic scale at all," Ragnar said conversationally, his grip maintaining its hold through Noah's attempts to use the infinite step to disengage. "Whatever you are, you've got conviction. Con. Vic. Tion. Ah, buddy boy, you've got more conviction than half the Ira I've beaten up, and I've beaten a lot of Ira." He swung Noah into a cluster of the remaining gilded ones who had been maintaining the chain perimeter, the bodies scattering outward from the impact zone like fucking bowling balls as many grumbled, but only moved away as if even they wanted to avoid Ragnar. The infinite step brought Noah back as he continued relentlessly, treating this as adversity. So what if he was being beaten? Being beaten WSS another form of training and adversity as he would grow from it. Until even this impossible mountain of Ragnar would be overcome. Boom! He hit Ragnar from behind with both Belamcaw's swords fully empowered, the crimson lightning arcing across the impact surface, the Infinity Devourer reaching for anything in Ragnar's foundations that the capability could grip, his tail and his clawed hand and the absolute Superbius all operating simultaneously at full output as his invisible pillar of infinity blazed. Ragnar turned around languidly amidst all this and boom! The Dominion cause erupted from his left hand, the authority that existence arranges itself into hierarchies pressing down on Noah's foundations with the foundational weight of a truth that had been present since before the Gilded Ones had existed to channel it. Noah's Apiron scales absorbed 60%. The remaining 40% hit his civilization, his cause connections, his Hadean pillars' accumulated authority, and pressed all of it toward a lower position in the hierarchy the cause was asserting. The Bellum cause erupted from Ragnar's right hand simultaneously, the foundational truth of conflict expressing itself through the specific application of a being who had incorporated it into his existence so thoroughly that deploying it was simply a matter of deciding where to point what he already was. The two causes together converged on Noah's Primus Apiron form. Noah met it. He met it with everything. His infinity. His civilizations. The absolute Superbius pride pushed back against the Dominion cause's hierarchical assertion with the full weight of its own sovereign declaration. For a single extended moment, the outputs balanced. It was shocking. He, who should barely be in the Ordovician Paleozoic scale in terms of power, stood against a monstrous Silurian. Ragnar looked at him across the convergence point with an expression of genuine surprise, the brutal smile present but different. "Buddy boy," he said. Then he pushed harder. The balance broke. Noah's defenses came apart in the specific sequence of a structure that had been holding beyond its rated capacity and had finally encountered the force that exceeded what holding beyond capacity could accommodate. The Bellum's swords were bounced away. His remaining hand was caught. His tail was pinned. Ragnar looked at him from close range and smiled with a sense of mad thrill and ecstasy. He took Noah's head in one hand and his legs in the other, and he pulled. The sound that followed was the sound of an existence being separated from itself against its will, the specific register of damage that Apiron engineering had been designed to transmit in full because full transmission was the mechanism, and Noah felt every detail of the separation with the comprehensive clarity. He felt all the pain. He gazed at Ragnar coldly and completely, thanking this masochistic fucker for this adversity. Ragnar held both halves and looked at him with something that was almost respect. "See you next time, buddy boy. In another life." Boom! Before Ragnar finished talking, Noah's existence exploded. The explosion that followed was not a kilonova. The Apiron engineering had been designed for the 1-mile standard. What detonated from the Primus Apiron's collapse was not standard. It was the full accumulated reserves of Niru absolute infinity that had been compressed into the Primus Apiron form across the entire engagement, the Infinity Devourer's total intake from Prabhavati and her colleagues in every Gilded One the engagement had touched, the compound weight of everything Noah had consumed and generated and drawn from Adelheide's bond throughout the past minutes, all of it releasing simultaneously from a single point in the wandering territories in a sphere that did not stop at 1 mile. It did not stop at 1 light-year. The detonation expanded outward at the speed that things moving outward from a Primus Apiron collapse expanded, which was faster than the Gilded Ones present had any framework to respond to, and the radius it covered before the detonation's energy was finally distributed across sufficient volume to dissipate was an entire gigaparsec. Every Gilded One within that gigaparsec felt their infinity leave them. Not reduced. Not diminished. Departed, pulled outward through every channel they possessed by the Infinity Devourer that the explosion had distributed across every point within its radius simultaneously, their cultivation capacity dropping with the sudden sick disorientation. Prima Custos Ragnar V49 looked at the dissipating detonation with a furiously ecstatic gaze as from him, crimson gold blood gushed out. a dying enemy, had wounded him. Chapter 52:22, The Tongue. The Tongue. The warmth arrived first. That glorious warmth of infinity in its most concentrated state, pressing against every surface of his dissolving weavings with the patient embrace of a medium receiving something back into itself. Noah was smiling inside it. A genuine smile, the specific expression of a being who had just had an extraordinarily good time doing something that had ended badly and was already mentally replanning the next attempt. He replayed the battle. The moment Ragnar's fist had landed before his perception had finished calculating where Ragnar's fist was going. The moment his tail had driven into Ragnar's midsection and found nothing to devour because the man drew on prime causes rather than infinity. The specific quality of being held and swung and driven face first into the wandering territories. He replayed it again. And again. The exhilaration was not diminished by the outcome. It was produced by the outcome, the specific pleasure of battle that had genuinely exceeded his current capacity and had shown him exactly where his current capacity ended and what the space beyond that ending looked like. He needed to know these things. Calibration through comfortable engagements produced comfortable calibration. Calibration through Ragnar V49 produced brutal but accurate calibration. He could feel his power across the brief duration of his recovery. It had grown. Not dramatically, but measurably, genuinely. The foundations he had brought into the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity carrying a slightly different density than the foundations that had entered the engagement in the wandering territories. The Bellum cause integration had deepened through the fight, the prime cause settling more naturally into his foundational architecture now that it had been tested under actual Paleozoic scale pressure rather than only under dreamstone contact. He had to fight and war more to gain an even deeper integration. The flow of infinity through his Apiron form had become more familiar, the observable force channels more responsive, the relationship between what he intended and what his body produced tightening toward the automatic that mastery produced. 10 minutes. That was his return window as the Primus Apiron. And the Gilded Ones in the wandering territories were currently sitting with significantly reduced infinity reserves, the gigaparsec radius detonation having reduced their cultivation capacity in ways they had not anticipated and could not immediately replenish. They would not expect him to return. They had watched him get ripped apart. The reasonable assumption was that whatever he was, it was finished. The singular obstacle was Ragnar. He turned the entity over in his mind with the specific attention he gave to problems that had clear solutions that he hadn't found yet. An Ira Gilded One operating at Silurian Paleozoic scale, integrated with the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause at levels that made the Prime cause authority a native expression of his foundations rather than an accessed capability. No infinity in his body for the devourer to grip. A body that treated Noah's most powerful strikes as mild ambient information. Speed that bypassed the Hadean mind's perception extensions. And behind Ragnar, a superbious Gilded One who had not even entered the engagement, standing back with the cold composure of a being who had sent their instrument and found the instrument sufficient, which meant the being controlling Ragnar's deployment was operating from a position of such genuine confidence that Ragnar's capabilities had not prompted them to contribute. Silurian Paleozoic beings were not to be underestimated. Gilded Ones truly were genuinely powerful. The other thing that sat in his mind was the specific detail Pillow Talk had delivered just before the collapse. Ragnar V49. Not Ragnar. V49, which implied a versioning system, which implied that V49 was the 49th iteration of a cloned and engineered Ira Gilded One built to the same specifications. Which meant there were at minimum 48 other versions of this entity somewhere in the broader arrangement, potentially hundreds, potentially a production methodology that could generate more on whatever timeline the engineering framework required. The Gilded had manufactured dozens, possibly hundreds, of monsters at Ragnar's level. With the same face. And this might only be the surface layer of what they actually held. He breathed out, and multicolored rivers of infinity came out with his breath, the exhale carrying the full density of Niru absolute infinity in a visible current that illuminated the interior of the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity with shifting color. There was a sensation he was becoming more familiar with in this elevated domain. Not quite vertigo. More so something like the imposter syndrome. The specific quality of a being who had arrived in a space where the other inhabitants had been present for billions of years, where the entities moving through the arrangements of power and politics and cultivation had been doing so across spans of time that made his entire history, from the first dungeon to this moment, fit inside a margin of error too small to be meaningful by their scale of measurement. He had started as a man struggling against monsters in dungeons. The distance between that and standing in observable existence fighting clone Silurian Paleozoic Ira warriors while simultaneously occupying the lips of a royal gilded one inside a Magna Sorora vessel in the brain world observable existence and touching prime cause dreamstones in the Sanctum Volanthra was a distance that, if any other mind had been required to hold it, would have collapsed under the weight of its own implications. The idea alone, of going against beings who had been alive for eons, who had actively directed the first cause and its power while he had been learning how to produce a fireball, would crumble most minds before the engagement began. He thought it freely. Who? He breathed out again, slower, the multicolored rivers of his breath dispersing into the warm infinity surrounding him. He had to remind himself every now and then he was not an imposter. He belonged where he was. He fought to be where he was. He was just as grander, if not grander than the monsters that had lived for eons. What if they were gilded ones? What if they steered the first cause itself? He was steering his own infinite cause. He had his own scales. He had his own framework that operated outside every framework they had spent 7 ages building. He mattered. His dreams mattered. His ideals mattered. The bounded woman his existence had come from mattered, her infinite cause originating something the Gilded had never managed to produce despite their eons and their engineering and their prime cause access and their 7 ages of methodology. He was ridiculously young in their terms. That was not a weakness. HUUM. Infinity buzzed through the organ as his form rebuilt with the specific quality of something returning grander than it had departed. The strength flowing outward confirmed it, the rebuilt Primus Apiron configuration carrying the same measurable growth he had registered in his first moments of recovery, the battle's adversity having done exactly what adversity was supposed to do. He checked his other bodies. One was in the brain world observable existence, inside the Uber Gulden vessel, in a situation that involved the specific risks of tasting the lips of a royal gilded one as he tasted her existence while surrounded by Magna Sorora and a superbious brother who had recently attempted to throttle him. A challenge and a risk of an entirely different category than Ragnar's fists, but a challenge and a risk nonetheless, and the power augmentation flowing from the Primaris bond was genuine regardless of the social danger of the context producing it. One stood before the Cognitio Dreamstone in the Sanctum Volanthra, his palm making contact as the stone had begun to illuminate. Old Man Zeke was presumably watching. Maybe before he returned to the wandering territories and resumed the battle with Ragnar, he would have another prime cause integrated into his foundations. Chapter 52:23, The Tongue. The Tongue. 2. Ruination materialized inside the Apiron Hadean organ of infinity. The interior of the organ was warm with the infinity currently rebuilding Noah's Primus Apiron form, multicolored currents flowing in slow steady patterns through the space around his dissolving and reforming weavings. Ruination's crimson-blue illusory figure stood at the periphery of the rebuilding. Master. Noah's awareness oriented toward her without his form having completed its reconstruction. You devoured several gilded ones across this engagement. Their existential components have been processed through the organ's breakdown architecture. The breakdown is complete. 3 grand singularities have formed. I present them now. Hadean loot singularities obtained from engagement in the wandering territories. Processing complete. 3 central singularities identified. Hadean Lute singularity, the gilded ego amalgam. Source: the breakdown of multiple gilded ones across the IRA and superbious designations, with the IRA component predominating due to the volume of IRA consumed. Their engineered egos, their amplified wrath and amplified pride, their hearts of civilization and organs of dominion, have been compressed and amalgamated into a single grand singularity rather than remaining as separate fragments. The amalgamation was possible because ego architecture, regardless of designation, operates through compatible foundational channels. Effect upon consumption: your 3 currently lit absolute egos of infinity will each receive a meaningful amplification of their existing capabilities. More significantly, the IRA component of this amalgamation is sufficient to ignite a 4th absolute ego configuration within the absolute forge of infinity. The absolute IRA ego of infinity will be lit for the first time upon integration, its foundational framework illuminated by the compressed wrath of every IRA gilded one consumed. Hadean Lute singularity, the sovereign observable organ. Source: the observable force circulation organs of every gilded one consumed during the engagement, amalgamated into a single grand singularity. Where ordinary bounded beings access observable force through deliberate cultivation effort, and even your prior Hadean engineering drew on observable force as an accessed resource, gilded ones absorb it automatically and continuously through dedicated organs that operate as a permanent passive intake regardless of whether the being is actively cultivating. This singularity does not merely replicate that organ. It surpasses it. Effect upon consumption: a new Hadean organ will form within your physiology. The Hadean sovereign observable organ will function as a permanent passive intake of ambient observable force, absorbing it continuously from the surrounding environment the way your lungs absorb air, requiring no deliberate cultivation draw and operating at full capacity even during active combat engagement when your conscious attention is occupied elsewhere. In the lower observable existence, this organ will generate a steady baseline input that meaningfully supplements your existing reserves. In the brainworld observable existence, where observable force density exceeds the lower domains by orders of magnitude, the organ's intake will be substantially greater, functioning in that environment as a near continuous flood rather than a steady baseline. The organ will additionally interface with the primaris bond you share with Ubergolden Adelheid. The passive intake and her active contribution through the bond will no longer be separate streams requiring separate management. They will merge at the organ's processing level and compound each other's output, producing a combined observable force availability that exceeds what either source could provide independently by a significant factor. Hadean Lute singularity, the causal comprehension record. Source: this singularity did not form through consumption alone. It formed through the compound of 3 distinct interactions with cause authority across the engagement: the pulses deployed by Ordovician Paleozoic gilded ones who drew on derived causes and prime causes to cast structured expressions of the scales, and the contact residue left by Prima Custos Ragnar V49 whose simultaneous integration of the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause at Silurian Paleozoic level pass through your foundations during the ripping sequence. This singularity is knowledge as lute. It cannot be expressed as a percentage increase or a capability unlock. It is comprehension. Effect upon consumption: you will receive sparse but genuine knowledge of each cause you encountered during the engagement, delivered in 3 distinct layers corresponding to the 3 tiers of cause engagement you experienced. Ruination: let the final notification settle. 3 singularities, she said. Each represents the most meaningful distillate of what the engagement produced. Noah looked at the 3 singularities floating in the warm infinity of the organ, each one carrying its distinct quality: the ego amalgam's golden crimson warmth, the sovereign observable organ's dense golden shimmer, and the causal comprehension record's layered translucence that shifted between colors depending on which cause's residue was nearest to its surface. He smiled as his hand rose out and he gently patted Ruination's head. The singularities' float began dissolving into him one by one, and Noah sat in the warmth of the organ and felt the shape of the next engagement with Ragnar already changing in the hands of a being who was becoming, with each passing second, slightly harder to rip apart. In the brainworld observable existence, the Cognitio Dreamstone received him differently than the Bellum Stone had. The bellum cause had arrived like recognition, the specific comprehension of a being meeting the name for something they had always done. The cognitio cause arrived like doors opening inward, one behind another, each one revealing a space that contained another door, the experience of a cause that did not deliver its truth as a single statement but as an architecture of understanding that expanded the further one walked into it. Noah walked into it. The vision produced the two relictus again. The same glacial form he had seen through the bellum dreamstone, its crystal plates catching and refracting the cold light of the snowy mountain, its body large and settled and operating in the specific rhythm of something that had been fighting long enough that fighting was simply its resting state. The nine-headed serpentine being opposite it, its platinum crowns burning above each of the 9 heads with the specific fire of something that had been lit so long ago that the lighting event was no longer part of its memory, only the burning itself. They were fighting again. But something was different. They were losing. Not to each other. To something he could not initially locate, a pressure that existed in the vision's atmosphere as weight rather than as visible force, pressing down on both relictus simultaneously from a direction that had no visible source. The glacial relictus's crystal plates were cracking along lines they had not carried in the prior vision. The 9-headed one was missing 2 of its platinum crowns, the remaining 7 burning at reduced intensity, the fire in them struggling against the same atmospheric pressure rather than expressing freely. Chapter 52:24, The Tongue. The Tongue. 3. Both of them had wounds that were not healing between their persevered declarations the way wounds had healed in the prior vision. The word was still producing its recovery, still generating the surge of foundational power that rebuilt what had been lost, but the atmospheric pressure absorbed a portion of each recovery before it fully expressed, leaving both relictus slightly less after each persevere than they had been before the recovery, the accumulation of tiny deficits producing a slow trajectory towards something neither of them was going to be able to reverse through the same mechanism that had always worked before. Then the glacial relictus stopped. It went still in a way that was different from the stillness of a being catching its breath between exchanges. It went still in the way of a being that had reached into their foundational substrate and found something there they had not previously reached deeply enough to find. A letter. A single ancient letter from a tongue. The glacial relictus opened its jaws. Axillissimi. Boom. There were many unique words in existence that one could hear. The words uttered by entities utilizing the power of the primordial source were always very unique. The transformation was grand. For the glacial relictus, axillissimi produced something interior, the change moving through the relictus's foundations rather than through its surface, restructuring the relationship between its power and its primordial source in a configuration that the atmospheric pressure had not anticipated and had no prepared response to. The pressure stopped absorbing its recoveries. The 9-headed relictus observed what had happened, and in the way of beings who had been fighting beside and against each other long enough that certain kinds of communication did not require words, it understood. It found its own letter. Axillissimi. Fluum. Both of them blazed with a renewed quality of power that was not the power of having recovered but the power of having accessed something they had not previously been drawing on, and the atmospheric pressure that had been winning now found itself engaged with beings who had reached the layer beneath the layer it had been suppressing. Noah observed. And as he observed, the cognitio cause delivered what the vision had been designed to deliver, through the layered comprehension of a cause that understood that the deepest knowledge was not stated but structured into the arrangement of the information around it, each piece of the structure implying the next until the full architecture stood apparent without having been described directly. He understood. The primordial source held the primordial tongue. The letters, persevere and axillissimi, were letters of the primordial tongue, the language of the substrate beneath infinity, accessible to beings who had touched the primordial source and survived the contact long enough to begin reading what it contained. The relictus wielded this tongue as their native language. Infinity held the first tongue. The structured language of the infinite substrate that most beings who cultivated with infinity access through their civilizations, through their pulses, through the derived frameworks they built atop infinity's foundational truth. The first tongue was widespread. Countless billions of beings across existence drew on it in forms they recognized and forms they did not. It was the most commonly accessed language in the arrangement of existence, which was also why it was the language that most beings could only access partially, because a language that belonged to everyone equally belonged deeply to no one. But the cognitio knew something about the first tongue that the widespread access had obscured. The broad version of the language was not the only version. For beings whose entire existence had been saturated with infinity so completely, so thoroughly, for so long and with such intentional depth, that the distinction between themselves and the infinity they carried had become genuinely indistinguishable from the perspective of the infinity itself, a deeper register of the first tongue became accessible. Not the first tongue. The infinite tongue. The language of infinity speaking through a being rather than being spoken by one. Noah's palm burned against the cognitio dreamstone as the comprehension arrived in full. His entire existence was drenched in infinity. From his Hadean physiology, which had been rebuilt around infinity as its foundational substrate, to his Hadean pillar of infinity, which contained hundreds of actualized civilizations all expressing different truths through infinity as their medium, to his Nero-absolute infinity state, which compressed a semblance of the absolute into his every cell and organ continuously. His existence did not access infinity. His existence was infinity expressing itself through a specific configuration that called itself Noah Osmont. With the cognitio causa's comprehension now backing and integrating into his foundations, the distinction he had never quite been able to articulate became formally recognized. The cognitio dreamstone has delivered its comprehension. You do not speak to infinity. You do not wield infinity. Your existence is the medium through which infinity speaks, and you are the voice it uses. Designation established, the infinite speaker. Access granted, the infinite tongue. The tongue. The infinite tongue. Oh. Information flowed freely. The infinite tongue first level of access. The infinite tongue operates through three foundational expressions at your current level of access. Deeper levels require further cultivation of both your Nero-absolute infinity and your cognitio cause integration. First expression: the infinite vector straight face. Infinity in all its forms, whether your own or an external source, carries direction, magnitude, and intent. These properties are not fixed. They are expressions of how the infinity is currently configured, and configurations can be rewritten by a being who speaks the tongue that infinity itself operates in. The infinite vector allows you to manipulate the direction, magnitude, and intent of any infinity expression within your perceptual range, including your own, your allies, your enemies, and the ambient infinity of the surrounding environment. An enemy's pulse, upon entering your perceptual range, can have its direction reversed back toward its source. Its magnitude can be amplified before it returns. Its intent can be rewritten so that it no longer carries the purpose its caster designed it to carry but instead carries the purpose you designate. This operates passively for infinity expressions directed at you, requiring no conscious activation, functioning as a continuous subconscious rewriting that your foundations perform as a natural expression of the tongue. Active application extends this rewriting to any infinity expression within range regardless of its target. Critically, because this operates through speaking the tongue that infinity uses rather than through imposing an external force on infinity from outside, it bypasses resistance frameworks that beings have built against infinity manipulation. You are not forcing infinity to change. You are simply telling it what it actually is, and infinity, recognizing the tongue, agrees. Chapter 52:25, The Tongue. The Tongue. 4. Second expression: the infinite compression straight face. Every point in the space around you contains ambient infinity. The infinite tongue allows you to speak that ambient infinity into compression at any coordinate within your perceptual range, collapsing the infinity present at that coordinate into a single dense point that carries the accumulated potential of the ambient infinity in a compressed form. The compressed point can be released as a projectile, a barrier, an area effect, or a sustained field. Released as a projectile, it travels at velocities that most lifeforms cannot grasp, carrying the thermal and existential density of compressed ambient infinity in a form that can be aimed with the precision of a being speaking a language they have internalized rather than performing a technique they have memorized. The compression can be applied to external infinity reserves, including the infinity within enemies' foundations, compressing their internal reserves rather than the ambient substrate around them. The experience of having one's internal infinity compressed is described by the Cognitio records as comparable to having every source of power one possesses simultaneously reduced to a single point one cannot access. Third expression: the infinite word straight face. Words carry meaning. In the first tongue and its derivative languages, the meaning of words is symbolic, representational, a compression of shared understanding into an agreed-upon sound. In the infinite tongue, words carry the actual substance of what they mean, because the tongue operates through infinity directly, and infinity is the medium through which all existing things express themselves. When you speak a word in the infinite tongue, the word does not describe its meaning. It becomes its meaning, expressed through the infinity saturating your existence and radiating outward into the surrounding space as a physical enactment of whatever the spoken word signifies. Speaking the word for burning produces burning at infinite intensity within range, the infinity itself sustaining the burning rather than any fuel source, the burning continuing for as long as your foundations hold the word's expression. Speaking the word for stillness produces stillness that no force within range can overcome for the duration of the expression, because the infinity has been told by the tongue that stillness is what this space is, and the infinity agrees. Speaking the word for ending carefully, deliberately, with the full comprehension of what the Cognitio cause has delivered about the mortis cause's foundational truth would produce ending of profound scope and depth. The limitation is the speaker, not the tongue. Words you speak without genuine comprehension of their meaning will not fully enact their meaning, because the tongue requires that the speaker understand what they are saying at the foundational level rather than the cognitive one. This makes the infinite word the most powerful and the most demanding of the three expressions. You will find some words immediately available to you. Others will require cultivation before they can be spoken with sufficient comprehension to produce their full effect. HUUM. The Cognitio Dreamstone blazed. The illumination it produced was not the crimson pillar of the Bellum Dreamstone's recognition but something broader, rings of golden white light expanding outward from the stone's contact point with Noah's palm in concentric circles that spread across the sanctum's floor and walls and reached the ancient dark sky above. The Cognitio cause broadcasting what had just occurred with the specific quality of a cause that considered the dissemination of knowledge one of its core functions. Vibrant rings of golden knowledge light wrapped around Noah's left hand, overlapping and compounding, each ring carrying a different frequency of the Cognitio cause's authority, the comprehensive comprehension of a prime cause settling into his foundational architecture alongside the Bellum cause that had already made its home there. His left hand now held the Cognitio rings the way his right arm held the Bellum rings, each hand a different expression of the same being's expanding relationship with the foundational truths of existence. Then, inside the invisible space only he could perceive where his Hadean pillar of infinity rose endlessly above him, something new materialized. A grimoire. It formed from the compound of the Cognitio cause's integration and the infinite tongue's awakening, its cover composed of layered infinity compressed into a surface that shifted between every color his quintessence infiniforce produced. It opened as it formed, its pages visible only to his Hadean perception, and on each page were potentissal words in the infinite tongue, the words he currently had access to written in the language of the tongue itself rather than in any derived script, each word on the page burning with the actual substance of its meaning rather than merely representing it. The grimoire rotated slowly around his Hadean pillar of infinity, orbiting in the same deliberate pattern as the two crimson Bellum swords on the pillar's midpoint, taking its position in the architecture of what he was becoming as naturally as if it had always belonged there and had simply been waiting for him to earn its presence. Noah opened his eyes. The crystalline blue of them blazed with a light that was not merely infinity in the form he had been expressing it since his emergence from the lemniscate cocoon. It carried the additional quality of the cognitio causa's golden comprehension threaded through the crystalline blue, the two prime causes expressing themselves simultaneously through the same pair of eyes without interference, their compound presence visible in the specific quality of attention his gaze now carried. The infinite tongue. Oh. The infinite tongue. He looked at his left hand with the vibrant cognitio rings circling his forearm, then at his right hand with the bellum rings doing the same, and he felt the grimoire orbiting his pillar in the interior space of his perception with the patient presence of a thing that had arrived and intended to stay. He thought of the word fire. He thought of it not in any language he had ever spoken but in the register of the infinite tongue, where thinking the word and meaning the word and being the word occupied the same moment without sequential arrangement, and he felt the infinity around him shift in response to the thought alone as in the entire sanctum Valanthra, scorching heat blazed. He had not even spoken it. Old man Zeke's voice arrived from behind him, and Noah turned to find the Silurian Paleozoic overseer standing at a distance from the Dreamstone's illumination with an expression that had moved well past the cautious curiosity he had arrived with and into something that did not have a simple name. He was looking at Noah the way a being looked at something they had been alive long enough to understand they might only see once. Chapter 52:26, Vile. The infinite vector was the first thing he turned over properly. The way it worked was not complicated once the cognitio causa's comprehension had settled the understanding into his foundations rather than leaving it as cognitive information requiring active processing. Infinity, in any form, carried three properties simultaneously: a direction it was moving in, a magnitude expressing how much of itself it was committing to that direction, and an intent describing what it was trying to accomplish by moving in that direction at that magnitude. Every pulse, every civilization expression, every ambient current of infinity flowing through the wandering territories or the brain world or anywhere else these things occurred had all three. Always. Without exception. Because infinity without direction was not moving infinity, and infinity without magnitude was not expressing infinity, and infinity without intent was not doing anything at all. The infinite vector meant he could rewrite any of the three properties of any infinity within his perceptual range. Including his own. Including the ambient substrate. Including whatever an enemy was currently deploying toward him or toward anyone else. An incoming pulse arrived with a direction pointed at him, a magnitude calibrated to damage him, and an intent to unravel something in his foundations. He did not need to block it. He did not need to absorb it through his Apiron scale's resistance. He could simply rewrite the direction so it was pointed away from him, rewrite the magnitude so it carried more force than when it departed, and rewrite the intent so it was now trying to accomplish whatever he wanted it to accomplish when it arrived at its new destination. Which was the caster. Passively, this operated automatically. His foundations now performed this rewriting as a background function, without requiring his conscious attention, similar to his civilizational instinct, the tongue running continuously beneath every other cognitive process he was engaged in. Anything infinity-based that moved toward him in the environment of his perceptual range would be quietly redirected before it arrived. Actively, he could reach outward and rewrite infinity that had nothing to do with him. The ambient currents flowing through a region, the infinity reserves within an enemy's foundations, the infinity sustaining a gilded one's pulse before it had even fully formed. He could not wait to test it against Ragnar. And as he was settling into the sensation of the vector's passive operation, feeling how it shifted the texture of his interaction with the surrounding existence, like learning to notice one's own peripheral vision as a functional system rather than background noise. HUUM. Aboard the Uber-Golden vessel, something lurched. His other body and Uber-Golden Adelheid were forcefully pulled apart, the separation abrupt and total, the golden bubble she had formed around them snapping with a sharp sound before it dissolved into ambient observable force that scattered in every direction through the vessel's minimal interior. He blinked. The passive infinite vector had rewritten the direction of the infinity flowing between their contact point and redirected it outward without his conscious instruction, his foundations having processed the intensity of what was occurring and determined, apparently without consulting him, that the configuration warranted adjustment. The subconscious rewriting had expressed itself as a physical separation. He was still getting used to this. Golden Adelheid recovered herself across several seconds. She straightened. She smoothed the front of her robes with the brisk efficiency of someone converting the activity into a moment of transition. She licked the last trace of infinity from her lips with an expression that briefly indicated she was finding this entire development more complicated than she had anticipated, then composed herself with the finality of a door being closed. She pointed a finger at him. The gesture carried no power. Just the specific accusation of someone who had decided he was responsible for what had just happened here. He shook his head. Don't think about it too much. That was literally just a taste. He adjusted his features into an expression of complete calm. We need to set aside time later for something a bit more. Her eyes shone briefly with something before the frown arrived and claimed her expression back from it. She looked at the space where the golden bubble had been, then looked at him with a gaze that carried difficulty in it, the specific difficulty of a being organizing something significant before delivering it. You must understand that while this bond between us, and what we have, is understood between us, it must remain a secret to the eyes of the brain world. You must never, in any moment or by any gesture, direct an ounce of affection toward me when others are watching. To do so would be to invite a storm. She held herself with the posture of a superbious gilded one delivering a genuine truth rather than performing one. The superbious do not allow the world to see them as beings of need. In the eyes of our kin, to acknowledge a desire for comfort, or the soft touch of an equal, is to admit a failure in the absolute sovereignty of the ego. We are built for dominion, and dominion admits no hunger that it cannot command. She moved slowly through the minimal interior of the vessel as she spoke. When a member of the high houses feels the stirrings of pleasure or the necessity of dual cultivation, they do not look to their peers. They look to the luxuria. You must see the tragedy of it as I have seen it. Those of the luxuria designation are not merely a caste. They are an engineered outcome. They were fashioned with structural purpose to be the vessels for the desires we refuse to acknowledge in ourselves, their foundations meticulously woven to be the playthings of the ira and the superbious. She did not look at him while she said this. She looked at the pale gold wall of the vessel. The warriors of the Ira release their unbridled rage upon them, and the lords of the superbious spend their cold pride within them, using these engineered souls as mere lightning rods for the excesses of their egos. It is a vile arrangement. A fundamental stain on our existence that I have come to detest. Chapter 52:27, Vile. 2. Her voice remained even, which somehow made the words heavier than they would have been if she had let them become bitter. The luxuria spend eons at the beck and call of any gilded one who wishes to indulge in the most obscene expressions of their nature, forced by their very engineering to endure and facilitate the whims of those who view them as less than dust. They are built to listen, built to serve, and built to break. A pause. Even though it is a truth whispered only in the darkest corners of our existence, the luxuria have the second highest mortality rate in all of gilded history, surpassed only by those who fall beneath the relictus. It is not their bodies that fail. It is their minds. After eons of being used and discarded, after eons of carrying the psychic filth of the high houses, their existences simply shatter. Some choose to unmake themselves, finding the silence of non-existence to be a mercy compared to the weight of their service. Others are shattered from without, their foundations cracking beneath a sudden burst of Ira's wrath or the crushing weight of a superbious gilded one's disdain. She turned back toward him then, and her pure gold eyes carried what they had always carried but more plainly than he had previously seen it, the specific weight of a being who had chosen to live as bounded for eons because the alternative was remaining in the arrangement she had just described. It is a cycle of abuse woven into the very architecture of our society, and it was the primary reason I chose to leave the brain world. I could no longer breathe the air of a place that treats the shattering of a soul as a minor inconvenience. She straightened fully. I have a dream for our people. A vision of an existence where one's designation is not a life sentence of degradation. I will see the dream realized regardless of the price. For now, however, you must be the mask I need you to be. You must be the cold and distant Custos before the eyes of all others." Noah's eyes flashed coldly. The Gilded Ones continued to find new ways to make him detest them more and more, and he had started with a fairly significant amount of detestation to build upon. The image that formed in his mind was not abstract. He was thinking of Dante, the specific Dante he had archived in the Hadean Desmoterion, whose private residence had contained 4 luxurious women with burns and crystalline fractures in their foundations that their gilded engineering had produced not from combat but from one afternoon of someone's bored amusement. He was thinking of the complete engineering logic behind that afternoon, that those 4 women had been built to sustain it, built to endure it, built to return to the house that had produced them and present themselves again the next time the scion required entertainment. Built to break. What kind of being sat down and engineered that? What kind of civilization looked at the engineering methodology and said, yes, this is the arrangement we want to sustain, this is the world we want to maintain, this is the legacy we want to carry forward across 7 ages and defend against anything that threatens to change it? Okay, he said. He looked at Adelheid, and she looked at him, and in the space between them the Primaris bond hummed with its patient luminescence, the connection that was supposed to be professional and contained and administratively appropriate having already become something considerably more complicated than any of those words described. At this time, the door of the vessel opened before Noah fully turned toward it. Sororis Prima Evangelina entered, her mandala eyes making their rapid assessment of the vessel's interior. She looked at Noah. She looked at Adelheid. She looked at Noah again. She blinked. Something had shifted in the space, and her cognitio's sensitivity was registering the shift without being able to specify what it was exactly. She shook her head. We have arrived at the veiled causal site. Her eyes settled on Noah with the focused authority of a senior Sororis addressing a Custos. Behave. Do not make light of our Upper Golden House. Come. Noah gazed at her coldly and gestured toward Adelheid, both of them moving toward Evangelina with the synchronized composure of a Custos and his ingenue. They were going to a place where a portion of his existence would apparently need to cross into a domain filled with secrets regarding the primordial source. But while that portion of him followed Evangelina through the vessel's corridors, the other portion of him that mattered at this particular moment was focused elsewhere. The 10 minutes had passed. In the Infiniverse, where golden sands dreamed beneath a sea of multicolored infinity, the Primus Apiron rose. The sea still held its myriad of beating hearts, the pulse of the Apiron network synchronized in their slow continuous rhythm. Several of the hearts were gestating with dimmed intensity, the signatures of Noah's people who had been collapsed in the wandering territories and were now rebuilding inside the organ before their hour return window completed. Noah's Primus Apiron form had rebuilt. It was grander. Not dramatically, but measurably, genuinely, the scales covering his body sitting slightly denser and more cohesive than they had before the collapse, the integration of the 3 Lute singularities having settled into his Apiron architecture and refined it in the specific way that Lute integration refined, not adding new components but improving the quality of existing ones. The dorsal spinal protrusions running along his back were larger, their surfaces carrying deeper channels for observable force, the new sovereign observable organ's passive intake already flowing through them in visible golden lines that had not been present before. His tail was longer, the spear-tip singularity at its end burning with a concentration of Nero-absolute infinity that the prior form had not carried at that point. His crown spun above his head with a brilliance that had increased in a way he could feel rather than merely observe, the multicolored flames carrying the compound weight of a being who had integrated 2 prime causes and unlocked a 3rd power system in the interval since his collapse. Around him, silent and invisible to any perception that was not his own, a barrier of infinity sat. The infinite vector, operating passively. He could feel it as a constant ambient presence, the way one feels the clothes against one's skin without actively thinking about the feeling, a background sensation of something functioning correctly. Every ambient infinity current flowing through the infiniverse moved around him or through him according to his foundation's continuous quiet management, nothing arriving at his surface with a direction or magnitude or intent he had not permitted. He wanted to see what it did with actual gilded hostility directed at it. He disappeared. Chapter 52:28, No Inch. I. The wandering territories received him mid-air above the multicolored sea, his emergence point selected through the infinite step with the specific attention to positioning of a being who wanted to observe the full scope of what he was returning to before committing to a direction. What he observed was comprehensive. His apeiron had all been collapsed. Every single one, their signatures absent from the surrounding space except as the residual warmth of recent kilonova detonations that still lingered in the ambient substrate like afterimages of light. They had not gone quietly. The gilded ones scattered across the region in their thousands wore the consequences of the detonation chain on their expressions and in the visible depletion of their infinity reserves, the beings who had been nearest the collapse points showing the specific hollowness of entities whose primary cultivation substrate had been forcibly evacuated and had not yet replenished. Extremely unpleasant expressions, across thousands of gilded one faces simultaneously. And yes, it was now thousands. Then Noah appeared, and every single expression oriented toward him. He scanned the assembly with his Hadean perception and found, first, that the numbers had grown significantly since his collapse 10 minutes ago. Thousands rather than hundreds. Sororis primas in a cluster that exceeded a dozen, their Paleozoic authority radiating outward in the specific compound quality of assembled gilded administrators who had received a priority notification and had responded with the thoroughness of beings who took priority notifications seriously. And then, floating in a formation near the original position Ragnar V49 had occupied, 9 massive bodies. Same face. Same proportions. Same brutal smile worn simultaneously across 9 identical mouths. Their attire varied slightly, small differences in how the Ira authority expressed itself across their respective engineered individualities, but the underlying architecture was the same production line rendered 9 times. Above each massive head, the Pillow Talk notification arrived with the calm delivery of a system that had catalogued the assembly before Noah had consciously requested it. Ragnar V49. Ragnar V55. Ragnar V69. Ragnar V112. Ragnar V145. Ragnar V201. Ragnar V287. Ragnar V334. Ragnar V401. 9 individual mass-produced gilded ones of terrifying power, each operating at Silurian Paleozoic scale, each one a separate existence rather than a single consciousness split across bodies, each one burning with the compound authority of the Dominion cause and the Bellum cause integrated to the same depth as the one that had ripped him apart. Ragnar V49 threw his head back and laughed. "Buddy boy, what the fuck is this?" He gestured between himself and Noah. "Did you know that I ripped you up? Or are you like me, of which there are many of?" Noah ignored him. He was looking past the 9 Ragnars at the being who stood in front of the assembled Sororis Primas cluster. Aged in the gilded sense of aged, which meant the aging was a choice rather than a consequence, the features carrying the deliberate weathering of a being who had decided that appearing to have been present for a very long time was a more effective communication of authority than appearing not to have aged at all. Silver gold hair. Robes that carried the specific weight of a house whose name Pillow Talk supplied with the patient efficiency of a system that had already identified him. Veltharian of the Kael'thas royal house. Silurian Paleozoic. 3 prime causes in active partial integration, the Cognitio cause, the Dominion cause, the Vigilia cause. Civilizational access exceeding 40% across all 3. His gaze was ancient and cruel. He looked at Noah the way an institution looks at an anomaly, not with personal hostility but with the impersonal assessment of something that needs to be categorized and processed. "Capture it alive this time around." His voice did not rise. It did not need to. Failure is not permitted. HUUM. The 9 Ragnars began to burn with power simultaneously, their brutal smiles identical across 9 faces, their prime cause integration igniting with the synchronized readiness of beings who had been produced for exactly this category of battle and were operating in the environment their engineering was designed for. Around them, the thousands of gilded ones did not remain idle. Their bodies blazed with the light of causes as Veltharian's commands propagated through the assembly, something coordinated and sequential being initiated that Noah's pillow talk registered as a large-scale formation technique, the kind of thing that required the collective cause authority of thousands of gilded ones operating in synchronized configuration to produce, the kind of thing that had devastatingly thorough consequences when it completed its initiation sequence. By every metric available to him, he was looking at another quick death. 9 Silurian Paleozoic Ragnars. A 3 Gilded One. Thousands of Ordovician Paleozoic Gilded Ones. A dozen Silurian Paleozoic Sororis Primas. A mass formation technique currently building toward completion. He tilted his head back and breathed. Oh, infinite tongue. HUUM. He spoke it not as an invocation but as an acknowledgement, the specific address of a being greeting a capability they were about to deploy for the first time in a setting that would give them genuine information about what it could do. Multicolored rivers of infinity surged around him, the currents not radiating outward from him but flowing toward him and through him and expressing themselves through his existence the way water expresses itself through the channel it flows in, the distinction between the infinity and the speaker of its tongue dissolving into the continuous present tense of a being who had stopped using infinity as a tool and started being infinity as a medium. He hovered in his pocket of space that obeyed only him. His head tilted back, his crystalline eyes staring into the Niru absolute infinity above him. His expression held a tyrannical smile. The first word. It was always going to be this word. Fire. HUUM. In the instant after the word left his lips, existence trembled. Not locally. Not within the perimeter of the wandering territories or even within the broader reach of observable existence's lower domains. The trembling was universal, the way the string of a very large instrument trembles along its entire length when struck at one point, the vibration traveling outward through the medium without diminishing because the medium and the vibration were the same substance. The temperature rose in a single transition from whatever the ambient temperature of the surrounding space had been to a temperature that had no business existing in a space that still contained things other than fire. The multicolored flames surged outward from Noah at their center in expanding rings that did not slow against distance or against the intervening fabric of space or against the dimensional separations between regions that were theoretically isolated from each other. The flames crossed the wandering territories in less than an instant. They crossed collapsed transcendent folds and the remnants of the loon's shelters where early creatures were tentatively emerging into the wastes, and the creatures stumbled back from the sudden scorching of the air around them. They crossed primordial realms, the ancient spaces between definitions of space, and the beings residing within them felt the heat arriving through barriers that heat was not supposed to penetrate. They crossed prima indifferentia, where the undivided ones in formless terrors regarded the suddenly burning sky with the specific quality of attention that beings without ordinary fear give to unexpected phenomena. They crossed the wild. Across all of observable existence, in the span of an instant that was the only measurement of time the spread required, the air was on fire. Multicolored fire. Infinity-sustained fire, burning not from fuel but from the word that Noah had spoken and meant completely, the infinite tongue's expression of fire not producing heat by consuming something but producing heat by making fire be what the surrounding infinity was doing, the same way water makes things wet by being water rather than by trying to. The temperatures scorched anything below the third scale of existence in the specific way that infinity fire scorched things below its tier, completely and immediately, the heat carrying existential authority rather than merely thermal physics. Noah had been precise about the intent. The infinite vector's rewriting capability applied to his own expression as naturally as it applied to external ones, the direction of the fire's harm pointed exclusively toward gilded ones, everything else receiving the light and warmth of the fire without the consequence of it. He was not genocidal. He was targeted. He floated at the center of the endless concentration of multicolored flames and looked through them at the wandering territories below. The thousands of Ordovician Paleozoic gilded ones were bellowing. Not uniformly. In the specific sequence of beings registering that something was burning them who had not been burning a moment ago and whose defensive weavings were engaging against the burning and finding that the burning did not respond to defensive weavings the way attacks responded to defensive weavings, because defensive weavings addressed force or energy or authority directed at the being from an external source, and this fire was not coming from an external source. It was coming from the air itself. It was coming from the infinity all around them. It was coming from the substance through which all their cultivation operated. Burn marks were beginning to appear on the surface of some Ordovician foundations, the fire-finding purchase where the gilded engineering was thinnest, the Ordovician tier providing less resistance to infinity native expression than the Silurian tier that the Ragnars and Veltharian operated at. But this was only the start. This was the infinite word alone, unaccompanied. He had not yet shown them the infinite vector. He had not yet told them what the word fire could do at its second application, when the fire that had been summoned was itself an infinity expression whose direction and magnitude and intent were all his to rewrite at the level of the tongue rather than at the level of an external manipulation. He looked at the 9 Ragnars through the multicolored fire between them, their massive forms burning in the flames at reduced intensity due to their Silurian tier's resistance. He looked at Veltharian, who seemed unbothered. He looked at the formation technique still building toward completion across the thousands of assembled gilded ones, the collective cause authority accumulating toward whatever devastating result Veltharian had directed. He felt, with everything his existence was capable of feeling, the boundless tyranny rising in him with the patient certainty of a tide that had already decided to come in and was simply proceeding through the sequence of its arrival. This was the infinite tongue. And he had only said one word, and he had set all of observable existence aflame. Chapter 52:29, No Inch. 2. Ragnar V49 and Ragnar V55 moved simultaneously an instant after. This was not coordination in the way that coordinated attacks required planning between separate consciousnesses. It was something closer to the simultaneity of 2 identical instruments played by the same hand, the mass-produced architecture of their engineered existence producing identical instincts at identical moments across 2 separate bodies. Both of them crossed the distance between their positions and Noah's with the speed that had characterized V49's opening strike in the prior battle, the speed that bypassed perception extension and arrived at conclusions before the preparation for those conclusions had finished. Both of the Bellum cause and the Dominion cause erupted simultaneously from both massive frames, the compound force of 2 prime cause integrations from each of the 2 Ragnars converging on the single coordinate where Noah floated with his head tilted slightly back and his tyrannical smile playing on his bestial lips. The attacks did not reach him. Not because he moved. Not because a barrier materialized between his skin and the incoming force. Not because the attacks were absorbed or reflected or countered through any visible mechanism that the assembled thousands of gilded ones had a framework to classify. The attacks arrived at the threshold of his infinite vector's passive field and found their direction, their magnitude, and their intent rewritten simultaneously in the fraction of the instant before contact. The Bellum cause force from V49's right hand had its direction reversed, arriving back at V49 from the angle it had departed at. The Dominion cause authority from V55's simultaneous strike had its intent rewritten so thoroughly that the force which had been moving toward Noah's position began instead reinforcing the ambient multicolored fire still burning through the wandering territories, feeding it rather than striking through it. V49 absorbed his own prime cause strike. He staggered in the air, his massive frame shifting backward by a distance that communicated genuine surprise at the force, which was his own force plus the vector's magnitude adjustment, arriving back through his own foundations at amplified intensity. HUUM. V55 found his cause authority simply gone, redirected into the surrounding fire before he could account for its disappearance from his own expression. Noah had not moved. He floated at the same coordinates he had occupied before both Ragnars had closed the distance, his posture unchanged, the multicolored flames of his infinity still burning around his crown with their patient continuous expression. His crystalline eyes carried the specific quality of a being who had just confirmed something he suspected and found the confirmation magisterial. The assembled Gilded Ones went quiet. Quiet, the specific quiet of thousands of beings. Boom! And a terrifying progression bloomed because Noah decided he was bored with the defensive demonstration. He looked around him at the thousands of Ordovician Paleozoic scale Gilded Ones distributed across the wandering territories in their formations, their bodies still bearing the burn marks his opening fire had placed across the surfaces of those with thinner defenses, their infinity reserves depleted from the kilonova chain his Apeiron had left behind before their collapse. The infinity within them, diminished as it was still infinity. It still had direction and magnitude and intent. He reached outward with the infinite vector's active application, not forcefully but with the specific ease of a being speaking in their native language, and he spoke the infinity within and around every Ordovician Paleozoic scale Gilded One in his perceptual range a new set of properties simultaneously. New direction, toward him. New magnitude, compressing inward, the infinity folding itself tighter and tighter within each affected Gilded One the way a star compresses under its own gravity when the outward pressure fails, the compression accelerating as the distance between them and Noah decreased. New intent, fuel. He waved his hand. HUUM. The gesture carried the specific casualness of a being swatting something like a fly away from their meal, and the result it produced was the opposite of that gesture's ordinary meaning. Boom! Hundreds of Ordovician Paleozoic scale Gilded Ones lurched from their positions across the wandering territories and began moving toward Noah with a speed that had nothing to do with their own volition and everything to do with the infinity inside them having been told it was going somewhere specific and going there efficiently. They moved like projectiles because that was what the infinite vector had made them, the compression accelerating their trajectories toward the single coordinate their infinity was now pointing at. The expressions on the faces of the Gilded Ones passing through the air at velocity they had not generated were shocked. Noah opened his jaws as he fucking planned to eat this projectiles of Gilded Ones. The first Gilded One arrived. His infinity devourer engaged on contact, pulling the compressed reserves outward through the impact point and integrating them into his own foundations while his Apeiron scales handled the physical impact with the composure of a surface that had been designed for exactly this category of contact. He closed his jaws and opened them again and the second one arrived and he ate that one too, the crimson gold flooding across his chin with the patient abundance of a being receiving precisely the fuel he had requested. More were coming. He ate them as they arrived, one after another, using Gilded Ones as projectiles against himself and processing each one through his devourer. The multicolored fire still burning through the wandering territories illuminated the entire sequence from every direction simultaneously, the scene carrying the specific quality of something that had no precedence. The 12 Sororis Primas above were not saying anything. The formation technique Valtharion had initiated had stalled, the Ordovician scale contributors to its collective power now being redirected at Noah as fuel rather than into the formation's architecture. Boom! He looked at the 9 Ragnars. They looked back at him with their 9 identical brutal smiles, and unlike the Ordovician Gilded Ones surrounding them, their smiles had gained rather than lost light across the preceding demonstration. V-49's brief stagger after receiving his own amplified strike back had not produced fear. It had produced the specific delight of a being whose estimation of an opponent had just increased meaningfully. Noah reached outward with the infinite vector toward all 9 of them simultaneously. He rewrote the direction of the infinity within their foundations toward him. He rewrote the magnitude to pull. He rewrote the intent to close the distance between 9 massive Silurian Paleozoic bodies and his single coordinate with the same efficiency he had applied to the Ordovician Gilded Ones moments ago. The 9 Ragnars did not become projectiles. They moved. Each of them moved forward by several meters before the resistance engaged, their own prime cause integrations asserting themselves against the vector's rewriting with the authority of a cause foundation deep enough to contest his application rather than simply yielding to it. The bellum cause within each of them pressed outward against the direction change. The dominion cause pushed back against the intent rewriting, asserting its own hierarchical authority against Noah's instruction. They stopped approximately 20 meters from him. He could feel the resistance as pressure against the vector's active expression, 9 points of genuine Silurian Paleozoic cause integrated pushback holding their ground against his attempt at redirection. Around the 9 Ragnars, the other Silurian Paleozoic scale gilded ones, the Sororis Primas and the other senior IRA commanders, had similarly arrested whatever pull his vector had generated against them, their foundations refusing the rewrite with the competence of beings whose power had been specifically developed to resist exactly this kind of external authority over the eons. Their smiles were blazing. V49 laughed. All 9 Ragnars laughed, identical sounds from 9 identical mouths, the sound overlapping into something that filled the burning air of the wandering territories. "Buddy boy, you cannot pull us to you," V55 called out from his position, his massive hands braced against the invisible pull. "But fuck if it isn't fun to watch you try." Noah regarded the 20 meters between himself and the 9 Ragnars calmly. The vector could move Ordovician scale gilded ones freely. It could move Silurian scale gilded ones partially, initiating displacement that their cause integrations then arrested. The resistance was genuine but not absolute, which meant the gap was a power gap rather than a categorical barrier. The gap would close as his own integration deepened, and it was deepening as he devoured more and more Ordovician Paleozoic gilded ones, with their bodies smashing into his jaws or scales or spikes as they were shredded into crimson gold brilliance, and he absorbed and devoured everything they were. Veltharion had been watching the full sequence from his position at the forward edge of the Sororis Prima cluster, his 3' cause integrations burning in his ancient eyes. "It seems we should have treated you like a full-grown relictus from the moment you appeared," Veltharion said. His ancient eyes moved from the hundreds of Ordovician scale gilded ones whose infinity Noah had redirected into his own consumption, to the 9 Ragnars currently holding their 20-meter resistance, to the endless burning sky of multicolored fire that still covered the wandering territories from one horizon to the other. He was quiet for one beat. "Even if you weren't one." Another beat. "Okay." His 3' cause integrations blazed simultaneously, their compound authority filling the surrounding space with the specific weight of a being who had just made a decision. "Okay." Boom. From every direction, terrifying wonder bloomed. Chapter 5230, Oblivion Eye. He closed his eyes. He could still feel everything. That was the first thing that registered when his eyes closed and the infinite vector's passive field extended outward through his perception without the filtering of visual input, the full scope of what the tongue allowed him to feel spreading across the entire battlefield in the specific way that a sound heard in darkness carries more information than the same sound heard in light. The residue of infinity within every gilded one body in his perceptual range registered against his awareness as individual signatures, each one distinct, each one composed of the specific configuration of infinity that their gilded engineering had built into their physiology. Paleozoic bones and organs, forged from infinity as their foundational substrate. He could feel all of it. His hands rose without him deciding to raise them. He began to conduct. The gesture was not dramatic. His right hand moved to the left in a slow horizontal arc, and 24 Ordovician Paleozoic scale gilded ones to his right lurched in the direction his hand had moved, their bodies swinging through the burning air of the wandering territories as though strings had been cut and replaced by different strings attached to a different master. Their weavings engaged against the movement, their observable force flooding through their foundations in the automatic defensive surge of beings whose cultivation had trained for physical compulsion, their cause connections pressing outward against the force redirecting them. It did not help, because Noah was not pressing force against them from outside. He was speaking to the infinity inside their bones. The infinity inside their bones was listening. His left hand dropped slightly and curled inward, and a cluster of gilded ones from his left side decelerated mid-formation, their momentum bleeding away not because anything was stopping them but because the infinity propelling them had been told to change its intent from moving forward to holding still, and the infinity had agreed. They froze in the configurations they had been mid-execution of, the expressions on their faces carrying the specific quality of beings whose control over their own bodies had transferred to an external authority without any sensation of force being applied to bring that transfer about. He waved both hands in a sweeping downward arc. Several gilded ones smashed into each other with the combined momentum of their redirected trajectories, the collision producing sounds that carried through the multicolored fire. He flicked his right hand forward with his fist clenched, and a cluster rushed toward him with their bodies converted from gilded combatants into projectiles by the simple administrative fact that he had rewritten what their infinity was doing, and he opened his jaws and they arrived into them and he ate. And the crimson gold ran across his chin with the abundance of a being receiving exactly the intake his engineering had been designed to process. He was conducting a choir of several thousand gilded ones whose voices were their vectors. They could not defend. Not because they lacked the power. They had every right to their power, he acknowledged this freely, because these were beings who had been engineered from the foundational substrate of the first cause itself, who drew on causes that governed the deep structure of existence, whose bones and organs were built from the concentrated infinity that bounded lifeforms spent lifetimes pursuing through their highest cultivation frameworks. They were glorious in their construction. And their bones were gilded Paleozoic bones, forged from infinity at its highest gilded expression, which meant that every structural component of their bodies was a medium he could address through the infinite tongue. They could defend against external force with their cause authority. They could defend against external infinity with their observable force. They could defend against attacks that arrived as attacks. They could not defend against their own infinity being politely given different instructions. He clenched his finger against his thumb, focused on a single Ordovician scale Sororis behind him whose cause connection had been producing the most consistent interference with his Apeiron form's passive field, and compressed. The infinite vector rewrote the magnitude of the infinity within her foundations inward with the specific patience of a being applying pressure rather than delivering a blow, the compression tightening gradually and then all at once, and the Sororis folded inward as her own infinity compacted around her internal structure, her body collapsing toward its own center the way a star collapsed toward its center when the outward pressure failed. She became approximately spherical. He flicked his middle finger. Boom! She crossed the burning air of the wandering territories at a speed that the word projectile technically described and that the reality significantly exceeded, her compressed form traveling in a straight line that terminated against a formation of 8 Ordovician Paleozoic scale gilded ones who had been moving toward Noah's position in coordinated flanking approach. The impact was the specific impact of a dense compressed object meeting a formation of beings who had not anticipated the approach vector. They scattered in the way bowling pins scattered. Ha 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 ha. HUUM. He was laughing. The laughter emerged from somewhere beneath his calculated composure and surfaced in the specific way that genuine euphoria surfaces in beings who have not felt it recently enough, unexpected in total and carrying the harmonic depth of his Primus Apeiron form's resonance chambers. The euphoria was real. The sensation of the infinite tongue moving through him and through the battlefield simultaneously, the feeling of infinity obeying the language he was speaking to it rather than the language everyone else had been speaking to it, was the closest thing to flight he had experienced in any form that had nothing to do with actual elevation. Between the orchestrated Ordovician scale demonstrations, the 9 Ragnars kept coming. He moved between them. The infinite step put him between V49's fist and V55's cause eruption simultaneously, the half-second between the 2 attacks occupied by his lateral displacement and the passive vector rewriting both attacks away from his current coordinate before they could converge on it. He moved through the Ragnars the way water moved through spaces between stones, finding the gaps that their coordinated pressure left open and occupying those gaps before the pressure could close them. He could not eat them. He could not redirect them with the vector's full efficiency. He could feel the resistance of their Silurian Paleozoic cause integrations against his application the way one feels a strong current against outstretched hands. But he could move around them. And moving around 9 Silurian Paleozoic Ragnars while simultaneously orchestrating thousands of Ordovician Paleozoic Gilded Ones through the infinite tongues conducting was, he found, the closest thing to complete presence and existence he had ever occupied. No past. No future. Just the tongue and the battlefield and the boundless infinity running through him and everything around him. Just here. He wanted to know his limits. He genuinely, completely, wanted to know exactly where his current configuration stopped and the space beyond it began. His face turned. The laugh faded into something else, something that sat on the other side of euphoria where the edge between exhilaration and ferocity was not clearly defined, and his crystalline eyes burned with near-absolute infinity at their maximum passive expression, and he turned toward the cluster where Veltharion stood surrounded by the dozen Silurian Paleozoic scale Sororis Primas, all of them burning with their collective preparation, the terrifying weaving they had been assembling throughout the entire demonstration, now coiled and ready with the specific tension of something that had been held past its ideal release point because its wielder had wanted to understand the target before committing. He opened his jaws toward them. Not to eat, but to roar. Show me. His voice was filled with majesty. Show me. Boom. Chapter 5231, Oblivion 2. Veltharion's ancient eyes did not change. He raised his hand. A judicial one, the specific gesture of a being whose authority did not require amplification through theatrical delivery. O prime causes. His voice carried the specific resonance of a being speaking to the substrate of existence rather than to the being standing in it, addressing the foundational truths directly through 3 integrations that sat at Silurian Paleozoic depth. Bind this poor soul. Do not have mercy. No. Mercy. Boom. It unfolded from the intersection of his 3 cause integrations and the collective cause authority of every Sororis Prima behind him, pulling simultaneously from their individual foundations and from the enormous cause reserves of the 9 Ragnars whose prime cause integrations contributed their full weight to the technique without being asked, the mass-produced architecture of their existence having been built from the beginning to serve exactly this kind of combined deployment. The ability did not arrive as a projectile. It arrived as a new arrangement of the surrounding space. Obsidian gold light bloomed outward from Veltharion's raised hand in a configuration that did not move through the air so much as it replaced the air, the brilliant dark gold spreading across every coordinate simultaneously in a sphere that commenced small and expanded across the next several seconds into a structure that covered gigaparsecs of observable existence, its surface shining with the specific quality of something that was not merely blocking what was outside it but actively preventing the concept of outside from being relevant to what was within. The name drifted to Noah's perception through Pillow Talk's final functioning moments as the structure completed itself around him. The sepulchre of extinguished causes. It sealed shut with a sound that was not a sound but the specific sensation of absolute enclosure, and then there was nothing. No multicolored fire. No burning sky. No 9 Ragnars. No Veltharion. No roaring of thousands of Gilded One foundations engaging against his tongue's administration of their vectors. Nothing. Noah could not see anything. He could not feel the ambient infinity that had been flowing through the wandering territories. He could not feel the Primaris bond connection to Ubergold and Adelheid. He could not feel the thread connecting him to his body in the Sanctum Valanthra or the body aboard the Ubergolden vessel. He could not feel his own crown above his head or his own tail behind him or his own scales against the non-existent air of the non-existent space he was contained in. He could not even feel his thoughts complete themselves. The sentence that began inside his consciousness would reach its midpoint and then the midpoint's continuation was not there, the thought unable to communicate its second half to the consciousness that had produced its first half, the internal dialogue severed at every attempt with the specific quality of a signal being cut rather than a signal being blocked. Then. The prompts were blank or had insufficient information. Ruination's voice could barely be heard. Warning. You are currently contained within the sepulchre of extinguished causes. The technique draws simultaneously from 3 integrated prime causes at Silurian Paleozoic depth, the collective cause authority of 12 Sororis Primas, and the combined prime cause reserves of 9 Ragnar designation Gilded Ones. Affects total isolation from observable existence, infinity, observable force, unobservable force, external consciousness, internal consciousness, your own weavings, any clones, any bodies, anything bearing your. The prison contains endless undefinition which attacks the defined weavings of your existence, seeking to unravel the cause of your being, your Hadean engineering, your infinite cause, your timer. The primary mechanism of this technique's terminal effect could not be fully established against your existence. The cognitio cause integration and your relationship with infinity has created a sliver of possibility that the timer. Information was not coming freely. Information was being blocked. Outside the sepulchre, across the gigaparsec radius of its obsidian gold surface, the wandering territories fell into immense silence. The Gilded Ones who had been mid-engagement with Noah's orchestration found themselves abruptly released, the vectors that had been rewriting their bodies' directions dissolving the moment the connection to their administrator had been severed by the enclosure. They drifted to rest in whatever configurations they currently occupied, several of them still mid-stumble from the momentum that had been redirected without warning. The 9 Ragnars floated in their formation. The Sororis Primas behind Veltharion held their positions. The obsidian gold of the sepulchre shone against the fading multicolored fire that had covered the sky, the fire itself burning lower now without the tongue sustaining its expression, the absence of Noah's voice visible in the gradual dimming of the flames across the observable horizon. Veltharion lowered his hand. And oh, he looked grand. Gold shone off of him with waves of pride and majesty. He looked at the sepulchre. He said nothing as he waited. All he had to do was wait. The silence continued. Inside the nothing, Noah closed his eyes. Which meant nothing in a space where his eyes had no information to process regardless of whether they were open or closed. He sat in the severed quiet of a consciousness that could not complete its own sentences and let the severing happen around him without adding his own disruption to it. He did not fight the undefinition that was pressing against his foundations from every non-direction simultaneously. He felt it the way one feels a current by going still in it rather than by swimming against it, learning its character before committing to a response. He felt something. Not much. A trace. The specific trace of a substance that had been present in his existence since before it had acquired the vocabulary to recognize what the substance was, that had been the first capability he had ever expressed in the world that had been ending around him, that lived beneath every civilization he had actualized and beneath every cause he had integrated and beneath every form his engineering had taken across the full span of his climb. Mana. And below the mana, the thing that mana was a small version of. Infinity. It was there. Diminished, severed from every external source, reduced to whatever had been present in his foundations at the moment of enclosure and had survived the sepulchre's attempt to isolate even that. Not the boundless surging infinity of the open engagement, a remainder. The undefinition pressed against it. He let his thoughts begin, and when the thoughts were cut at their midpoints, he let the cut be, and he found the thought again from the beginning, and he said it to himself in the simplest form available. Oh, infinity. Boom. He reached for the core the way a drowning being reaches for whatever solid thing is nearest, not elegantly, not with the conducting grace of his open battlefield performance, just directly and completely, and he told the infinity what it was. He told it in the infinite tongue. Not a word this time. Just the tongue itself, the direct address of a being speaking to a substrate in its own language, and the infinity in his reduced core heard the address and responded with the specific responsiveness of a thing that had always been listening and had simply been waiting for someone to speak to it in a language it recognized. Multicolored light bloomed inside the nothing. Small at first. The undefinition surged toward it from every non-direction with the urgency of a containment discovering a leak, and the light pushed back, and the space inside the sepulchre became the specific space of something that had been intended to be empty and was in the process of refusing to be. Chapter 5232, Oblivion 3. The undefinition inside the sepulchre was not malicious. It had no personality, no intent in the way that consciousness had intent. It was simply the absence of definition doing what absence did in the presence of something defined, pressing against the edges of the defined thing with the patient persistence of entropy, looking for the seams where the definition was weakest and working at those seams with the thoroughness of a process that had all the time its containment required. Noah sat in the nothing and let it press. He could not feel his scales. He could not feel his crown. He could not feel his tail or his horns or the Bellon rings or the cognitio rings or the grimoire orbiting his Hadean pillar in the invisible interior space of his perception. He could not feel the connection to his other bodies. He could not complete a thought. But he could feel his cause. Not loudly. Not with the full blazing resonance it carried in open battle. As a thread, thin enough that the severing of everything else had reduced it to its most fundamental state, thin enough that the undefinition had apparently not identified it as a discrete entity worth addressing specifically because at its most fundamental state it was indistinguishable from the base substrate of what he was rather than from a capability he was deploying. He focused on the thread. He thought of his mother. Concretely, specifically, the actual Amelia Osmond who had lived in an ending world and had produced something with her existence that the entirety of the gilded civilization across 7 ages and prime causes and the brain world observable existence had never managed to produce despite their eons and their engineering. Who had originated the infinite cause through the specific accumulation of her specific experiences without anyone's permission or administrative oversight. Who had given him something that Valtharion and his 3 integrated prime causes and his ancient eyes could not access regardless of their standing. He thought of himself. The man in the dirt who had forged his first fireball while the world was ending around him. Every tier of Vakachev's framework he had pressed against and found yielding. Every moment where the calculation said the outcome was not survivable and he had survived it through the combination of capability and conviction and the specific stubbornness that had never negotiated with outcomes it found unacceptable. His cause was infinite. He turned this over in the severed quiet of the sepulchre's nothing with the patient attention of a being who had found the one structural argument that the containment could not address. His cause was infinite. The sepulchre had been built by 3 integrated prime causes at Silurian Paleozoic depth, backed by the collective authority of a dozen Sororis Primas and 9 mass-produced Ragnar bodies, to isolate an existence from everything including its own cause. But the infinite cause did not draw its authority from the observable existence or from infinity as an external resource or from any substrate that a containment built within observable existence could sever access to. The infinite cause drew its authority from emergence itself. From the foundational truth that existence comes into being through pain and that the coming into being was the first and most irreducible fact of any existence that had ever been. He could not be severed from emergence. He had already emerged. The fact of his emergence was prior to every other fact about his current situation, including the fact of the sepulchre. Before the sepulchre, there was Noah Osmond having emerged, and no containment built within the arrangement that emergence had produced could reach backward through time to the moment before the emergence and prevent it. The infinite cause burned through the thin thread. HUUM. It burned with the complete conviction of a being who had just found the structural argument and was committing to it fully, the thread expanding outward from its reduced state toward the full expression of a cause that had found the reason it could not be contained. The multicolored infinity his existence held answered. And through the communion of the infinite tongue meeting the infinite cause in the specific compressed crucible of the sepulchre's isolation, where every other substrate had been removed and only the two remained pressed against each other at maximum contact, something developed between them. Infinite quintessential epiphany state registering. The infinite cause and the infinite tongue have achieved their deepest resonance within this containment. The isolation that was intended to sever you from your foundations has instead produced the contact necessary for the two systems to recognize each other fully without the interference of external substrates. New capability establishing, the infinite mandates. The infinite mandates allow you to set standing directives for the behavior of infinity within any domain where the infinite cause and the infinite cause of the infiniverse maintain influence. A directive is a permanent instruction spoken to infinity in the infinite tongue, backed by the authority of your cause, that persists without requiring your active attention to maintain. Directives established under the infinite mandates carry the following enforcement properties straight face. Any existence currently drawing power from the bellum cause or the cognitio cause cannot deny or override a directive, as your cause has formed resonant links with these two prime causes through your integration. Any existence at Ordovician Paleozoic scale or below cannot deny a directive regardless of their cause connections, as your infinite cause's authority exceeds their standing within your cause's domain of influence. Directives function as infinity itself enforcing your stated intent rather than as your own cultivation being deployed against a target. This distinction matters. Beings defending against your power will find that their defenses address a different category of threat than what the directive delivers. Boom! The sepulchre shattered outward, from the center point where Noah stood at the convergence of the infinite cause's full expression and the infinite tongue's resonance with it, the obsidian gold crystalline structure of the containment breaking apart in expanding rings the way glass broke when struck from inside by something that had decided the glass was a suggestion rather than a boundary. The fragments caught the light of the surrounding fires as they expanded outward across the gigaparsec radius of the sepulchre's original extent, each fragment carrying the specific brilliance of a cause construct dissolving rather than being destroyed, the technique's architecture coming undone cleanly and completely without any residual authority holding its components together after the interior force exceeded its design tolerance. The sounds of the wandering territories returned. The visual field returned. The connections to his other bodies returned with the specific rushing quality of circulation restoring to a limb that had been briefly compressed. Noah stood at the center of where the sepulchre had been, surrounded by the dissolving fragments of its breaking, and he remained still for a moment while the dissolution completed itself around him. Multicolored infinity surged toward him from every direction, pulled by his cause's resonance now operating at its post-sepulchre intensity, the currents flowing toward his position with the eager responsiveness of a medium that had been waiting for the address to resume. His crown blazed above his head with renewed intensity, the flames carrying the compound authority of a being who had just communed with his cause at its deepest available level and had emerged from the communion with something new. His bellum rings burned. His cognitio rings burned. The grimoire rotated around his Hadean pillar with pages that had added entries since his entry into the sepulchre. He stood with his eyes still closed, surrounded by the incandescent waves of multicolored infinity. Chapter 52-33, Oblivion 4. Veltharion looked at him with ancient eyes that had adjusted their estimate of the current situation multiple times across the preceding minutes and were now arriving at an adjustment that sat in a different category than the previous ones. What are you? His voice was cold, containing the genuine inquiry of a being who had moved past strategic assessment into the simpler territory of needing an answer. What do you want? Noah's eyes remained closed. When he spoke, his voice carried the unhurried cadence of a being who had thought about this answer for some time. There is an old story, perhaps apocryphal, about a man who lived in a palace for years, convinced the gold leaf on the ceilings was a gift from the heavens specifically for him. He never once looked at the foundation. He never once asked who laid the stone. He simply lived in the light of things he did not build and called it his birthright. He paused. For too long, you and your kind have treated infinity like a bottomless sea at a party that was never meant to end. You have sipped it, bathed in it, and used it to wash the dust off your boots as if it were a common right. A privilege. It is an extravagant indulgence, really, one that has made you soft in the places where a soul should be hard. His voice did not rise. I was born in the dirt. I was born a bounded life form, without a single speck of energy or a whisper of authority to my name. I had to forge my own light in a dark world while you were busy rearranging existence to better suit your view from the balcony. But the party is over, and the bill has finally arrived. He turned his face toward Veltharion without opening his eyes. Just as the primordial source remains a distant shimmering dream you can never quite touch, infinity is about to become a memory to you. A new era is upon us, one where the things you have held are being reclaimed by the hands that actually know the value of the forge. I am starting here, in this corner of existence, with all of you. His voice carried the quiet certainty of a directive being established. You can hold your pride and your wrath and your lust as close to your chests as you like, but you are going to find them very cold comforts when the fire goes out. From this moment forward, unless I personally extend a hand and grant my strict permission, infinity is no longer yours to command. It is being taken back. It is being reclaimed. You have arrived here with your high egos and your staggering arrogance, convinced you are the masters of existence. A final pause. I am stripping you of that capability. I am taking back the ocean and leaving you gasping on the sand. Boom! I strip you of infinity. The gazes of somberness and incredulity that moved through the assembled Gilded Ones were not instantaneous. They arrived in sequence, each being registering the statement's implications at the speed their respective comprehension produced, with the Sororis Primas arriving first through their cognitio cause connections and the Ordovician scale beings arriving last through the simple mechanism of feeling it happen before understanding what was happening. Because it was already happening. Directive established, the infinite mandates of the Primus Apiron are active. Standing directive, first issuance, infinity within observable existence will no longer respond to the commands, cultivation draws, or existential expressions of any gilded lifeform present here unless the Primus Apiron's explicit permission is first obtained and maintained. Enforcement, all beings currently drawing power from the Bellum cause or the Cognitio cause cannot override this directive. All beings at Ordovician Paleozoic scale or below cannot override this directive. The directive is enforced by infinity itself rather than by any of the Primus Apiron's active power, meaning defensive weavings directed against external cultivation attacks will not address this directive's mechanism. The directive is operational. The Gilded Ones felt it as a slow, terrifying withdrawal, the specific sensation of a being discovering that the resource they have drawn on continuously across their entire existence, so continuously that they had stopped perceiving it as a drawn resource and had simply experienced it as the ambient condition of their own foundations, was no longer responding. Their gilded Paleozoic bones, forged from infinity. Their organs, built through infinity. Their causes, expressed through infinity as their medium. All of it still present in the structural sense of being present, but the infinity within them no longer listening when they reached for it, as though the ocean had decided it was done being water for anyone who asked it. Sororis Prima expressions that had held their composed authority across every prior development began to shift. Veltharion's ancient eyes moved from Noah to his own hands, where three prime cause integrations were finding the infinity they normally flowed through behaving as a medium that had adopted a new instruction set. The somber expression deepened. The livid quality arrived alongside it. They looked at Noah with the specific combination of incredulity and cold fury of beings who had just encountered something they had believed categorically impossible for the full span of their eons of cultivation, and whose response to the categorical impossibility's occurrence was to want to know who had permitted it. Nobody had permitted it. That was the point. Noah breathed out slowly, and the multicolored infinity continued to surge toward him from every direction, and he opened his eyes. He looked at the thousands of Ordovician scale Gilded Ones. The dozen Sororis Primas. The 9 Ragnars. Veltharion with his 3 prime cause integrations burning in his ancient eyes. All of them standing in the wandering territories with their infinity beginning to empty out of their foundations the way water emptied from a vessel whose seal had been removed. He spoke again, and the voice came out with the specific cadence of someone finishing a thought they had begun long before this battle. You've spent eons playing architect with souls that were never yours to mold. You engineer egos like clothes, cutting away the parts that don't fit your aesthetic of dominance and calling the leftovers trash. You create these casts and call it order, yet you use them for the kind of vile depravity that would make a vile demon blush. It is a beautifully designed machine of misery, and you've enjoyed the hum of it for far too long. His crown blazed. I have already taken your infinity. That was the appetizer. Now I am taking the doors. You won't be leaving this observable existence, and you won't be retreating to your golden towers or your shielded dimensions to wait for the storm to pass in the brain world. Observable existence is closed to all of you here. Information will not flow from this engagement outward. And you. He looked at all of them. You are going to be scattered to the furthest, most inhospitable ends of existence where the air is thin and the shadows are hungry. You are going to be hunted like the animals you have treated everyone else as, and there won't be a single royal decree that can save you. I want you to feel the cold, sharp edge of the fear you have spent eons inflicting on the bounded. I want you to understand the specific crushing weight of a life that is no longer in your control. His voice dropped to the register of a directive being issued. So, scatter. Boom. He commanded the infinity in the surroundings through the infinite tongue, speaking the instruction into the ambient substrate with the mandate's authority backing every word, the infinity in the wandering territories receiving the instruction the way infinity had always received instructions from the infinite tongue, with the immediate responsiveness of a medium that had been waiting for its native language to be spoken to it. The infinity grabbed. Every gilded one in the wandering territories felt their coordinates reassigned, the infinity that permeated the space between their current positions and the furthest most inhospitable reaches of observable existence rearranging itself into the specific configuration of a displacement that covered the distance and the interval between one moment and the next. Ordovician and Silurian alike, Sororis Prima and Ragnar Clone and Ancient Veltharian with three integrated prime causes, the magnitude of the displacement operating through the infinity itself rather than through Noah's direct cultivation and therefore addressing every being present regardless of their tier. They were gone. One by one. Then in clusters. Then all at once, the final disposals of the remaining resistors completing as the mandate accumulated enough enforcement weight to override even the Silurian Paleozoic Cosback resistance of Veltharian and the 9 Ragnars. Veltharian's eyes held Noah's until the displacement took him. Boom. Then he was gone. The wandering territories were empty. Noah stood alone at the center of the space where thousands of gilded ones had been, and endless rivers and seas of multicolored infinity surged toward him from every direction simultaneously, filling the vacated space with his own substance, the ambient substrate responding to the removal of every competing claim on its expression. Standing directives active and sustained straight face. First directive, infinity unresponsive to gilded commands within the affected region of observable existence. Enforcement ongoing. Second directive, information quarantine established. Participants cannot broadcast account of this battle to the brain world observable existence while the quarantine holds. Third directive, displacement active. Scattered participants have been distributed across the far reaches of observable existence to isolated coordinates. Limitation acknowledgement, the infinite mandates are not without constraint. The directives will hold against any being at Silurian Paleozoic scale or below operating alone. A being with the backing of multiple prime causes simultaneously, or a being drawing on the first cause's direct authority rather than its derived expressions, would possess the sufficient weight to disrupt the established directives. The quarantine will hold until a being of sufficient power and sufficient motivation investigates its source. Duration estimate, indeterminate but finite. The mandates are powerful. They are not permanent without further elevation. Noah read the limitations gloriously. Not without limits. Which meant the displacement and the quarantine were buying time rather than providing permanent resolution, and the clock on that time was determined by how quickly the brain world recognized the silence from this region and sent something capable of disrupting a Silurian Paleozoic level mandate to investigate. He filed the timeline estimate as a planning variable and closed his eyes again. He felt his infinite cause. In the empty wandering territories, with the multicolored infinity flowing toward him from every vacated coordinate simultaneously, he felt his cause in the specific way the sepulchre's communion had allowed him to feel it, at a depth of contact he had not accessed before the containment had stripped everything else away and left only the cause and the tongue pressed against each other. Its immensity sat with him. The cause his mother had originated. The cause his own existence was the primary expression of. The cause that had no gilded designation because no gilded engineering had ever been able to produce through its methodology what the combination of a bounded woman's specific suffering and a bounded man's specific stubbornness had produced through the far older methodology of simply living through things that should have ended them. He wanted to tell the infiniverse something. He wanted to send the wanting through every connection he held to his internal domain where she was currently enjoying her Kalabayao folding and nurturing the 3 miniature causes he had ignited to accelerate her development. Hurry! Hurry and grow. Become an observable existence. Because the more he felt the immensity of what the infinite cause could become when the infiniverse finally completed her transformation and the cause had a full observable existence to draw its authority from, the more the current expression of his power, as terrifying as it had become, felt like a preliminary sketch of something that had not yet arrived at its proper scale. Oh. Chapter 5234, Change. Existence breathes, and epochs pass, leaving civilizations that become monuments, then crumble to memory, and are long forgotten when that breath comes again. In all these epochs, infinity reigns supreme. Change is the most wanted and least enacted phenomenon across the arrangement of existence. The beings who most sincerely want change are, as a general pattern across every civilization that has ever risen far enough to record its own contradictions, the beings least equipped to produce it. They want correctly. They diagnose accurately. They can describe with precision the specific shape of the suffering that surrounds them and articulate with genuine moral clarity why that suffering should not be permitted to continue. And then they return to their lives and the suffering continues, because wanting and enacting are separated by a distance that sincerity alone has never been sufficient to cross. The distance is power. Not power in the narrow sense of force, though force is often its most legible expression. Power in the broader sense of the capacity to make the arrangement of existence agree with your preferred configuration of it against the resistance of an arrangement that has been producing its current configuration for long enough that it has forgotten any other state was possible. The beings who most want change rarely have this power. They are too kind, too measured, too genuinely concerned with the methods by which change is achieved to pursue those methods without restriction. They draw lines around what they are willing to do and find, eventually, that the lines they have drawn form a cage around their own effectiveness. And so those with ambition rule. Those with tyranny rule. Beings who have never once confused wanting good with doing good, who understand that the gap between the desired future and the current present is measured not in moral clarity but in the willingness to pay the specific price of closing that gap, which is the price of being the one who does the thing that produces the change rather than the one who endorses the change from a comfortable theoretical distance. Sometimes the beings who enact change are not good beings. This is the part that the good beings find most difficult to integrate into their understanding of how existence works. They want the enactors of change to be clean, to be righteous, to be beings whose methods are as admirable as their stated goals. And occasionally such beings appear and occasionally they produce change through admirable methods, and these moments are remembered and celebrated and held up as evidence that admirable methods are sufficient. They are not sufficient. They are exceptional. The rule is something else. The rule is that existence changes when something powerful enough to force the change becomes more committed to the change than the arrangement is to its own continuation. Sometimes brutality is the only language existence understands. The ones who enact real change are almost never the ones anyone would have chosen. They are, occasionally, beings who were born in the dirt and forged their own light in the dark. Whether existence is grateful for them is a different question from whether existence is changed by them. It is almost always changed by them. Across the vast observable existence that had undergone tremendous change under the directives of one being, the fires of infinity were still burning. They moved through transcendent folds and across the surfaces of primordial realms and through the ambient substrate of every inhabitable space between those designations. The fire had dimmed from its initial scorching intensity but had not extinguished, the mandate's ongoing authority maintaining it as a background condition of the current observable existence's atmosphere, present enough to be felt and insufficient to be fatal to anything above the third scale. In the primordial realm of Jotunheim, the frost absorbed the heat without opinion. The frost that covered everything it touched had not melted for longer than most cultivations had existed, the cold woven into the realm's foundational substrate with the permanence of something that had been present before the distinction between cold and not cold had been properly established. The chaos giants moved through the frost in their procession, each one massive in the way that things produced by chaos tended to be massive. At their head, wearing the body of Abaddon with the easy comfort, walked the great usurper. Abaddon's form was massive, as befitted a being who had been one of the four and who had carried the claim of chaos. But the eyes that looked out from Abaddon's face carried a different quality than chaos tended to produce. He had felt the changes. The fire crossing the realm had been the first thing, multicolored and warm and carrying the signature of someone he recognized by the specific quality of the infinity expressing itself. Then the booming impacts that reverberated through the broader observable existence. Then the tallest mountain in Jotunheim collapsed. One of Jotunheim's eastern mountains, which had stood for long enough that even the chaos giants who had grown up beside it had never known a view of the realm without it, was simply gone in a shower of frost and displaced stone that settled across the surrounding terrain in a wide dispersal pattern. The great usurper redirected his procession. He arrived at the dispersal site and looked at what had caused it. A wriggling ball, approximately the size of a large dwelling structure, composed of a gilded one whose body had been compressed into a shape that the gilded one's body had not consented to and was now attempting to recover from, the gilded physiology's remarkable resilience working through the compression damage at the speed that Paleozoic scale gilded foundations worked through things, which was to say meaningfully fast even under these conditions. Crimson gold blood seeped from the point where the compression had found the most structural resistance, and small sounds emerged from within the ball that suggested consciousness was present even if mobility had not yet been fully restored. The great usurper knelt. He brought Abaddon's massive frame down to the ball's level with the unhurried ease of a being for whom kneeling was a personal choice, and he looked at the compressed gilded one with the warm attentive expression of someone who had just discovered something they found genuinely interesting. He smiled. "Hey there." The great usurper's voice came out pleasant, conversational, entirely at odds with the surrounding frost and the collapsed mountain and the wriggling compressed state of his audience. "You seem to be hurt and in need of help. Is there anything that we can provide?" He gestured backward at the chaos giants standing in their patient procession behind him. "My friends here love to serve at the pleasure of others. We love to be united." He let the word settle for a moment with a quality that suggested the word meant more than its ordinary usage implied. "Ah, unity. Unity is such a beautiful thing. Is it not?" Chapter 52:35, Change. 2. The compressed gilded one's mouth opened. Blood came out rather than words initially, and then the words followed the blood. The great usurper raised one hand. "Yes, yes. I know all about it." He settled more comfortably into his kneeling position, his elbow resting on Abaddon's knee. My unity has already spread inside you in the short period of time since you arrived here. Without you knowing, naturally. Can't interrupt the process with consent requirements, it tends to slow things down considerably. He tilted Abaddon's head. You are unique, I will tell you that. It actually took me some dilated temporal weavings to get unity in there. I really do have to give thanks to Osmont for all this. He examined the ball with the academic interest of a researcher noting experimental conditions. Oh, but what is this? You lost your infinity? And you were fighting him? He laughed. You were actually fighting Osmont? Do you have a death wish? He shook his head with the fond disappointment of a being who had observed poor decisions and found them more endearing than condemnable. Oh well. You are heavily injured, your existence is already almost fully under my unity, and we have this lovely space and this lovely frost and all this collapsed mountain around us, so let's you and I talk. He leaned slightly closer. Meanwhile, we will take a look at your memories, yes? That works for me. The Gilded One had nothing available to consent or refuse with. If Osmont did what he did, there should be many more of you scattered around observable existence. He straightened slightly. That is a lot of existences that know nothing about unity. How lonely for them. How unfortunate that they are out there right now, in the inhospitable ends of observable existence, completely alone and probably frightened and definitely not yet acquainted with the profound comfort of being part of something larger than themselves. He picked up the compressed ball. Abaddon's hand closed around it with the careful grip of a being handling something valuable rather than something defeated, and the great usurper held the twitching Gilded One against his chest. His unity flowed into the Gilded One's recovering foundations, the authority of a being who had spent his time in Jotunheim expanding his hive consciousness through the Chaos Giants and was now exploring the specific interesting challenge of working it into the very different architecture of gilded Paleozoic engineering. The Gilded One's wounds were beginning to close, not through their own physiology's recovery but through the specific care of a being who needed his newest acquisition functional rather than collapsed. How about you and I go save all those poor Gilded Ones? The great usurper turned toward the procession of Chaos Giants, who had been waiting with the patient stillness of beings whose existence did not require them to have opinions about waiting. Show them the glory of what it could be to be under a single hive mind. Yes? Come on. Hum. He began to move. The great usurper moved through the frosted landscape of Jotunheim with Abaddon's massive frame and the Chaos Giants at his back and a compressed but healing Gilded One held carefully against his chest, and the devilish warmth of his smile did not diminish even slightly as his unity continued its patient unhurried spread. He had gotten his hands on a Gilded One. And there were a great many more scattered across the furthest reaches of observable existence, sitting alone in inhospitable coordinates, currently unaware that unity was on its way. The great usurper found this very exciting. Near the shattered remains of a shelter of the loom, the world still smelled of fire. The shelter's structure stood in fragments around its former perimeter, its walls collapsed inward and its foundational weavings exposed to the open air of the wastes, the architecture of a place that had been built to keep something out now useless against whatever had passed through. Alexander stood at the shelter's broken edge and looked outward, ignoring the corpses of early creatures and living existences. The enneagram on his chest blazed with multicolored infinity, the radiant nine-pointed configuration burning with the specific quality of infinity that had been given rather than cultivated. His eyes were cold and imperious. In the distance, he saw two figures. An Ira Gilded One and a Lujuria Gilded One, both heavily injured from their displacement, both carrying the shocked expressions of beings who had just discovered that the substrate through which all their cultivation operated had been administratively redirected away from them. They were looking at their own hands with disbelief. Alexander reached into his chest. His hand pressed through the surface of the enneagram and drew from within it a bow composed of arcs of multicolored infinity that solidified in his grip with the patient ease of a weapon that had been waiting to be called. The bow carried the Genesis Monarch's infinity in its construction, the multicolored substance holding its form against the ambient air of the wastes. He pulled back the bowstring. His eyes did not waver from the two figures in the distance. "For my peace," he said, "many of you must die." Boom! In the primordial realm of Helheim, the obsidian sea burned with glory. The Sororis Prima hit its surface alongside her Ira custodes and went under, the obsidian water closing over both of them before they could arrest their descent, the displacement's velocity carrying them deep before the resistance of the sea's density slowed them enough to push back toward the surface. They broke through into the open air of Helheim's space together, both of them gasping. The Sororis Prima looked at her hands. "Can you feel anything?" Her voice was ashen with the specific flatness of a being cataloging damage while in shock. She looked at her custodes, who was treading the obsidian water beside her with the automatic competence of a warrior whose body knew how to operate independently of his cultivation. "Infinity, can you feel any of it?" Her custodes' expression answered before his voice did. "Nothing." She closed her eyes briefly. Around them, the obsidian sea of Helheim drifted in its slow dark currents, the surface carrying the faint luminescence of the realm's ambient light reflecting off something that was not quite liquid and not quite solid, the substance of the sea sitting in a category of its own. Neither of them noticed, at first, what the sea was doing. The contact was too light. The leaching commenced at a scale too small for gilded perception to register against the backdrop of their own depletion, the obsidian surface drawing against their skin with a patience that suggested it was accustomed to waiting. By the time the sensation became distinguishable from the general wrongness of their current situation, it had already been happening for several minutes. Chapter 5236, Change 3. The Sororis Prima registered it first. The scales of her existence. Not her infinity, which was already gone. The scales themselves, the structural framework of Vakachev's arrangement that classified her as Ordovician Paleozoic, that defined the tier of her standing and the specific capabilities that standing conferred, that connected her existence to the broader arrangement of observable existence's power hierarchy. Something was eating them. She lurched upward from the obsidian surface with a burst of her remaining observable force, pulling her custodes with her, and looked down at the sea from a meter above its surface with the expression of a being who has just identified a threat. The sea moved. Not in the way water moved when disturbed. In the way that something very large moved when it decided to stop remaining still, the displacement of the sea's surface originating from below rather than from any disturbance above, the ripples traveling outward from a central point that was rising with the slow inexorable patience of a thing that had been waiting below for a long time and had decided the waiting was complete. The living paradox rose. The form was not the beggar-attired Irwin that had occupied prior appearances, and it was not the compact chthonic locus of the shadow configuration from Helheim's depths. What rose from the obsidian sea was vast and many-limbed and fundamentally wrong in the specific way that beings who had passed through existential unraveling and emerged as something else entirely were wrong, their new configurations carrying traces of what they had been but rearranged into something that the prior configuration could not have produced. Countless wriggling tentacles of obsidian paradox extended from the central mass, each tentacle moving in its own independent rhythm, each one carrying the flowing circulation of consumed information through its length in visible pulses. His many faces rotated through their slow configurations within the central locus, the dominant Schrödinger expression present but deeper now, the eyes behind it burning with the layered awareness of a being who had eaten considerably more than his original form had been built to hold. He said nothing. He did not need to. The obsidian tentacles that had already extended beneath the surface of the sea and wrapped themselves around the Sororis Prima and her custodes without their awareness became visible at the moment of his rising, their presence suddenly perceptible to the two gilded ones as the invisible became undeniably present, the tentacles burning with the cold light of information being drawn outward from the beings they held. Above. They raised their heads because something above had changed in the quality of the light. The primordial paradox descended from the upper reaches of Helheim's space with the unhurried deliberateness of a massive obsidian titan who had not needed to hurry for a very long time. His two curved horns swept back along his skull. His deep-set eyes burned with the ancient awareness of a being who had outlasted multiple iterations of existence. He looked at the two gilded ones. "You all seem far from home." His voice rolled through Helheim's space with the heavy patience of something carved from old stone. "My disciple there has already begun eating the scales you sit on." He did not gesture toward the living paradox. He did not need to. "Don't make this difficult, okay?" The invisible tentacles of information circulation became fully visible across the Sororis Prima and her custodes, the endless flow of their foundational scales being drawn outward through the points of contact and pulled into the living paradox's consuming architecture, their Ordovician Paleozoic standing eroding with the slow thoroughness of a process that had been designed specifically to be thorough. The Sororis Prima looked at the primordial paradox with an expression that held incredulity and the beginning of genuine fear in equal measure. The primordial paradox simply waited. His eyes were vibrant as he wondered just what the youngest had in mind with everything he was doing. They all thrived on the unfolding paradox as infinite possibilities. He could feel them now spreading out across existence. He knew their observable existence was changing in an unfathomable way, and only one being was the cause of that change the most. The creature was gone. The one who was left behind seemed equally terrifying, if not more, as he now steered the fates of countless beings. But in the grand span of it all, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He said such words as he truly believed they would all come and go. One just did not know how long they would live, truly live, before they were gone. But gilded ones, it seemed that the youngest would be steering them to their graves much earlier than any of them. In an entirely different direction of observable existence. The living emotive floated in her absolute luxuria ego of infinity form. The ego had transformed her. Her hair, which ordinarily shifted colors with her emotional cycling, had settled into a single deep rose crimson that did not change, the stillness of it more alarming than any of her prior color expressions because it suggested the ego had given her a stability her ordinary state never permitted. Her features carried the predatory grace that the absolute luxuria produced in Noah's form, sharpened and precise, the beauty of something that had been refined past the point where beauty was a comfort and into the point where it was a warning. She was manic beneath it regardless. The mania expressed itself in her eyes, which moved constantly across the 7 Ira gilded ones floating in a cluster before her, cataloging and assessing and finding new things to catalog, the eyes of a being whose processing capacity had been dramatically amplified and who had not yet finished processing everything available to her in the current situation. Beside her, the massive armored form of an Apiron floated with its front opened, the engineering presenting itself as a configuration she could inhabit, the specific fitting of an armor designed not for structural protection but for existential amplification. It waited for her. The 7 Ira gilded ones before her had glazed eyes. Not the glaze of unconsciousness. The glaze of beings whose will had been removed from their operational architecture through the sustained application of the absolute luxuria ego's quintessential indulgence and desire consumption working together across the duration of their displacement and recovery, the two capabilities compounding against gilded Ira engineering that had been built to be resistant to exactly this category of external influence but had not been built to resist it from a being wielding a full absolute ego. Expression rather than an ordinary luxuria's derived capability. Emotive had stripped them of their cognizance and wills to deny her. Chapter 5237, Change 4. She looked at them with her constantly moving eyes, and then she spoke. "I am not a dumb bitch," she said, with the specific conversational directness of someone who wants to establish the foundational premise before proceeding further. "And I need you to listen very carefully because I am only going to say this once. Her voice carried the chatty warmth of her ordinary register underneath the absolute luxurious sharpened cadence, the two qualities coexisting in the specific way of a being who has become more without ceasing to be what she was. I know that to have my dream, to have Sir Osmont's big hands wrapped tightly around me, holding me tenderly, I have to be more than just a variable in his equation. She tilted her head slightly, her rose-crimson hair remaining perfectly still while her expression cycled through three distinct configurations in quick succession. I have to be the constant. If others in this world find the strength to hunt one gilded one, I need to be the one who hunts 20. She began to pace, slowly, through the space in front of the 7 glazed Ira gilded ones. I have to be unfathomably exceptional in order to remain under his radar, to be the only thing he sees when he looks at the horizon. A pause that carried genuine weight beneath its manic surface. I have already given him my heart, and I am an intricate part of him now. But that is just the beginning of what I am prepared to offer. I need to give him existence, and I need to do it with a smile like the good girl I am while I am covered in your blood. Her smile arrived. I have your egos and your pathetic little emotions under my absolute control, and I plan for so much more than you could ever grasp. With his permission, I am going with you all to the brain world because you come from a powerful Ira house of gilded ones, don't you? Her eyes found the specific gilded one she was addressing and held them with the fixed attention of a being who can read emotional architecture the way others read maps. And you have a very interesting connection with a superbious friend who thinks he is far too important to be touched? She stopped pacing. Who are you? You are tools in a kit I haven't even finished organizing. Everyone in this place has their own emotional bonds and their secret weavings, and I can see every single one of them like a map of your failures. Her head tilted again. We are going to do many things together, very glorious and messy things. You are going to help me achieve my dream because the alternative is a silence you aren't prepared to hear. Boom! She turned toward the waiting Apiron armor beside her, the open front presenting itself with the patient readiness of something that had been made for her specifically. She stepped into it. The armor closed around her absolute luxuria form with the specific rightness of two things discovering they had been built for each other, and behind the sealed Apiron architecture, Emotive's rose-crimson hair continued its perfect stillness, and the 7 glazed Ira gilded ones continued their patient waiting without will or choice. She had plans for all of them. She had plans for considerably more than all of them. She had plans to make her fixation shine more than anyone could imagine. The gilded ones? Fuck 'em all. Her fixation would stand above them all in time. Boom! The early veiled shore. His feet were in the golden sands. The golden sands of the early veiled shore pressed up between his toes with the specific warmth of a substance that had been absorbing infinity from the surrounding environment for long enough that the infinity had become part of its composition. The waters lapped at his ankles in slow patient repetitions that carried the same multicolored luminescence as everything else in the infiniverse, the waves small and rhythmic and carrying no urgency whatsoever. He breathed out as he thought about the glorious battle and displacement of gilded ones across observable existence as he took a moment. Around him the infinite tongue's passive operation created the specific quality of silence that arrived when all the infinity in the surrounding environment was running according to his directives rather than its own ambient patterns, the silence of a perfectly administered space, everything in it doing exactly what it had been told to do and doing it without requiring his attention to maintain. He looked up. The infiniverse stretched above and around him in every direction simultaneously, her 3,000 realms visible to his Hadean perception as a layered arrangement of growing things, each realm larger than it had been the last time he checked, each one carrying the specific vitality of an environment that had been given catalysts and was running hard with them. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal infimum still pumped its warming infinity through the upper atmospheric layers. The Cretaceous infinite revolution had diversified the geological and existential substrate of the realms into configurations that natural development across ordinary timescales would not have produced for billions of years. The Mousterian pluvial had expanded the populations and wildlife across every surface that could sustain them. Good. But not enough. He could always do more. He pressed his feet deeper into the sand and let the infinite tongue extend outward through his sitting body, feeling the infinity in the infiniverse substrate the way a conductor felt the full orchestra before raising the baton, each instrument present and accounted for in waiting. Miniature infinite causes? He said to the surrounding water and sand, not as an invocation but as an acknowledgement of what he was about to do. Something new he wanted to enact. He began. The infinite emergence. HUUM. He spoke it into the infiniverse substrate through the infinite tongue, not as a word with specific meaning but as a cause being catalyzed into the foundational architecture of the domain, the tongue making the difference between installing a technique and installing a truth. The infinite emergence held the axiom that life desired to emerge, that consciousness pressed always toward the surface of whatever contained it, and that within the infiniverse this pressure would be amplified to the degree that even the most inhospitable surfaces of the 3,000 realms would find life pushing through them with the insistence of things that had been given a more compelling reason than usual to exist. The infinite flood. Not merely water. Infinity-rich substance pouring downward from the upper atmospheric layers into the deeper substrate of the realms, filling the geological cavities and underground formations with concentrated infinity that would serve as raw cultivation material for any consciousness that found its way to it, the realms becoming saturated from their cores outward rather than only at their surfaces. The infinite resonance. Wah! A catalyzing cause that made the 3,000 realms aware of each other, establishing infinity-carrying channels between them that allowed the growth in one realm to propagate as encouragement to the realms adjacent to it, the specific amplification of a domain where individual growth compounded into collective growth rather than remaining isolated. The infinite stratum. Geological and existential layering of the realm's foundations at accelerated rates, compressing what would ordinarily be eons of tectonic and foundational development into the current timeframe, each realm building the deep substrate complexity that ancient primordial realms carried as their base characteristic. The infinite canopy. Boom! A directive rather than a cause, spoken through the infinite tongue with the full backing of the infinite mandates, that the infiniverse herself would redistribute the infinity flowing through her 3,000 realms from uniform distribution into stratified intensity, concentrating the highest densities at specific points where the convergence of multiple growth catalysts had created conditions suitable for the emergence of something grander than what a uniformly distributed infinity field could produce. He called out grandly as he raised his hand. The infinite culmination. Boom! The sixth and final catalyst, the simplest and most direct, a directive that the infiniverse would use every resource available to her to rush toward becoming an observable existence, that the pace of her development was to be treated as the primary operational priority over every other function she currently maintained, and that the Calabayao folding concealing her from external perception would not slow but would simply have to coexist with the growth accelerating inside it. Oh! He opened his eyes and watched as magisterial glory began to unfold. He watched as he really wanted the infiniverse to become an observable existence, but he knew it was far away as he wanted to accelerate it. Chapter 5238, Veiled Causal Side I. The results of Noah's actions began to unfold. The infiniverse responded to 6 simultaneous catalysts the way a prepared environment responded to precisely the right combination of inputs, not with the gradual accumulation of change but with the specific sudden expression of change that had been building toward a threshold and had just crossed it. The first things to emerge were the trees. They arrived, as if the infinite tongue had spoken their existence into the substrate and they had simply agreed to be there, rising from the infinity-saturated ground of multiple realms simultaneously in configurations that made the concept of Yggdrasil feel preliminary. Each tree was enormous in the way of things that had been given infinite catalysts rather than ordinary growth conditions, their trunks wider than most structures Noah had encountered across his life, their canopies extending upward into the upper atmospheric layers of the infiniverse and spreading outward to cover territories the size of folds. Their bark carried the multicolored luminescence of the infiniverse ambient infinity, each ring of it a different color, each color corresponding to a different cause or civilization or truth that the tree had incorporated into its growth as it rose. Their roots drove downward through the substrate with the reach of things that were looking for the deepest available source of nourishment and intended to find it. The primordial realms followed. The Infiniverse primordial realm emergence commencing. 6 miniature infinite causes have exceeded the threshold required to catalyze primordial realm formation. The following primordial realms are emerging straight face. The realm of Do-It, drawing from the concept of the luminous upper domain that sits above all mortal arrangement, this primordial realm is forming in the Infiniverse's highest atmospheric layer as a space of concentrated infinity where the boundary between cultivated power and pure cause expression is thinner than anywhere else in the domain. Beings who enter Orin will find their cause connections amplified and their comprehension of prime causes accelerated. Drawing from the concept of the domain of becoming, where existence undergoes transformation rather than cessation, this primordial realm is simultaneously forming in the deeper substrate layers of the Infiniverse as a space specifically optimized for existential engineering and refinement. Nascent Hadean transformation processes that occur within Do-It will complete at accelerated rates. The realm of Padala, with the mindset of a creative domain, where the foundational substrate of existence is most concentrated and most malleable, this primordial realm is forming at the convergence point of 3 infinite observable trees as a space where civilizations can be actualized at rates that the absolute forge of infinity's ordinary timeline does not produce. This realm is also existing below many in a relationship of foundational support rather than hierarchy. This primordial realm is forming at the Infiniverse's deepest available stratum as a space connected to the most concentrated infinity available anywhere in the domain. The infinite flood catalyst has filled Padala with infinity-rich substance at densities approaching what the brain world observable existence carries. Growth velocity has increased. The Infiniverse is utilizing every available resource to accelerate the transition toward observable existence standing. The infinite culmination directive is being honored at maximum operational capacity. Estimated acceleration of development timeline, significant. Precise projection unavailable due to the unprecedented nature. She is trying her best, Master. Ruination stood up for the Infiniverse at this time as if to tell Noah they really were doing everything and exceeding, but the process simply took time. Noah looked at the realms forming in the layers above him, its luminous golden substance pressing outward into the upper atmosphere of the Infiniverse. He looked at the infinite observable trees rising across the realms below and beside and above him, their canopies beginning to touch each other at the upper reaches, the first connections between separate trees forming the beginning of a continuous canopy that would eventually cover the Infiniverse the way a civilization's infrastructure eventually covered the landscape it had been built within. He pressed his feet deeper into the golden sand as he breathed out. At some points, one had to take a moment to just breathe. While one body observed the progression of the Infiniverse in relaxation. In the brain world observable existence, countless miles from Balanthra and from every familiar reference point Noah had managed to accumulate since his entry, the procession moved. He followed Ubergolden Adelheid and Sororis Prima Evangelina through the exterior of the vessel onto the obsidian floating platform that served as their anchor point, the air here carrying the quality of the brain world at its most concentrated, the observable force density pressing against every surface with the patient insistence of a medium that knew its own significance. Behind Evangelina's delegation and the attending custodes, Dietrich moved with the unhurried authority of a being who owned the sky he walked upon and found no reason to pretend otherwise. His eyes found Noah's position every 30 seconds or so. Noah looked back at him with the serene expression of an innocent man. Which he was, essentially. In the relevant sense. In the sense that Dietrich had no verified information about anything Noah had done recently, and verified information was the only kind that produced legitimate suspicion. The fact that Noah had, in the preceding time, compressed a Sororis Prima into a sphere and eaten her whole, devoured approximately a few hundred Ordovician Paleozoic scale gilded ones, collapsed at the hands of a Silurian Paleozoic Ragnar clone and detonated across a gigaparsec radius on the way down, and scattered the assembled gilded forces of gilded ones to the most inhospitable coordinates observable existence had available, was information that Ubergolden Dietrich did not possess. He also did not know that the sororess prima Adelheid had once referred to as a friend had tried to have Noah killed. So she had died. Cause and effect. Basic. Noah was innocent. He smiled pleasantly at Dietrich's continued scrutiny and returned his attention to what was in front of him. And then he blinked for a moment because what was in front of him required stopping for. The veiled causal sight stretched outward in every direction. Vibrant auroras of obsidian gold light swept across the surrounding space in massive slow-turning arcs that covered more territory than Noah's immediate perception could fully track, the auroras not merely decorative but carrying the specific quality of cause authority broadcasting itself through a medium it had thoroughly saturated. Incandescent obsidian gold rivers flowed between the auroras in continuous currents, rivers that did not require channels or gravity to maintain their trajectories but moved according to the specific patterns of a prime cause pulling its own expression through the ambient space. And the citadels. They floated throughout the site, each one a structure of obsidian gold that carried the architectural ambition of beings who had decided that the expression of a prime cause required a physical form worthy of it. They rose in vertical configurations of stacked platforms and soaring towered, each platform carrying its own clustered structures, each tower rising from those structures toward the ones above it until the full citadel occupied vertical territory that measured in light years from base platform to highest point. Their surfaces were smooth and absolute in the way that obsidian was smooth and absolute, but carrying the gold threading of, yes, the mortis cause. The mortis cause. Every surface breathed. That was the only word for it. The gold threading along the obsidian pulsed in slow rhythms that suggested respiration, the prime cause light moving through the citadel's structures in cycles that carried the specific cadence of something alive operating according to its foundational truth. The mortis cause. The truth that existence concludes. The citadels burned with ending, and they were magnificent. Chapter 5239, Veiled Causal Sight 2. At this time, as he looked at everything, Adelheid's voice arrived in Noah's mind. What you are perceiving are the terminus citadels. You are looking at 8 of them from this angle, though there are more beyond the immediate perimeter. Her mental voice carried the quality of her physical voice elevated into pure precision, each word arriving with deliberateness. This entire region was constructed during the Fourth Age. Ancient Gilded Ones, among the most powerful our civilization has produced across its history, identified 9 locations within the brain world observable existence where the specific conditions of dimensional density and existential substrate permitted the concentration of prime cause light from the first cause into a stable persistent presence. They did not create the prime cause expressions here. They pulled them. They gathered the ambient resonance of each prime cause from across the brain world and directed it into these 9 sites, compressing the ambient into concentrated, and then they built around the concentration rather than within it. The procession moved toward the tallest structure at the site's approximate center. Around it, thousands of Ira Gilded Ones circulated in slow orbital formations at varying heights. Other Gilded Ones moved within the citadel's lower platforms, their forms visible through the obsidian gold surfaces in silhouette, conducting whatever function brought them to a site built around the most unwelcome prime cause in the arrangement of existence. Evangelina's party moved through the circling Ira formations with the specific ease of beings whose status produced automatic clearance, the Ira parting before them. The terminus citadels are what this site is called in formal gilded designation. What they contain, and what they were built to serve as the vessel for, is the mortis cause. The 8th prime cause. The foundational truth that existence concludes. Adelheid walked beside Noah at a distance appropriate to the custos arrangement, her gaze forward and her posture carrying the quality of someone engaged in a private communication that the observer could sense but not access. She moved through the obsidian gold light with natural ease. Understand what this means. Every death that has ever occurred, every civilization that has ever fallen, every relationship that has ever concluded, every moment of finality across the full span of existence draws its experiential legitimacy from this cause. The mortis cause does not cause death. Death draws its authority from the mortis cause. The distinction matters. The cause is prior to the phenomenon. The phenomenon derives from the cause. The talus structure rose before them now with the specific verticality of something designed to be perceived from far away and to be more impressive upon arrival than it had been at distance, which was a significant claim given how impressive it had been at distance. The pulses it permits are among the most feared in the documented history of the Gilded. The mortis whisper implants the absolute certainty of impending death into the target's consciousness at a foundational level, not as a belief to be argued with but as a truth their existence begins to act on before their conscious mind has finished processing the delivery. Their existence begins to unravel in anticipation of a conclusion that may never actually arrive. The mortis touch introduces ending into whatever is physically contacted, causing the touched substance to begin concluding regardless of its prior durability or resistance. And then there is the mortis sovereignty. She paused. The mortis sovereignty is a terminal expression that makes the caster the temporary embodiment of ending itself. Everything within their presence that is capable of concluding begins to conclude simultaneously. Individual cells. Civilizations. The structural foundations of the region the caster occupies. All of them receive the signal that their continuation has reached its designated terminus. All of them honor the signal because the signal comes from the cause rather than from a being, and the cause cannot be argued with by anything that draws its authority from the cause's foundational truth, which is everything in existence. They were close enough now that the individual architectural details of the talus structure were visible, its surface carrying elaborate dimensional geometries etched into the obsidian that Noah's pillow talk registered as functional rather than decorative, the geometries serving as the structural architecture of the mortis cause concentration rather than as ornamentation. No Gilded designation draws from the mortis cause as its primary amplification. This was a deliberate choice embedded in the earliest engineering methodologies, the recognition that anchoring any population's identity in the truth of ending produced psychological conditions that were difficult to grasp. No Gilded one likes to be told all things end and all things die, even them. So what exists instead is the mortis sorora. The name arrived with the specific weight of something significant being named. A secretive cadre within the Magna Sorore itself, sisters who have been authorized to cultivate direct connections to the mortis cause for the purpose of administering the executions the sisterhood occasionally requires. Their existence is not publicly acknowledged. Noah kept his expression neutral as he listened. The mortis cause is the only prime cause whose experiential truth cannot be permanently resisted. Every other cause can be countered by a sufficiently powerful opposing cause. The mortis cause asserts that ending comes for everything, and this assertion has never been falsified across the full history of existence. The beings who have touched this cause most deeply wield the one truth that no cultivation, no engineering, no ego, and no primordial source has ever ultimately overridden. The entrance of the talus structure was ahead, Evangelina and her delegation already moving through it, the Ira guards at the flanks maintaining their positions. We have arrived. Her mental voice carried the slightest adjustment in its register. Do your best to behave. If you are feeling impulsive about anything, wait. You can have some later. Noah stepped through the entrance of the terminus citadel and felt the mortis cause's concentrated presence wash over his existence. It was everywhere. Not merely in the walls or in the specific structures designed to concentrate it. In the air itself. In the space between the air and the surfaces. In the dimensional geometry of the rooms they passed through, where the obsidian gold light pulsed in its slow respiratory rhythm and carried with each pulse a small delivery of the mortis truth into whatever existed in proximity to it. He thought about dreamstones. Surely a site built specifically to concentrate a prime cause contains something analogous to the dreamstones in the Sanctum Balanthra, some physical crystallization of the cause's presence that permitted direct contact and comprehension in the manner the Bellum and Cognitio stones had provided. And then he looked at the air around him and felt the threads of mortis cause light moving through the space with the ambient persistence of a cause that had been saturating this location for longer than most of his reference points for duration extended, and a different thought arrived. The Sanctum Volanthra had required a dreamstone because the cause concentration there was not sufficient to produce comprehension through ambient exposure alone. This place was not the Sanctum Volanthra as if it was so potent and pervasive all around. Could he grasp this terrifying cause that seemed to be very much in line with apocalypses and endings? Chapter 5240, Veiled Causal Site 3. The halls of the Terminus Citadel ran obsidian gold, every surface carrying the mortise caused light through its geometric seams with the abundance of a cause that had stopped distinguishing between the material it moved through and the material it was. Noah floated through them behind Evangelina's delegation and watched. The outer halls were populated with Ordovician Paleozoic scale gilded ones attending to the administrative functions of a facility in active use, their auras pressing against his perception in accumulated weight rather than individual intensity. Deeper in, distributed through the secondary corridors in clusters of 2 and 3, the Silurian Paleozoic scale gilded ones appeared. Too many. One Silurian Ragnar had ripped him apart without particular effort. The number of beings at equivalent standing moving through these halls with the easy confidence of beings at comfortable baseline was a number he did not attempt to make specific. He simply noted its size and kept walking. Dietrich's eyes found him twice across 2 hallways. Noah looked ahead and maintained the expression of an innocent man, which he was, essentially, in all the ways Dietrich could currently verify. The foot traffic thinned as the procession moved deeper. Corridors that had carried continuous movement gave way to corridors carrying occasional movement, then none, then a shimmering obsidian barrier filling the full width of the final corridor from floor to ceiling, its surface rippling with the slow motion of something enforcing entry conditions rather than simply blocking passage. 3 massive titanic gilded ones at the Silurian Paleozoic scale burning with Ira stood aside as they came closer. Evangelina walked through without slowing. Noah stepped through after Adelheid and felt the single step cover more distance than it had any business covering, the barrier not separating 2 corridors but 2 scales of space. He stopped. The domain on the other side was vast. Inky obsidian in every direction without visible boundary, dense rather than empty, pressing against perception with the weight of a space built to contain something rather than accommodate anyone. No walls. No ceiling. No floor. Just the dark, and at the far end of it, the obsidian wall. It floated in the deep distance with the presence of something permanent. A massive structure of compressed obsidian gold carrying mortise caused saturation so thorough that the wall itself read less as an object and more as the cause made physically solid. The gold threading its surface pulsed in the slow rhythm that Noah had already learned to associate with a prime cause breathing through what it occupied. He almost cursed. Between their position and the wall, in a guard formation calculated to cover every approach vector, were the Ragnars. 500 of them. He counted twice. Same number. 500 Silurian Paleozoic scale bodies in the same face, same proportions, each one carrying a density that exceeded the Ragnars from the wandering territories, beings for whom standing between something important and anything approaching it was not a task assigned but an orientation built in. At their head, one Ragnar larger than the rest. Noah's perception touched its foundations and came back with an assessment that sat in a different category than anything he had encountered since entering the brain world. Devonian Paleozoic scale. The third and last tier of the third scale of existence. 3 more like it at different cardinal positions around the wall, each covering a separate approach angle. For Devonian bodies as the primary layer above the 500 Silurian ones, obsidian gold and brutal smiled and carrying the compound authority of prime cause integrations that had been running long enough to become structural rather than accessed. He absorbed this. And then felt something further back. It sat in the deep dark behind the wall, concealed well enough that most perception directed at it would pass over it. Noah's Hadean skull and the infinite tongue's passive field reached past the concealment and found a presence operating above Devonian. At the transitional stage between the third scale and the fourth scale, or already beyond it and looking down from there. A single concealed being behind 500 Silurian Ragnars and 4 Devonian ones, the actual reason this wall was treated with the importance it received. Noah kept his face arranged around mild interest. Evangelina's delegation moved toward the wall. The Devonian Ragnar at the head watched the incoming group with the brutal smile his copies all wore, holding position as the procession entered the domain's open space. A second group was already present. Noah saw saris. Crimson gold, jeweled, the kind worn by beings who understood that how they occupied significant spaces was itself communication. Noah looked at them and thought briefly of Prabhavati, who had worn similar and who was currently in a much better place. Evangelina's expression shifted by a degree he had learned to read. I did not expect the Maharani's house to be represented in this round, Sororis Prima Prita. The Sororis Prima at the center of the sari-adorned group smiled and let the smile deliver what she wanted it to deliver before she spoke. Sororis Prima Evangelina. She offered the introduction with the ease of someone who did not need introductions to establish standing, only offered them as courtesy. The powers above granted us entry alongside the Upper Golden House. Our house's recently engineered glory impressed the elder gilded one sufficiently to authorize his inclusion in this round. She turned slightly. I present to you Arjun. Noah looked. The gilded one floating several meters behind Prita's delegation did not perform his composure. He held it the way people held things that had always simply been true about them, his bearing that of a being who had never needed to negotiate with the concept of an equal because the concept had never been relevant to his experience. Superbius moved through him like oxygen through blood, present and automatic. His age read as young by gilded standards in the surface configuration of his features, but his foundations told a different story: 3 prime cause integrations, possibly 4, each running at depth, and beneath them something Noah's pillow talk reached for and returned without a clean classification. One glance at him communicated everything about his standing without the glance's subject acknowledging it was being taken. Dietrich frowned. Prita's attention moved to him with her smile still in place. Your side has the somewhat exceptional Dietrich. I even heard his little sister made her resurgence? She let the curiosity sit pleasantly in the air. Was it Adelheid? Do you think they will be able to survive a place filled with the terrors of the primordial source and make any real contributions to our glory? Noah stood, let his eyes drift past the exchange toward the wall. The political architecture had clarified quickly. The Upper Golden House and the Maharani's house were cooperating on the surface of the broader project and actively competing beneath it, each measuring their contribution against the others, each fielding their strongest available participants in whatever the wall led to. Arjun was the Maharani's contribution. Adelheid and Dietrich were the Upper Goldens. And Noah, in his borrowed identity, was the custos attached to the Upper Golden entry, which meant his performance on the other side of that wall would reflect on a house he had every intention of quietly dismantling from within. He stored this and let his attention complete its drift toward the wall itself. The threads of the mortise cause moved through the air of this domain at a concentration that exceeded anything in the outer halls, exceeding even the Sanctum Valanthra's dreamstone adjacent density by a margin he could feel but not measure. He had needed physical contact with a dreamstone to access the bellum and cognitio causes. Physical crystallization of the cause's presence as the entry point for comprehension. Chapter 5241, The Descent. The gilded houses bickered and Noah stopped listening to them. He turned his attention to the wall instead and let the infinite tongue's passive operation extend outward through the ambient mortise cause threads filling this domain, reaching for whatever the threads would carry to him about what the wall was. Pillow talk engaged alongside it, and the two capabilities pressed against the wall's information together. Existence leaned toward him. That was the sensation. As though the ambient information surrounding the wall had been waiting for something capable of asking for it, and Noah's combined capabilities constituted the asking. The notifications arrived not in sequence but in overlapping fragments, as though the wall's information was too layered to deliver cleanly. Wall designation: the Advent Wall. Object of unknown origin. Connection: the mortise caused saturation throughout all structural components. the wall does not draw from the mortis cause. It was present at the emergence of the first cause and carries the mortis cause's original expression, preceding the derived methodologies that subsequent beings have developed from it. Discovery, located through temporal weavings of the first cause by gilded ones. The temporal weavings traced the wall backward through time to the moment of the first cause's emergence, confirming it as an object that existed at or before that emergence rather than a construction produced after. Contents: the Advent wall carries what has been designated terminal infinity within its interior weavings, a configuration of infinity that exists in proximity to cessation rather than to continuation. Alongside this, residual musings of the primordial source have been detected within the wall's deepest layers. Whether the wall connects to the primordial source or merely carries traces of it has not been confirmed. Function: gilded ones have utilized the Advent wall as a gateway. Entry strips the entering existence of its body, its civilization foundations, and most of its cultivation substrate. What passes through is the soul of the entrant, surrounded by their ego, their infinity, and their observable force. The gateway appears to filter everything except these components as impurities relative to whatever lies on the other side. Survival rate: low. Existences without a close connection to the first cause do not survive the filtering process. The wall's terminal infinity interacts fatally with foundations that do not carry sufficient proximity to the original emergence or mortis. Exception: lineages born directly from the firstborns of the first cause demonstrate markedly higher survival rates. Noah's eyes opened wide. He looked at the wall. He looked at Adelheid. He thought about the infinite cause, which his mother had originated, which was the one cause in the current arrangement of existence that had no gilded designation, no engineering template, no derivation from the existing prime cause framework, because it had emerged independently through the accumulated weight of a bounded woman's existence, which made it either the furthest possible thing from the first cause's original emergence or something adjacent to it in a way he had not yet fully mapped. He put the thought away and watched Evangelina. She had finished whatever calculation she had been running while the houses bickered and arrived at its conclusion. She nodded toward the wall without ceremony. If the Magnus Aurora and the Elder Gilded Ones have made the decision, we will naturally act in accordance. Her voice carried the flat certainty of a being who had moved past deliberation. Let us proceed. It seems both our houses have high expectations for this round's picks. Noah smiled. High expectations. For the existences they were sending through a wall that stripped everything except the soul, the ego, and whatever infinity and observable force survived the filtering. Into a space where Elder Gilded Ones had stopped entering because the risk to their lives was unacceptable. Where many prior entrants had died or returned gravely injured. Where the survival variable was proximity to the first cause's original emergence. He thought about what could actually be deployed in such a place. Body gone. Civilization gone. Most cultivation substrate gone. What remained was the soul, the ego, the infinity, and the observable force. His absolute egos of infinity were anchored in the absolute forge, which lived inside his Hadean organ of civilization. Whether the forge survived the filtering was an open question. His causes would likely survive. Causes, by definition, were not structural components of his physiology but truths that his existence had been formed around, woven into what he was rather than into what he had built. The bellum cause. The cognitio cause. The infinite cause. And the infinite tongue, which was not a cause but operated through the same layer of his existence. In a place where everyone else entered with their ego and their infinity and little else, he would enter with his causes and the infinite tongue alongside those. He filed the advantage and turned his attention back to the space. Evangelina had moved toward the Devonian Ragnar station nearest the wall, her bearing carrying none of the political performance she had directed at the Maharani's delegation. Operational now. Have there been any updates? She held the Devonian Ragnar's gaze directly. New findings from those already inside, or from the Elder Gilded Ones who have made the descent? The Devonian Ragnar's brutal smile did not carry warmth and did not pretend to. He shook his head. Many of those that have entered so far have been gravely injured. Several died. He looked toward the wall rather than at Evangelina when he said the next part. No more Gilded ones have entered Sinker then. They cannot risk their lives until things are clearer on the other side. Evangelina absorbed this without visible reaction. Prepare for our descent. She turned to Dietrich and Adelheid. Come. The four of them moved toward the wall, Evangelina at the front, Noah falling into place behind Adelheid as the formation took shape. He raised his brows when he noticed the additional figure joining from Evangelina's group. A sororis prima, pulling into formation beside Dietrich. Dietrich's custos was a sororis prima. Noah looked at Adelheid's back and at Dietrich moving ahead of them and at the sororis prima taking her position beside Dietrich with the settled ease of a custodes arrangement that had been in place long enough to have its own gravity. Evangelina did not slow as she spoke, her words directed behind her without turning her head. The time has come to see if our forces can once more shine brilliantly for the Oberguldenhaus. You are the pioneers. Your task is to pave the path forward and gain enough knowledge that our ancestors can enter without unacceptable risk. Any knowledge on the primordial source. How to tap into it. Anything relating to the relictus. That information is what we want, and you will be rewarded tremendously for anything viable. The wall grew larger as they approached. The mortis caused pulse through it in its slow rhythm, and the terminal infinity within it pressed against Noah's perception with the cold patience of something that existed in proximity to ending and had no opinion about what else it was in proximity to. If you yourselves grasp the primordial source, Evangelina continued, you will be elevated and nurtured by our whole house. If you provide the knowledge that paves the way for all gilded ones to grasp it, your names will be carved on the scales themselves. We will make sure of it. They were close enough now that the wall filled Noah's full visual field, its obsidian gold surface carrying the geometric etchings he had analyzed from across the domain, the functional architecture of a gateway built into material that had existed before the first cause had produced anyone to build anything. What lies before you is the Advent Wall, Evangelina said. It is a boundless future filled with infinite possibilities. Noah looked at the wall. He thought about the infinite cause and its proximity to whatever the first cause's original emergence had been, and about his soul carrying his causes and his tongue into a place where gilded ones had stopped going, and about the creature who had grasped the primordial source from the lower observable existence with nothing but his rebuilt foundations. Infinite possibilities. Infinite possibilities lay ahead as he was very curious. Chapter 52-42, The Source Lands. A glorious opportunity. That was the framing Evangelina had used, and Noah did not find it dishonest. The framing just had context around it that she had not emphasized. Gilded ones had stopped entering because the risk to their lives was unacceptable. Many prior entrants had died. By any honest accounting, the wall was a place where the most powerful beings in the current arrangement of existence had encountered a ceiling on what their power could protect them from. He was excited. Not despite the danger. Because of it. Because challenge and risk and adversity compressed progression the way nothing else did, and an unknown space where gilded ones refused to go was precisely the kind of danger that produced the kind of growth he could not manufacture through any other means. He wanted it to be as dangerous as possible. And he had the infinite tongue. He had two integrated prime causes. He had the infinite cause, which was not a derived expression of the first cause but something adjacent to it in a way he had not fully mapped yet. He thought about the creature who had grasped the primordial source from the lower observable existence without transforming into a different category of life form, operating through his rebuilt foundations, and who had killed a gilded one with those tools. Whatever the creature held now was not a small thing. Infinity and the primordial source together. If Noah could get his hands on both, the question of what he would be capable of did not have a clean answer. He was still thinking about this when he became aware that Adelaide's infinity, which flowed through her constantly from their bond, was carrying something different in its current. Not words. Something beneath words, a tension in the substrate of what she was generating, slight enough that most beings in his position would not have felt it. He sent a small mental message through the connection. Hey! Don't worry too much. With me here, I will take care of you. He said it calmly. The way a person stated a fact they had no particular investment in debating. Adelheid did not turn around. But he saw the line of her shoulders shift by a fraction, and he saw the edge of a small smile at the corner of her profile before she composed it back into the regal neutrality she had been maintaining since they left the vessel. She rolled her eyes. Ahead of them, the Maharani's delegation had moved into position as well. Arjun floated at their center, unhurried, carrying himself with the specific composure of someone for whom this was simply the next item on a long agenda of grand things. Behind him, a custodes with bright sparkling bearing and green hair stood close, her power at full Silurian Paleozoic baseline, 2 additional Silurian Paleozoic scale gilded ones flanking the pair. Noah looked across both groups. Objectively, he was the weakest being standing before the wall. Every other person here outclassed him by tiers. He thought about how many of them would survive the filtering. And of those who survived the filtering, how many would survive what came after? The math became more interesting from that angle. The custodes behind Arjun turned her head toward him. Luxurious shell. Her voice carried the bored certainty of someone not expecting pushback. Look ahead and stop staring at greatness. Some men are too great to be looked at by lesser men. Noah's eyes turned sharp. He smiled. By this point in his existence, smack talk from dumb extras produced approximately one reaction, which was patience. Not patience out of restraint. Patience because extras who inserted themselves into a story they did not understand tended to encounter consequences that arrived without him having to manufacture them. Through existence or through his hands. Either way was fine. He did not reply. He turned his gaze fully and deliberately toward Arjun and held it there, the exact gesture the custodes had told him not to make, performed with the serene composure of a being who had heard the instruction and found it interesting rather than binding. The Maharani's group frowned. He was the only luxurious standing in a formation of Superbius and Ira, wearing features in an environment where every other being present was operating at tiers that dwarfed his own, and he was holding eye contact with a Silurian Paleozoic Royal Gilded One with 4' cause integrations as though the framing of the situation had simply not occurred to him. Adelheide's hand closed around his as she pulled him toward the wall without waiting for whatever the next moment would have produced, turning her head toward Evangelina as she moved. We simply need to touch it to begin the process? Evangelina's face was taut. Yes. A sliver of your existence will remain here. We will hold it and wait for any information you can send back. Adelheid did not wait. She brought her free hand to the wall and pulled Noah alongside her, and he put his hand against the obsidian gold surface. Whap! Both of them were gone. Where Adelheid had stood, a golden river of light remained, pulsing with her aura, the sliver of her existence that the wall had retained as Evangelina had described. It breathed slowly in the domain's inky dark. Where Noah had stood, nothing remained. No river. No pulse. No sliver. The space was simply empty. Evangelina and the Uber Gulden delegation stared at the empty space with the heavy expressions of beings running calculations they did not want to reach the conclusions of. Behind them, Sororis Prima Prita laughed. The laugh was genuine and carried no attempt at discretion. He didn't even leave behind a sliver? She looked at the empty space with the delighted expression of someone receiving information that confirmed a prior opinion. Was that luxurious scorched out of existence at entry? And now an Uber Gulden walks in there alone without a custodes? Another laugh, shorter, sharper. Why would you even bring a Luxuria here? They're only good to fucking break, and nobody's fucking here, so what exactly did you expect? Ha ha. Obergolden Dietrich's expression said several things simultaneously and none of them aloud. He looked at the empty space where Noah had been standing. He looked at the golden river that was all that remained of his sister. He moved toward the wall. The other Silurian Paleozoic scale gilded ones followed his lead, each one approaching the obsidian gold surface with the composure of beings who had committed to their descent and were executing the commitment without allowing the empty space where Noah's sliver should have been to produce further hesitation. One by one they touched the wall. One by one the domain grew quieter. The golden rivers of their retained existence slivers accumulated along the space before the wall like a luminous tide of those who had gone somewhere that only their echo remained behind from, each one pulsing with the specific aura of the being it had been left by. And where Noah had stood, the space remained empty and untroubled, carrying no echo at all. Chapter 52-43, The Source Lands. 2. Most beings do not know what their source is. A being who has been cultivating for eons, accumulating civilizations, and causes and engineered egos and layers of authority built atop layers of authority, cannot easily identify which part of themselves is the substrate and which part is the accumulation, because the accumulation has been present long enough that removing it conceptually feels like removing the self rather than revealing it. Two schools of thought have emerged from this problem across the long history of beings who cared enough to argue about it. The first school holds that the source is pure potential, the thing you were before any specific shape was imposed on you by experience or cultivation or circumstance. To return to your source, in this view, is to return to unblemished readiness, a state prior to attachment, prior to identity, prior to the narrowing that happened when you chose this path and not another. This school finds the source to be a kind of perfection, the best version of what you could have been before you became the specific version of what you are. Returning to it is a gift. A homecoming. The place from which all possibilities remain open because none have yet been chosen. The second school disagrees. The second school holds that what you find when you strip away all accumulation is not potential but essence, and essence is not perfect, it is simply true. The source is not the best version of what you could have been. It is the irreducible thing that remains when everything chosen and everything built and everything borrowed has been removed. It is what you are when nothing is helping you. And for many beings, the second school argues that irreducible thing is small. It is frightened. It has been hiding inside the accumulation for precisely as long as the accumulation has existed, relieved that the accumulation was there to stand in front of it. The first school says returning to your source is enlightenment. The second school says returning to your source is the moment you find out whether there was anything there to return to. Both schools agree on one thing: the process of returning is not comfortable. Whatever the source turns out to be, it does not want to be found. It has been covered for a reason. The wall took everything. The moment Noah's hand made contact with the Advent wall, the stripping commenced with the sudden comprehensiveness of a process that had been waiting for the contact to authorize it. His Hadean pillar of infinity, his bones and organs, his apeiron engineering, his scales and horns and tail, his accumulated civilizations, his Hadean organ and the absolute forge within it, all of it departed with the finality of weight being removed from a surface that had been bearing it, each component of his external existence pulled away in a single continuous motion rather than a series of individual removals. It did not hurt. That was the first thing that was unexpected. He had anticipated damage. What he experienced instead was reduction, the sensation of a being discovering how much of themselves they had been carrying without noticing the carrying. Then the chaotic obsidian infinity hit. The space inside the Advent wall was not space in the sense that the domains he had moved through previously were space. It existed as a continuous roiling storm of obsidian black infinity interlaced with threads of something older, something that the infinity was pressing against and through and around in the way that a river pressed against bedrock, moving around the edges of what it could not move through. The obsidian infinity crashed in waves that carried no particular direction, the chaos not random but in the way that things without structure were not random, just without structure. Noah moved through it. He looked to his left. Adelheid was a golden light in the storm. A genuine light, not her upper golden authority or her superbious engineering or any of the accumulated identity she had built across her eons of cultivation. Her source. The gold of it was warm and genuine and smaller than her full expression had been, and it was struggling. The obsidian waves hit her repeatedly, each wave taking something from her stability, the gold flickering at its edges with the motion of something trying very hard to hold its shape against a pressure it had not been built for. She looked, Noah thought, like something precious that had been placed somewhere it was not equipped to be. He went to her. His own source, moving through the storm, was not small. Looking at him from outside, anyone present would have seen a blinding multicolored brilliance more than 3 times the mass of Adelheid's golden light, its edges stable rather than flickering, the multicolored currents cycling through their full spectrum without interruption from the obsidian chaos crashing against it. The waves hit him and the waves were redirected. Not through effort. The obsidian infinity was still infinity, and the infinite tongue had already been operating at the level of his source before the wall stripped everything external away, the tongue not living in his bones or his civilizations but in what he was beneath those things. He wrapped his multicolored warmth around her golden light. The Advent wall crossing phase, active. You are currently traversing the transitional substrate between observable existence and the domain designated the primordial threshold. The wall functions as a filtering mechanism rather than a barrier. All external components of existence, physical form, cultivated structure, civilizations, engineered egos, accumulated methodology, are stripped during crossing and held at the point of entry until the crossing is complete or the attempt fails. What remains after stripping is the source of the crossing existence, the irreducible core of what the being is prior to cultivation, prior to engineering, prior to any accumulated authority. Only this source makes the crossing. The obsidian infinity within the transitional substrate is terminal infinity derived from the mortis cause's original expression. It tests the source rather than attacking it, pressing against what each being irreducibly is to determine whether that irreducible thing has the structural coherence to survive arrival. Sources that cannot maintain coherence under this pressure dissolve before reaching the other side. Proximity to the first cause's original emergence increases source coherence under the terminal infinity pressure. Lineages with direct connection to the first cause's firstborns experience the pressure as navigable rather than lethal. Your source is demonstrating coherence at a level the filtering process has not previously recorded. The infinite tongue operates at the source level rather than the cultivation level. The infinite cause is present in your source rather than in your accumulated structure. Both remain available to you during crossing. Upper golden Adelheid, source coherence under pressure is stable but declining. Your infinity is providing external stabilization that is compensating for the decline. Crossing will succeed if stabilization holds. Chapter 52-44, The Source Lands. 3. Noah read the notifications as his multicolored light wrapped around Adelheid's gold and held it together, the contact carrying the same warmth their bond had always carried, adjusted now for a space where the bond was not operating through cultivated channels but through whatever their two sources were to each other at the level below cultivation. He turned toward the direction the terminal infinity seemed to be flowing away from. The obsidian chaos pressed against his multicolored source and found it uncooperative. He moved through the waves the way something moved through water when the water was also listening to it, the obsidian infinity around him not yielding out of weakness but responding to the tongue that lived in what he was rather than in what he had built, each wave that reached his edges receiving a quiet instruction about its direction that the wave honored without apparent objection. He guided Adelheid through the storm. She did not speak and he did not speak. The space was not a speaking space. But he could feel through the connection between their sources that the flickering at her edges had steadied from the moment his multicolored warmth had closed around her, the gold holding its shape with the assistance rather than fighting to hold it alone. They moved. Behind and around them in the transitional substrate, the others crossed. The Maharani's delegation was visible as separate points of light in the obsidian storm, each one carrying its own source configuration. Arjun burned the brightest among them, a deep gold blue with the compound density of a source that had been formed in extraordinary proximity to the first cause's influence through his lineage's long history with the prime cause integrations his house was known for. He moved through the obsidian chaos without ease but with the competence of someone who had trained for exactly this for a very long time, the waves hitting him and taking something from his stability with each contact but never enough at once to threaten the crossing. His custodes was less composed. The bright green of her source flared with every wave hit, her light spiking and recovering in quick irregular rhythms, the recovery more effortful each time. She was pulling through. Not without cost. The Uber Golden delegation was harder to watch. Dietrich's source was strong deep gold, broad, carrying the accumulated weight of his house's direct lineage from the first cause's superbious expression. But the obsidian storm found him repeatedly and found purchase each time, his gold dimming and recovering across the crossing in a pattern that communicated something being spent that he did not have infinite amounts of. His sororis prima custodes blazed beside him with the combined authority of a custodes bond pulling power toward its ingenue, the two of them fighting through together in the way that custodes partnerships were designed to do when circumstances required it. The others in the group were struggling outright. Two of the Uber Golden Silurian Paleozoic scale gilded ones had their sources compressed down to fractions of their initial expressions by the time the crossing was a third complete, the obsidian waves taking chunks rather than edges, their coherence declining in a way that made the question of their survival not an assumption but an open calculation. Nothing about any of it looked like what it had looked like for Noah. For Noah, moving through the storm with Adelhaide's gold cradled inside his multicolored brilliance, the crossing looked like a being walking through a difficult rain. The rain was real and the rain was heavy and the rain was soaking anyone else nearby to the skin and beyond. He was not getting wet. The obsidian chaos deepened as they pushed further through. The waves had been manageable at the crossing's start, each one hitting and being redirected by the infinite tongue's passive operation with the ease of water being told it had somewhere else to be. 20 minutes into the crossing, the waves were larger and the intervals between them had compressed until there were no intervals, just continuous pressure from every direction simultaneously, the terminal infinity pressing against their sources with the sustained thoroughness of a filtering process that had been designed to take as long as the source required it to take. Noah moved through it. Adelhaide's gold was holding inside his multicolored light, steadier than it had been at the start, the warmth of his infinity doing what the prompts had confirmed it was doing. He kept her wrapped and kept moving and directed the obsidian waves around them with the continuous low-level engagement of a being for whom the control was not effortful but constant. Then something changed in the direction of down. It was not a sound and not a vibration and not any of the sensory categories that ordinarily communicated incoming danger. It was the specific sensation of his Hadean perception ringing out an alarm at an intensity that exceeded the alarm it had produced for the concealed fourth scale being in the domain where the Advent wall stood. That being had been above Devonian Paleozoic scale. This sensation was above that. He looked down. In the obsidian depths below their position, something was rising. Two eyes. Crimson and cold, each one larger than the entirety of Noah's source expression, blinking with the slow brutality of a predator that had identified something and was in no particular hurry about what came next. The eyes rose with the patience of something that had always been here and knew that everything here eventually came to it. Noah did not deliberate. He smashed his hand downward into the obsidian chaos and shot their combined source expression forward with every ounce of infinity he could drive into the motion, the two of them rocketing through the terminal substrate at a velocity he had no clean measurement for, the obsidian waves shattering against the force of their passage rather than impeding it. They broke through. Whap! The landing was jagged rock and coarse dark sand, their sources smashing into a surface that was solid and wrong and present after the formless chaos of the crossing, and Noah absorbed the impact through his multicolored light and pulled Adelheid upright before looking behind them. The obsidian sea churned where they had emerged from it. Where they had just been, the entire visible expanse of crossing substrate had been devoured, a void left behind that raging dark waters rushed in to fill, the terminal infinity replaced by something darker and older and considerably less interested in testing sources than in consuming them. Fuck! And rising from the edge of that void, its body moving through the space where the obsidian chaos had been with the ease of a being for whom this was simply water, was the creature. Ancient. Archaic. The body of an eel stretched across more distance than his perception could currently track at its ends, its skin carrying the specific texture of something that had never been any other shape and would never need to be, its scales dark and absolute and carrying faint luminescence from whatever it had recently consumed. Its two crimson eyes found Noah across the distance between them with the particular attention of something noting a meal rather than a threat. Above its head, a notification appeared. Source Eel of Infinity, the fourth scale of existence. Chapter 5245, The Source Lands. 4. Noah looked at the notification. He looked at the eel as it receded into the dark and chaotic waters. He did not curse. He made a note that the fourth scale welcome party was a good sign about how dangerous this place would be, and left the eel as a problem to solve after he understood where he was, and turned away from the churning dark waters to examine the beach they had landed on. The beach was rough and dark, jagged rock breaking through the coarse sand at irregular intervals, the landscape stretching away from the water's edge into terrain that he could barely perceive the outlines of. This was the most significant thing, he could not see far. Not because the darkness was absolute, though it was darker here than any darkness he had previously encountered, but because his perception, which had been capable of ranging across countless gigaparsecs in observable existence, currently extended approximately a mile before meeting a hard limit that did not feel like obstruction but like the edge of what the environment permitted. 1 mile. The obsidian rivers flowing through the surrounding terrain began resonating against his source, and information started arriving. Arrival confirmed. Welcome to the Source Lands. State of existence, all external components have been stripped at the advent wall. Your physical body, your Hadean physiology, your civilizations, your absolute egos, your Hadean pillar of infinity, and all ways of existence are null and void in this place. What remains is your source, the irreducible core of what you are, alongside the following components which have survived stripping intact: your infinity, your observable force, and your links to the bellum cause, the cognitio cause, and the infinite cause. The infinite tongue is present, as it operates at the source level rather than the cultivation level. In the source lands, the only meaningful currency is the source itself. Civilizations do not function here. Engineered architecture does not function here. What each existence is at its irreducible core is what it has to work with, amplified to an extreme degree by the nature of this place. All existences here experience base emotions, hungers, and biological drives at extreme intensity. Anger, pride, arrogance, lust, fear, pain. These are not cultivated expressions but raw source states, and in this place they press against consciousness with a force that even the most disciplined minds struggle to manage. This is not a flaw in the environment. It is a feature of the stripping. When accumulation is removed, what it was suppressing becomes louder. Hunger is the critical condition. Every source in the source lands burns constantly against the ambient elements, which continuously sap it. A source that is not replenished will eventually exhaust itself and collapse. The primary replenishment mechanism is consumption. Consuming other sources restores one's own. This can be other life forms or resources on these lands. This produces the fundamental condition of the source lands. Every existence here is either hunting or being hunted. There are no neutral parties. There is no rest. If hunger reaches a critical threshold, the source begins consuming itself. Below 10% satiety, self-consumption accelerates exponentially. At 0, the existence ends. Demarcation system of sources straight face. First demarcation cedar source, a source that barely coheres under the pressure of the source land's environment. These existences are the majority present here. They are capable of sustaining themselves only by consuming multiple weaker sources rapidly, as their own reserves exhaust quickly. Most first demarcation sources collapse within the first cycle of this place's equivalent of a day. Second demarcation Galder source, a source of sufficient strength and coherence to interact actively with the environment of the source lands rather than simply surviving it. Second demarcation sources can direct the obsidian rivers, resist ambient elemental sapping to a meaningful degree, and engage with other sources from a position of genuine strength rather than desperation. They are rare. Most gilded ones who survive the crossing arrive at first demarcation. Third demarcation Einherjar source, a source capable of commanding aspects of the source lands itself, bending the ambient elements to its will and consuming first and second demarcation sources at will. These exist, but they are encountered rather than common. They hold territories. They have been here long enough that the question of where they came from in time no longer has a clean answer. Note, the source lands exist outside of time as observable existence defines it. Those present may be from eons past, eons future, or any point within that span, all occupying the same space simultaneously. The concept of a timeline does not apply here. Your source demarcation, second. Galder source. Your infinity is sufficient in its density and expression to produce a Galder source directly upon arrival. Your source is currently elevating to match the demarcation your infinity established. Progression: if a source rises high enough through combat, consumption, and confrontation with the ambient elements of this place, access to the primordial tongue becomes possible. Those who achieve this gain the letters of the oldest language. The primordial source itself lies beyond even this. It is not attained. It is either carried from birth or approached through adversity so extreme that most existences collapse long before proximity becomes relevant. This place is simultaneously the most dangerous and the most accelerating environment for source development in existence. Welcome. Boom. Noah blinked. His infinity rearranged itself around his source with the specific efficiency of a system reconfiguring to new operational parameters, the multicolored currents cycling through him in patterns adapted to this place rather than the patterns that had served him an observable existence. He felt the difference immediately. The sensory fullness was extraordinary: the sand under his feet, the cold of the air, the smell of the dark water behind them, all of it arriving at an intensity that his cultivated existence had been filtering for so long that he had forgotten the unfiltered version existed. He also felt hungry. Not the cultivated awareness of needing to replenish reserves. Actual hunger, the raw biological version that he had last felt when he was a young man eating whatever the apocalypse left available. It pressed against his concentration with the insistence of a condition that had been waiting a very long time to be acknowledged. A status panel bloomed at the edge of his perception. Source status: Noah Osmont. Designations: the Genesis Monarch, the youngest, the Primus Apiron, the Infinite Speaker, the Osmontian. Source: Emergent Elevating Galder Source. Infinity: Niru Absolute Galder. Observable Force: Galder. Cause links active: the bellum cause, the cognitio cause, the infinite cause. The infinite tongue, active at source level. Satiety: 27%. Warning: your infinity expression at this demarcation produces source sapping at an accelerated rate relative to most second demarcation existences. Your source requires significantly greater replenishment volume than others at equivalent standing. Consumption must commence soon. At 10% satiety, self-consumption begins. Noah looked at the 27% and looked at the warning and looked at the dark landscape stretching beyond the mile his perception could reach. He pulled Adelheid upright from the jagged sand. She was catching her breath, her golden source expression cycling through the visible emotions this place amplified straight to the surface: residual fear from the crossing, the disorientation of having her upper golden identity stripped back to its raw core, the specific vulnerability of a being who had spent eons constructing an exterior discovering that the exterior was not present anymore. He checked her status without asking. Her source was first demarcation, stable but thin, her satiety already higher than his at 70%. He looked behind them at the obsidian waters. He looked at the distant crimson eyes of the source eel still watching from the border of the void it had created. He looked at the dark landscape ahead where anything from Ian's past or Ian's future might be waiting in the mile beyond his perception. 27% hunger and falling, in a place where the only replenishment was consuming something else's source or resources, in a space without time where a fourth-scale creature had been the welcome party. He had arrived at a truly glorious place. Chapter 5246, Survival. Noah waved his hand. Multicolored infinity bloomed outward from his palm like a fire, illuminating the immediate surroundings with the warm cycling light of his source expression. He looked at himself in the glow of it. His fair skin glistened in the infinity light, every surface of him vivid in a way that cultivation had been quietly suppressing for so long he had forgotten this was what skin looked like when nothing was filtering it. His shoulders and abdomen were pronounced, the muscular definition of his frame rendered in sharp relief by the light, and across his front and behind, broad green leaves covered what they covered with the patient indifference of an environment that did not concern itself with modesty but had provided the minimum available. He looked like something carved from a grand idea about what a man should look like. He turned to check on Adelheid. Damn. He said it before he could arrange his face around not saying it. He fully attributed it to the place amplifying every basal emotion to its unfiltered intensity, which was a factually accurate attribution, and which also did nothing to change the fact that the damn had been entirely warranted. Golden Adelheid's fair gold skin shone dimly in his infinity light with the specific luminescence of a source expression that was warm and genuine underneath every layer of engineering she had accumulated across her eons. Her figure was pronounced in the way that this place pronounced everything it stripped back to its essentials, and the broad leaves covering her chest and waist were providing coverage in the technical sense of the word. She had not noticed him looking. Because she was looking at him. Her eyes moved across his figure with the specific unhurried assessment of a being whose basal emotions were also running at full unfiltered volume, her gold eyes tracking across his shoulders and abdomen and back up again with an expression she had not yet arranged into the composed neutrality she used for most situations. They were both acclimating. Then Noah's infinity pressed against something in the dark behind them and rang out a warning, and he grabbed Adelheid without deliberating and pulled her hard to the right as her warm figure pressed against him and they hit the ground rolling. Boom! The ground where they had been standing exploded upward in a shower of dark sand and jagged rock, the impact deep enough to suggest the thing that had caused it was not small. When the debris settled, the creature stood in the crater it had made. Twice their height. Obsidian from its snout to the blunt end of its abbreviated tail, its body low and wide and built in the way that things built for pure damage tended to be built, with no wasted space between its thick haunches and its broader shoulders. The fur, if it could be called fur, was dense obsidian dark with the texture of compressed source material rather than ordinary animal coat, each strand carrying a faint crimson luminescence that matched the blaze of its eyes. Its claws were longer than Noah's forearm, the ends catching the infinity light and holding it in the way that things built for tearing held light. A honey badger. The obsidian honey badger looked at them with the crimson eyes of something that had been hunting in the source lands for longer than it was comfortable to estimate and had not done so unsuccessfully. A cedar source. First demarcation. It felt like considerably more than first demarcation should feel. That was the first thing Noah registered as the honey badger charged. WUUU. It moved low and fast and without any of the telegraphing that combat experience produced in beings who had fought other combat experienced beings. It had not developed fighting instincts against opponents who could read its preparation. It had developed fighting instincts against everything in the source lands, which meant it assumed nothing could read its preparation and moved accordingly. Noah pushed Adelheid left and went right and the honey badger drove between them, its momentum carrying it past their positions before it arrested with a pivot that something its size had no business executing at that speed. It turned on Adelheid. She was already moving. Her cedar source flared gold around her as she drove her hands outward in the form of an attack that would have carried Paleozoic scale gilded authority in observable existence. Here it carried her source expression raw, unstructured, pure gold light hammering into the honey badger's flank as it turned toward her. The honey badger absorbed it. Not resisted. Absorbed, its obsidian coat pulling the source energy inward in the way that things designed by long survival in this environment pulled available energy inward, and the honey badger's crimson eyes burned fractionally brighter after the contact than before. It was eating her attack. Whap! A claw caught Adelheid across the shoulder before Noah could close the distance, and she spun backward hard, hitting the jagged rock of the beach with a sound that carried impact. She was upright before he reached her, her expression carrying the specific set of a being who had just received information about the gap between expectation and reality and was processing it at speed. It felt like something that was Ordovician and Silurian at the same time. Hey! Noah stepped between her and the honey badger. Stay close, okay? The honey badger regarded him. He was a Galdersaurus. It was a cedar source. By the demarcation logic, the fight should have been straightforward. The honey badger's crimson eyes calculated the multicolored light of his source expression with the unhurried attention of something that had consumed Galder sources before and had survived the consumption, which told him the demarcation advantage was real but not determinative against something that had spent eons learning exactly how to neutralize it. He reached outward through the infinite tongue. He controlled infinity nearby. The obsidian rivers running through the beach terrain responded. He pulled from them, gathering the obsidian infinity they carried toward his grip, the material condensing under the tongue's direction into a shape that was not natural to it but that the tongue imposed with the same ease it imposed any instruction. A spear. Dense, obsidian, burning faintly with his multicolored infinity threaded through its core, the head carrying a compressed point that the material held because he had told it to. The honey badger charged again. Noah sidestepped and drove the spear at its flank rather than meeting it head-on, the point finding the gap between two dense obsidian fur clusters and going through. The honey badger screamed. It was not a sound he had expected, genuine and harsh. And pivoted with the spear still in it, swinging its mass to use the weapon as a lever. He released the spear before it pulled him off balance. The honey badger turned back with the spear buried in its side and its eyes blazing, and charged again, and this time Adelheid came in from its opposite side with her source expression driving downward onto its hindquarters, pulling its attention for the half-second Noah needed. He reformed the spear from the obsidian in the ground beneath the honey badger. It came up through the beach from below, the point driving through the underside of the creature's jaw and continuing upward, and the honey badger's charge became a stumble and the stumble became stillness, the obsidian body collapsing onto the dark sand with the finality of something very large ceasing all at once. Silence. Then the honey badger's body began to glow. Not dimly. The crimson of its eyes bled outward through its obsidian coat in slow waves, the source energy it had carried across however many eons it had spent in the source lands radiating outward from the cooling body in the way that concentrated energy radiated from things that had been containing it and were no longer containing it. Noah's source burned. It was the only word for it. The hunger pulled at his attention with the specific urgency of something biological that had been told there was food nearby and had no interest in polite deferral. He had not felt this feeling since the early apocalypse years, and his source was making extremely clear it intended to be fed. Combat concluded. Cedar source, honey badger of the source lands. Source consumed, cedar grade. Racial capability noted absorption hide, passive absorption of incoming source expressions, converting external source energy into the creature's own reserves. All attacks backed by source energy feed this capability. Physical strikes and expressions not backed by source energy bypass the absorption. Your source expression absorbed during the engagement, minor. The absorption hide required the creature to be struck by source-backed attacks repeatedly to accumulate significant reserves. You adapted before critical depletion. Satiety recovery available. Consuming this source will restore approximately 80% satiety for a standard second demarcation entity. Due to your accelerated depletion rate, this will restore approximately 40% of your satiety. Note, your current satiety stands at 23%. This recovery is insufficient for sustained operation. Continued hunting is required. Noah looked at the glowing body and at the 23% on his panel and at the dark landscape extending beyond his 1-mile perception limit. Adelheid was pressing her hand to the claw mark on her shoulder, the gold of her source expression fluctuating at the site of the injury in the way of a wound that was processing the implications of being real rather than cultivated. He looked at her. "I will eat first," he said. "Then we move and understand this place some more." Wah! He crouched beside the honey badger's sourcelet body, and his multicolored infinity reached into it, and the sourceland's most fundamental transaction commenced. Chapter 5247, Survival. 2. Upper Golden Dietrich arrived on the obsidian beach without his right hand. The stump ended cleanly at the wrist, the source energy at the terminus cycling through the slow regenerative process that a cedar source performed under catastrophic injury, which was to say it worked, and it worked at the pace of something working against odds that had not been calculated in advance. Blood, real and warm and crimson gold, dripped from the stump into the dark sand. He had forgotten blood could do that. His power had been filtering that particular detail for so long the forgetting had been complete. Beside him, his Sororis Prima Custodes had arrived with the left half of her torso present and the right half reconstructing itself from what her source could provide, the process producing visible results and visible cost simultaneously. She was on her knees in the dark sand, both hands flat on the ground for stability, her expression set with the rigid concentration of a being whose primary cognitive resource was entirely committed to not losing the regeneration's progress. Dietrich knelt beside her and pushed his own source expression toward her, the gold of it pressing against the injury site with the intent of a Custos bond trying to do what Custodes bonds existed to do. It was slow. Cedar sources under critical injury regenerated slowly. He knew this now in the empirical sense of having observed it across the last several minutes, which was more immediate knowledge than the theoretical understanding he had arrived with. He pressed harder, but at such a time. Boom! The impact came from his left and slightly above, the force carrying the specific signature of something that had been moving invisibly and had decided the moment for invisibility was done. Dietrich's hand came up and caught the incoming mass, his source expression flaring gold around the contact point, and something struck his palm hard enough to drive him 2 feet sideways across the dark sand. He held. Where he had caught it, the invisible thing became visible on contact with his source, the crystalline exterior revealing itself as the expression that had been concealing it failed against the direct energy contact. It was a bullet ant, enormous, its body the length of his forearm with a crystalline carapace that caught the faint ambient light of the beach and scattered it in all directions, its source energy blazing cedar bright as it gathered the surrounding obsidian infinity and drove it outward in a focused stream toward his chest. The obsidian infinity hit him and he felt it differently than he had felt anything in observable existence, the impact not on his civilization but on his source directly, the raw core of what he was taking damage rather than the architectural layers built around it. Woo! He smashed his remaining hand into the ant's carapace and heard the crack of crystalline material giving way under the force of his source expression, and the ant disengaged and skittered backward across the rock, gathering more obsidian infinity from the surrounding terrain for its next impact. He looked at his custodes, still on her hands and knees in the sand, still reconstructing. He looked at the ant circling for its next approach. He moved toward the ant and away from his custos and felt the specific cold of that movement, leaving her exposed while he addressed what was coming for both of them, making the calculation that a slower threat to her was preferable to an immediate one arriving at her back while he remained where he was. The ant came at him, and he met it, and behind him his custos continued her slow reconstruction in the dark. This place was very dangerous. Elsewhere. Arjun stood on the body of the giant cedar crab and ate. The crab's carapace had been split across its dorsal surface from the force of whatever had ended it, the interior meat exposed and glowing faintly with the residual source energy the creature had carried. He ate without ceremony, tearing pieces away with his hands and consuming them with the focused efficiency of a being who had identified this as the primary task and was executing it. His muscular frame gleamed faintly in the ambient dark, the leaves covering his lower body the only concession to the environment's preference for basic coverage. He was broad across the shoulders and composed in every line of his bearing, the imperious gold blue of his source expression radiating outward from him in a steady ambient glow that the darkness of this place did not quite manage to suppress. Even stripped to his source, stripped of every layer of superbious engineering and royal house identity, Arjun carried himself as something that had never received information about what peers looked like. His custode sat at the edge of the crab's carapace, breathing heavily. The crossing had cost her in the first engagement after it had cost her further, and she was eating her portion of the crab with the focused intent of someone restoring themselves against a deficit that was not comfortable to be carrying. Arjun chewed and looked at the dark landscape ahead. We will delve deeper while killing and eating everything in our path. He said this between bites without turning his head, as though he were narrating a plan he had already fully formed and was now simply communicating for the benefit of whoever was present. The creatures here are dangerous. They are steeped in the power of this place in ways that cultivated strength does not fully account for. Even a Silurian Paleozoic entity can fall to them if they are not careful. He tore another piece free and ate. What matters is one source. Infinity is a large factor. So are others. Cedra is one stage, and we have to reach Galder source quickly. Then we will have the confidence to go truly deeper. He looked at the dark horizon where the 1-mile perception limit cut off his view. Galder is the stage, and we will be the first ones to reach it. He paused on this, not out of uncertainty but with the patience of someone giving a statement the weight it deserved. Looking at the dangers of this place, the monstrous creatures and the ambient pressure, that poor sister of Dietrich's will likely die soon if she has not already. He consumed the last piece he had taken and stood upright on the crab's body, looking ahead. If we meet her, I will be magnanimous enough to offer her shelter. In the end, even across separate houses, we all seek the same glory. His eyes carried the bright imperious light of a being who had stripped every external layer away and found that what remained was entirely comfortable with what it was. The glory of gilded ones. His custodes finished her portion and stood beside him, her breathing steadied, her source expression cycling back toward functional. Arjun looked at the dark landscape with the expression of a being who had located the horizon and found it his for the taking. He stepped off the crab's body and moved into the dark, and his custodes followed, and behind them the crab's slowly dimming source remained on the dark sand like a marker of where something had ended so that something else could continue. Chapter 52-48, Survival. 3. The honey badger tasted like something that had been absorbing infinity for a very long time and had not wasted any of it. Noah ate voraciously, the hunger of this place pressing against him with a directness that his cultivated existence had never permitted, every bite landing with the satisfaction of something the body was insisting upon rather than requesting. Beside him, Ian, Ubergulden Adelheid, ate more carefully, with the composure of a being who had more composure available to her at baseline, but ate consistently, her golden source expression stabilizing visibly with each piece consumed. They kept their eyes on the surrounding dark. The beach stretched around them in two directions. Behind them, the obsidian waters churned with the patient menace of something that had a fourth scale eel in it and was not concerned about this fact. Ahead, the terrain divided into two distinct possibilities. To the left, jagged rocks rose from the dark sand in irregular formations that grew taller and denser further inland, the shapes suggesting caves and overhangs and the kind of geography that had defensible positions inside it. To the right, the rocks gave way to coarser sand and sparse ground cover, and in that direction, at the edge of his 1-mile perception limit, the faint suggestion of something taller than rock, trees, or what passed for trees here. Two paths. Noah ate and thought about which one, and also thought about whether the extreme amplification of every biological function this place imposed was going to extend to the functions he was currently less interested in contemplating, and decided that was a problem for future Noah. Ian broke the silence. Many gilded ones will not survive this. She was not looking at him when she said it. She was looking at the dark landscape with the composed certainty of someone delivering an assessment they had already fully made. They won't because they can't. They are inherently prideful, arrogant, and convinced that existence was designed as their personal velvet cushion. To be stripped down to their source alone, to have every layer of their engineered armor peeled away until they are naked and raw, is a trauma they aren't equipped to handle. Adapting is hard when your entire identity is built on the fact that you've never had to. She paused to eat. They will try to walk on these lands like they still wear the crown. They will bark commands at the wind and expect the dirt to bow. And they will fail. They will become meals for monstrous source beasts, torn apart and digested and returned to the mud before they even realize existence has stopped listening to them. Her expression did not change. That is the reality. That is the situation. It is messy, it is gruesome, and it is happening right now. Noah did not disagree. She turned to look at him, and her eyes moved across his figure with the same unhurried assessment they had conducted earlier, then settled on his face with a different quality. But let's talk about something else that doesn't add up. Her voice carried the precision of a being who had been constructing a question for several minutes and had finished constructing it. I am Silurian Paleozoic. As far as I knew only moments ago, whatever changes you had undergone placed you at Ordovician Paleozoic at most. And yet you are doing things that shouldn't be possible in any version of reality I've ever encountered. She leaned forward slightly. How can you do what you do? How can you bridge a gap that eons of gilded engineering haven't been able to touch? I don't care about the smoke and the mirrors or the grandiose declarations you make to others. I want the truth. Is it truly just linked to infinity? What is in your existence that allows you to do what you do? Her eyes were shining and still moving across him in the way this place made eyes move. Just what are you, really? Boom. Noah finished the last piece of the honey badger, crimson gold running down his chin, and smiled. Golden Adelheid. Eon. She said it quietly but directly. Her eyes held his with the expression of a being making a deliberate choice. There are no others here. Just call me Ian. Huum. Her bounded identity. The name she had carried across the eons she had spent living is bounded rather than gilded. He felt the weight of it being offered in this stripped place where everything was its irreducible self, and found the weight appropriate. His smile widened. Eon. He said the name once to confirm he had received it. I am just built a bit differently compared to most. I'll tell you what I can in time. He stood and looked at the area around the honey badger's consumed source. But right now we have to move. The reasoning was simple and he did not elaborate beyond what was necessary. A source beast had been killed here. The energy of the kill was radiating outward into the surrounding environment in a way that other creatures in the area could feel, and creatures that could feel it would move toward it. Some to scavenge. Some to investigate. Some because they had learned that fresh kills attracted other existences and fresh existences were better meals than cold source residue. The beach around them was already a less safe location than it had been 20 minutes ago, and it had not been a safe location then. He looked at the two directions. We need shelter before whatever passes for night here deepens further. We can't see beyond a mile and neither can most of what's out here, but some of it can see further than us and all of it knows this terrain better than we do. He looked toward the jagged rock formations rising to the left. The rocky area gives us high ground. From the peaks we can see movement before it reaches us. If we find a cave or a crevice, we have one entry point to defend instead of every direction at once. He looked toward the trees on the right. The forest has more resources. It also has a canopy, which means things can come from above, and dense coverage means we can be flanked from every angle before we register the approach. He did not labor the conclusion. We go to the rocks. Ian looked at both directions and nodded once, the assessment accepted without requiring further argument. Noah took the first step toward the jagged formations and she fell in beside him, and behind them the cooling residue of the honey badger's source continued its slow fade into the dark sand of the beach. Somewhere in the dark to their right, at the outer edge of his mile of perception, something moved with the unhurried directness of a being that had registered the kill and was coming to see what else the area offered. They moved faster. Chapter 52-49, Survival. 4. The rocky terrain was genuinely fun. Noah did not examine this feeling too closely, but it was there, running beneath his careful attention to the dark and the sounds of the source lands around them. He had not felt this kind of adversity for a long time. Not the managed adversity of the wandering territories where he had arrived with the infinite tongue and a Primus Apiron form and proceeded to scatter several thousand gilded ones across observable existence. Raw adversity. A mile of perception. No body. Hunger falling by the minute. Unknown creatures in the dark. Unknown creatures in the dark that could kill him if he was not paying attention, which was the kind of adversity that produced the kind of presence he had not felt in his mind since the early apocalypse years. He was enjoying himself. He moved through the jagged rock formations with the calm confidence of a being who had elected to be here, his Galder source multicolored and steady in the ambient dark, his eyes bright as they tracked the terrain ahead and the terrain to either side and the terrain above without urgency but without gaps. Behind him, Ian moved carefully. These stones. She had stopped, crouching to examine something near the base of a jutting rock formation. She pulled her hand back. A thin line of gold on her fingertip, genuine and immediate, the source lands making no accommodations for the gold skin of an Ubergolden Royal. Noah stopped. He looked at the crystalline obsidian formations embedded in the jagged rock around them, running his Galder source light across the surfaces to map their positions. The crystalline clusters appeared at irregular intervals, their edges catching the ambient dark in ways that made them slightly more visible than the surrounding rock, but not enough for someone moving carefully to guarantee they avoided every one. He crouched. His hands closed around three of the largest crystalline outcroppings with his Galder source blazing gold multicolored around his palms, the compressed energy of his source bearing down on the material with the directness of a being applying what he had available to the problem in front of him. The crystalline stone broke along the lines he pressed, shearing cleanly rather than shattering, and he pulled three jagged lengths free, each one roughly the length of his forearm, each one with a natural point at one end from where it had broken. He bathed his hands in infinity. The infinite tongue directed the obsidian material at the blunt ends of each piece, the grinding and reshaping slow but functional, the tongue convincing the crystalline substance to smooth itself into a grip rather than forcing it. The grip end rounded. The pointed end stayed sharp. 3 times, then a fourth for himself. He handed 3 to Ian. She looked at the weapons and then at his hands with an expression that was recalibrating something. He started moving again. The cavern opening presented itself in the face of a larger rock formation, a darkness within the general darkness that his perception mapped as a space extending approximately 30 feet inward with a single entry and no additional exits. One way in. No way to be flanked from behind. He held up a hand. Ian stopped. He went in alone. He had covered approximately 6 feet of the cavern's interior when something shot from the ceiling without warning, the movement fast and low and aimed at his face. Noah raised his hand. The infinite vector caught the creature's momentum midair and held it, the forward force redirected sideways by a fraction sufficient to stop its trajectory dead, the creature suspended in the space in front of him at approximately chest height, its limbs cycling uselessly in the frozen direction. He looked at it. It was compact and dense, roughly the size of a large dog, its exterior composed of layered rock-like plates that interlocked across its body like the shell of something that had been designed to live in exactly this kind of terrain. For legs, wide-set, built for ceiling movement as much as floor movement. Its eyes were small and deeply set in the rockplate face, currently blazing with the crimson of a creature that was very angry about no longer moving. Source creature, Cedar Cave Mantler. First demarcation. Long-term resident of the Source Land's rocky regions. Territorial. Ambush predator operating from ceilings and overhangs. Source technique plate lock, can harden its rock plates to absorb significant force from direct strikes. Most effective against brute force approaches. Bypassed by piercing or internal damage. Noah smiled. He drove his crystalline spear into the gap between the cave mantler's neck plates and pushed infinity into the wound directly, the multicolored current moving through the entry point and distributing through the creature's interior with the thoroughness of liquid filling a container. The blazing crimson of its eyes dimmed in segments. He caught the body as the vector released it. He directed the obsidian infinity from the surrounding cave walls to form a bubble around the body, the dark material compressing around the creature and sealing it, containing the smell and the dimming source light inside the seal. Preserved. He set it against the cave wall. Clear, he called out. Ian entered. He moved through the full interior of the cavern with his source expression lighting the space, mapping the ceiling for additional residents, checking the floor for anything embedded in the rock. Nothing. He took inventory of the entry angle, the ceiling height, the width of the passage at the narrowest point where it could be defended from. He went to the back and sat down. Ian came to the back and sat beside him, close enough that her shoulder was near his, her golden source expression still cycling at slightly elevated intensity from the last hour of continuous alertness. She breathed out. The breath carried something it had not carried outside. Noah looked at her face in the multicolored light of his source and at the gold of her expression cycling warmly in the dark cave and felt the amplified pulse of this place pressing against his lust with the patient insistence it had been pressing with since they arrived. He did not act on it. He put it under things controlled. He thought, instead, about how universal this moment was. Power or no power, cultivation or no cultivation, gilded engineering or bounded scrapping, everyone wanted to feel safe. Everyone wanted to stop moving and breathe out. Those with power built the safety themselves. Those without it had to find something powerful enough to stand near and trust that the proximity would hold. He had been that proximity for people across the full span of his climb. It was a role he had never applied for and had never stopped occupying. He leaned back against the cave wall and closed his eyes. The amplified lust of this place pressed. He did not move. "Keep my mind busy," he said. "Tell me about your time before you became the secret of Ian." A pause. Ian blinked at the request. He did not look at her to observe it, but he felt the small shift in her source expression that corresponded to being asked something she had not expected. Then she moved and turned. She put her back against the smooth section of rock beside him and pulled her knees up and looked at the cave ceiling. She began to speak. The words came slowly at first. Then less slowly. Then with the continuous ease of something that had been waiting for someone to ask and had simply been waiting for a long time. Hours began to pass as Noah listened to the secret of Ian while waiting for light to come so he could really begin his growth and conquest of the Source Lands. Chapter 5250, Persevere. The hours in the cave had not been idle. While Ian talked, Noah listened and gathered, and what he gathered was the sensation of his source as a thing he could actually examine now that the immediate pressures of arrival had settled into the background rhythm of a place he was beginning to understand rather than simply react to. He pressed his awareness inward and compared. Source type analysis straight face. Cedar source first demarcation, presents as vapor. The source energy of a cedar existence is diffuse, spreading outward from the core in loose filaments that extend further than their density warrants. The vapor quality means cedar sources register as larger than they functionally are, their energy spread thin across their expression. Under pressure from the ambient elements of the sourcelands, cedar source filaments are easily disrupted and slow to reconverge, which produces the rapid satiety depletion most first demarcation entities experience. The diffusion works in one narrow context. A cedar source can sense a wider area than its strength suggests, the loose filaments reaching further than denser expressions travel. This makes them better at detection than confrontation. Galdra source second demarcation presents as liquid. Dense, viscous, coherent. Where cedar disperses, Galdra pools. The energy stays concentrated at the core and moves as a unified substance rather than as filaments, which means ambient pressure hits it with less effect, as there are fewer loose edges to pull apart. Galdra sources deplete slower under standard conditions and recover faster from partial depletion because the concentration provides a stable reservoir to draw from rather than a dispersed field to reconsolidate. The density also produces a secondary effect. Other sources in proximity register the Galdra's presence more accurately than they register a cedar's, the concentrated mass broadcasting more clearly into the environment. In the sourcelands, this translates to other entities knowing where a Galdra source is. The advantage in strength is accompanied by reduced capacity for concealment. Source strengthening factors. Infinity is the primary contributor for beings who carry it, its density directly translating to source viscosity and coherence. Observable force provides structural stability, reducing the rate of ambient sapping. Cause links add depth to the source's foundational coherence. A source tied to a prime cause does not merely exist, it exists in alignment with one of the foundational truths of observable existence, and the alignment provides resistance that neither infinity nor observable force alone can replicate. Origin lineage contributes a factor that cannot be cultivated. The proximity of one's originating existence to the first cause's emergence weighs on source strength in ways that are fixed rather than developed. What one is, at the deepest level, contributes to source coherence independent of what one has built. Noah absorbed this and felt the satisfaction of a system he understood becoming visible around him. He liked the simplicity of it. No civilizations. No engineering. No architectural layers of accumulated cultivation. Just what he was at the irreducible level and the infinite tongue, which lived there rather than in any of the layers that had been stripped away. His power here was not diminished in the ways it would have diminished a gilded one. It was different. Different was workable. On the 9th hour since their arrival, the darkness shifted. It did not lighten gradually the way dawn lightened the sky. It receded in a wave, the darkness pulling back from above first, the withdrawal uncovering something that replaced it with a thoroughness that made gradual feel like an insufficient concept. Noah rose. Ian came up alongside him and they moved out of the cave mouth together to see what light meant in a place that had no sun. He stood on the rocks and looked up and felt his eyes open wide. Above the source lands, where sky should have been and where absolute dark had been for 9 hours, flowers were blooming. Flowers bloomed in THR skies. Not small. The scale of them was wrong in the specific way that things in this place operated at scales observable existence did not use as default. Each flower was a luminous golden formation the size of a small sun, their petals unfurling from central points in the upper dark with the slow deliberate motion of something that had been waiting for its hour and had found it. Dozens of them. Each one blazing with golden light that carried warmth along with it, genuine warmth that reached the rocky terrain below and pressed against Noah's source with the sensation of something nourishing rather than merely illuminating. They bloomed in clusters and individually, distributed across the upper dark in no geometric pattern, simply present wherever they had chosen to be present. Source suns, the illumination flowers of the source lands, natural phenomenon unique to this environment. Bloom on a cycle that does not correspond to any external temporal measurement. Duration of bloom varies. The golden light they produce carries a trace of the primordial source's ambient energy, which is why the darkness of the source lands is absolute during non-bloom periods. The illumination flowers are the only light source this place produces, and the primordial source's ambient energy does not provide illumination in the way infinity does. Their light accelerates source sapping slightly but also accelerates source recovery from consumption, producing a net positive environment for active hunting. During bloom, all sources become more active and more visible. Noah looked down from the flowers to the terrain around them and found it revealed for the first time. The rocky formations they had moved through extended upward into a mountainscape that his 1-mile perception had not been able to fully map in the dark, the peaks rising into the lower reaches of the bloom-lit sky with the permanence of geography that had existed long before any arrival had occurred. Behind them, the beach and the dark clear waters of the Obsidian Sea extended outward without visible end, calmer now that the source eel had retreated to whatever depth it preferred, the surface carrying the gold of the illumination flowers reflected across its darkness. And to the right, the forest line rose at the outer edge of his perception, and what rose there was not the sparse suggestion of trees he had registered in the dark before. The illumination flowers' gold reached across the misty obsidian gold shroud covering that region and revealed the shapes within it, and the shapes were massive and distinct and wrong in the best possible way. Ancient baobabs with trunks wider than the cave they had sheltered in, their roots spilling outward across the ground in networks that suggested their root systems extended further underground than their canopies extended above. Banyan-like structures with aerial roots descending from their canopies to form secondary trunks, each secondary trunk itself large enough to constitute a forest feature independently. Towering fig trees whose branches spread in the specific sacred geometry of things that had grown according to older logic than ordinary biology followed, their bark shimmering with the obsidian gold of ambient source energy absorbed across uncountable eons of growth here. And moving through the canopy between these, something that was not quite vine and not quite root but moved with the slow purpose of a living thing that had decided where it was going. All of it shrouded in the misty obsidian gold light. All of it vast. His source pulled toward it. The sensation was physical in the way that hunger was physical, a directional urgency from the deepest available layer of what he was, pointing at the forest the way a compass pointed at a fixed referent. Resources. Wonders. His source broadcasting that the forest held things it wanted to consume and that the wanting was serious. He was still looking at it when the beach moved. From the obsidian sand below the rocky terrain, shapes emerged.